Our topic in both sessions this evening is sexuality. Human sexuality is a radical and pervasive reality in human life formation, and for that reason something must be said about it, and also for that reason it is very difficult to say anything definitive about it. It is so elusive, so profound, so complex, so much a part of everything that we are and do. We'll attempt to raise key issues, and in the first session we'll talk about it in general terms, take an overview. In the second session, look at particular topics, in both cases with a view to promoting formative thinking about sexuality. We live in a time when so much is up for questioning, and we have to participate in a critical reflection in order to come to some kind of mature choices and action with respect to them. And that applies to sexuality as well as many other aspects of human life formation. First of all, a working definition. I would describe human sexuality as that constellation of factors pertaining specifically to human maleness and femaleness, or that constellation of factors that pertain to the human person precisely as male or female. That is a very, very broad definition. I deliberately describe it in that broad way to make the point that we are not talking about sexuality in the colloquial sense. I would suggest colloquially the term sexuality is a very constricted one that focuses in particular on one part of sexuality, which is genitality. In our society, sexuality tends to imply necessarily genitality, and I reject that as an adequate description of sexuality. It is far more than that. In our talk, we will keep it within the confines of human sexuality. So moving within that broad context, we're going to take an overview of human sexuality. Let us begin with a brief or a quick look at a construct which can help us to reflect on sexuality. Now, this construct, whereby I divide sexuality into the bodily dimension and the relational dimension, is not meant to say this is all human sexuality is about. It is simply a construct which enables us to talk about sexuality in a constructive way, to think about it formatively. You could use other constructs, other language, and talk about it formatively as well. I'm going to use this. Human sexuality is, most obviously, a bodily phenomenon. If we weren't bodily, we wouldn't be sexual. It is most basically and most obviously a bodily fact of existence. But it is not simply and only a bodily fact. Human sexuality is inherently relational. Before we consider the relational, let us look closely at the bodily dimension of human sexuality. Sexuality, just reflecting on your own experience, always forces us back to our bodiliness. Sexuality reminds us that we are flesh and blood human beings. And there is an interesting logic in this that we can never forget, and I will mention it more than once in the sessions tonight. Sexuality is of the body, and the body is of death. Sexuality is of the body, and the body, more than any other part of our life, reminds us of our fallenness. To face your sexuality is to face death, it is to face fallenness. Ernest Becker makes the point, in Greek mythology, the god Eros, the god of pleasure, and the god Thanatos, the god of death, are always together. Death and pleasure go hand in hand. Interesting and rather frightening ambivalence about human life. One of the people this morning, one of the mothers in our group, made the point that perhaps there is some link between the fact that of in sexuality, giving birth to life involves, as it were, a rebellion against the reminder of death. It is the procreative thrust is very strong in the human person, the refusal to die, the resistance against death. The fact that sexuality is of the body reminds us that sexuality has necessarily certain impulses associated with it. And as we proceed through this, let us not forget the basic context which we have set in referring back to the book of Genesis. Sexuality is one of God's gifts. Sexuality in all its reality is a God-given fact of human existence. Sexuality with all its impulses is God-given. Sexual impulses, therefore, can never be regarded as evil. God saw all that he had made, and indeed, it was very good. One obvious aspect of the impulses of sexuality considered as a bodily phenomenon, one obvious part of that part of sexuality, is the thrust towards procreation or preservation of the species. Now, I'm not saying that that's all sex is about, nor am I even saying that's primarily what sex is about. I'm saying that is an obvious part of sexuality, the preservation of the species, and a part of it that, if we keep it in mind, will keep us grounded, will help us to remind us of that basic logic of sexuality. Sexuality is of the body is of death. When I talk about preservation of the species, I'm not just talking about the impulse to copulate. That is part of it. I'm talking about the impulse to nurture and protect, to parent as well as conceive. Instinctively, males of the species and females of the species typically tend to be drawn towards each other. We can say, quite literally, and I use the word in a limited sense, males and females are made to seduce each other. The word seduce comes from the two Latin words seducere, to lead to oneself. The physical, emotional structure of the woman is made to seduce, in that strict sense, the male of the species, and vice versa. Therefore, a little bit odd that we find ourselves very often becoming resistant that this takes place. What a wonderful thing it is that there is this attractiveness, this magnetism. How dreadful life would be if that were to be taken away from us. Seduction, in this strict sense, is a healthy, good, God-given part of life. Now, I'm not talking about seduction in the colloquial sense with its negative connotations where people draw others to themselves to abuse them. That's basically how we use the word seduction in colloquial parlance. I'm talking about it in a strict, basic sense of simply drawing to oneself. We are made as men and women to do that. And this whole process, when it is carried through, and even in the carrying through, involves a certain amount of emotional pleasure, satisfaction, release, maybe even sadness, maybe even guilt. It involves a whole constellation of feelings which are part and parcel of being a human sexual being. What we as humans do with this fact, our bodily sexuality, and in particular this whole drive towards bodily union, one of whose obvious ends is, at least in certain circumstances, the preservation of the species. What we do with that depends on a lot of factors. The prime factor is, as in all situations of life formation, the human spirit, the integrative center, the ability that I have as an adult human being to make free choices, to make a disciple of my various faculties, resources, and powers. It also depends on age, on culture, on upbringing, on health, etc., a whole lot of other factors will influence what I do with that God-given bodiliness, sexual bodiliness. In the light of this biological fact and its obvious inbuilt orientation towards procreation, and that's not to say that's what it's all about or what it's primarily about, that is there, we can say that human sexuality has a basic animal component. One of the dynamics that occurred with Freud and why he incurred the wrath of many people of his time, the Victorian generation, really he stated very, very bluntly and starkly that human beings are not so grandiose and above animality as they would like to think. He used an expression, he said, inter urinas et feces nascimur. Anyone who's been a nurse, I haven't, or an obstetrician will understand the meaning of that. Biologically, it is obvious. Literally, it means between urine and feces we are born. People didn't like Freud saying that. That's kind of disgusting. But it brings us down to earth. Sex is of the body is of death, and excretory functions are very profound echoes of death. They call us back to our finiteness, our contingency, our ultimate need for God. Perhaps this, summed up in Freud's way, or simply to say our animality, is the fact about sexuality that we find most difficult to come to terms with. Our bodily sexuality. Failure to acknowledge and respect that, manifested either at one end of the spectrum in repressiveness or at the other end of the spectrum in promiscuity and indulgence, both are failures to respect and love this God-given reality. Failure to do that causes deformation, more or less. Throughout the Christian formation tradition, we have oscillated. We have tended to be rather repressive and fearful in our attitude to sexuality. It is always a challenge to us to have a Christian life formation process underway that assimilates and loves sexuality rather than resists it and basically hates it. And again, I think the resistance to sexuality, which comes up again and again in the Christian formation tradition, the resistance to sexuality is not so much a resistance to sexuality, but a resistance to our fallenness. A resistance to the messiness, the brokenness, the ambiguity, the darkness, the contingency, the finitude of being a human being. Sexuality reduces us all. Let us reflect for a moment on a few people and events in the history of the church which give us some insight into the way the church has groped and fumbled for a realistic view of sexuality and life formation. Going back to the latter part of the 4th century and the early part of the 5th century, you have St. Augustine. Now, St. Augustine is very often simplistically painted as the villain of the piece. And certainly in his early days, he said some things which were, to say the least, a bit off-putting. Early on, especially after he had read the Platonic books, significantly enough, the Platonic books, he was of the opinion that sexual intercourse was the way in which original sin was transmitted, and therefore sexual intercourse is per se evil and to be tolerated only insofar as it's necessary to preserve the species. He did, great man as he was, change his view later on in his retractations. So he could accept sexual intercourse, conjugal embrace, as a good in itself. I suspect, you see, there you've got a man coming out of Manichaeism, and Manichaeism in all its various forms, dualism, is ever present in the history of Christian life formation. Christian life formation constantly runs the danger of pseudo-transcendence, of dealing with life by trying to get above it, around it, under it, away from it, but never getting into it. John Chrysostom, a man who lived about the same time as St. Augustine, one of the Eastern Fathers, a really great man, the golden-tongued one he was called. But John Chrysostom is interesting for a number of reasons. Early on in his life, he, like so many men and women down through the ages, who in their zeal and enthusiasm as a young person exaggerate, and they overdo it. And he took to the hills and for 4 or 5 years or so was a monk and engaged in severe asceticism. Now, he later on changed his attitude and developed quite considerably. Let us reflect on a couple of statements he makes as a young, zealous, idealizing person. These statements are made with respect to women. I apologize, ladies, but it's helpful for us to realize this. And just remember, this is not me, this is John Chrysostom. One of John's fellow monks had decided to leave the monastery and get married, for God's sake. And John just cannot understand this and writes to him on writes with respect to this kind of thing in 2 different ways. The first one, he's writing about woman here. Physical beauty is nothing other than phlegm, blood, humour, bile. In other words, the juice of decomposing elements. Look at a piece of linen soiled with spittle and rheum. You would not want to touch it with the tip of your fingers. You would not even dare to look at it. And see, now you are in ecstasy before the impure receptacle of all these things, before this collective sickness. And his second quotation, I'm quoting here from Louis Bouillet's History of Spirituality, Volume 1, page 441, Bouillet says this next quotation is still worse, and I agree, because it's not so obviously grotesque, it's more pernicious. He says, writing about marriage, and this is specifically addressed to Theodore, the man who left, "Should I speak to you of the cares that a wife, children, slaves always bring with them? There are many drawbacks to taking a poor wife. There are no fewer to taking a rich one. In the one case, it is the resources. In the other, the freedom and authority of the husband that suffer. It costs a great deal when one has children. It is still more painful not to have any. To have none is to be deprived of the fruit that one expects from marriage. To have them is to be constrained to a rude slavery. When a child is sick, it is an anxiety full of terrors. If he should die prematurely, it is a sorrow without consolation. As he grows up, there are new cares, new fears, new worries. Woe is me." Very pessimistic view, and one I would suggest that is part of that dualism and has lingered into the present time, and I dare say will linger into the future until Judgment Day. It's always a possibility for us to take that point of view. Louis Bouillet says that the major deviation of Christian asceticism in the early centuries was encratism. Now, encratism refers to the denial of pleasure. It comes from the Greek word enkratia, which is basically a good thing, namely you deny yourself this pleasure in order to have that pleasure. And we do it now, and it's part of a healthy lifestyle. You forego a day at the beach in order to do study for the exams, and you'll have your day at the beach next year or whatever. And in authentic asceticism, you deny yourself certain pleasures for the sake of freeing yourself, making yourself more available to enjoy the deeper pleasures of life. Now, you can see at a very cursory glance that can very quickly and very subtly and easily become not simply a denier of this pleasure in order to enjoy that one, but simply a denial of pleasure. And denial of pleasure very easily becomes denial of marriage. And that is really the heresy of encratism. Contempt, rejection of marriage, because you're not supposed to have pleasure. And marriage is all pleasure, apparently. Did I hear somebody laugh? And there's something implicit, something about that too, implicit in that has again hovered over the church until the present day. St. Bernard of Clairvaux is representative in this when he says that if you're really serious about the gospel, you will go to the monastery. Now the implication of that is, if you're not serious, you'll stay away from the monastery. But the people who aren't really serious about the Christian life are people like married people or lay people, and I would suggest that in fact has lingered in the church until the present time. That the really holy people in the church are the priests, the brothers and the nuns, and the others are hangers-on. I don't think I'm being simplistic or cynical in saying that. It is fascinating to reflect on the models of holiness that the church has offered us down through the ages. And I would like to draw to your attention some statistics. Canonization of saints. Now, the function of canonizing saints may not seem important, except that it represents the kinds of people the community places before us as those to be imitated, as representing models of the good Christian. Consider these statistics. Canonizations of men versus women, 10th to 16th century inclusive. 101 men, which is 89% of all canonizations, 12 women, representing 11%. 17th to 19th centuries, 123 men, which represents 85%, 21 women, which represents 15%. In the 20th century, slight improvement, 127 men, which represents 75%, and 42 women, which represents 25%. Now, what is that saying about models of holiness? They are mostly men. And it's interesting, too, to reflect that the people who have been in authority in the church down through the ages, who have been the ones to formulate moral doctrines, or dogmatic, systematic theological statements about the church and so forth, are typically male celibates. And not always male celibates at home with their celibacy, which is another interesting factor. Now, another set of statistics, which is also interesting. Over those same periods, clergy versus laity. 10th to 16th century, 88 of those canonized were clergy, which represents 82%. 19 were lay people, which represents 18%. From the 17th to the 19th century, 111 were clergy, which represents 81%. 26 were laity, which represents 19%. In the 20th century, 133 were clerics, representing 79%. 36 were laity, representing 21%. Now, I wouldn't make too much of those statistics, but they are significant. Deleuze, the man from whom I draw the statistics, in his article, The Social Function of the Canonization of Saints, in Concilium number 129 in 1979, on page 21 he writes, "A fact that does not emerge clearly from the second table is the paucity of married lay saints." In other words, most of these laity were not married. The category is scarcely represented at all. Furthermore, their status, whether they are married or not, doesn't always arise during the procedures. This is surely significant. In any case, in many instances, it is not possible to make a judgment. And even more important, there are also some married lay people among those who have been canonized. Thomas More is an example. Indeed, he was married twice. But the married status of such saints has been quite incidental. Overall, there is really only one instance where marriage has had to be taken into account seriously, and even then by a judicious stress on maternity, that of Anne Marie Taigi. She had the good fortune to be a tertiary of the Trinitarian order. The Trinitarians managed to advance her to beatification. Even today, it would appear that those looking for sanctity find it hard to consider seriously the conjugal virtues. celibacy, whether of those who have taken vows or not, is by far the most regular source of those who are canonized. Which, again, is interesting in terms of our perception of sexuality. That we would, I think the implication there is that somehow or other you cannot give yourself over to, say, genital sexuality and sexual pleasure and so forth and still be a holy person. In the Old Testament, celibacy is not regarded as of particular value. There are some celibate people, but it's not a particular value. In the Christian tradition, from the very first, it's regarded as especially important. The Blessed Virgin is an interesting model in the Roman Catholic tradition. The cult of the Blessed Virgin holds up to us an ambivalent model, someone who is a mother and a virgin. Well, that's whether she remained a virgin or not is a difficult question. You see, you've got the whole question there to begin with of St. Luke's infancy narratives, which are a biased reporting, in the sense that he's very intent on showing that here we have an exceptional person, and not simply an exceptional person in Jesus, but the one who is prophesied in the Old Testament. So he goes on in that way. I'd rather not get into a discussion of whether or not Mary was a virgin, but just interesting to recall, and I can't for the life of me why it seems so important, but I can remember in the seminary being told by a supposedly wise old priest in pastoral theology that the hymen in the Blessed Virgin's vagina wasn't even broken at birth. Couldn't have been if she remained a virgin. Well, I mean, who cares, for God's sake? Who cares? I think it is all part of this tentativeness, this fear, this uneasiness we have with sexuality. And I would say typically we have imagined Jesus as an asexual being. What does that do to the incarnation if Jesus is asexual? Pius X and Pius XI made some interesting references to priests. And here I quote from David O'Neill in his book Priestly Celibacy and Maturity, page 21. A review of the documents from recent popes relating to the priesthood provides us with some surprises. The first of these is in the letter of exhortation to the Catholic clergy written in 1908 by Pius X. This exhortation, covering over 7,000 words, deals solely with the holiness of the priesthood and the means priests should take to gain a deeper and more worthy spiritual life. Again, I think that represents the idealizing mood. It is strange to find that this long letter contains no direct mention of priestly celibacy. Pope Pius IX, in a later document in 1935, this is a full encyclical on the Catholic priesthood. It deals rather briefly with the matter of celibacy, pointing out that clerics of the Latin Church in higher orders are bound by this grave obligation. The Pope then develops a line of reasoning on a natural basis. He says, since God is a spirit, it is only fitting that he who dedicates and consecrates himself to God's service should in some ways divest himself of the body. It fits into the idealizing process that the priest is a spiritual being. He later develops this theme from the supernatural viewpoint by stressing that priests have a duty which in a certain way is higher than that of the most pure spirits who stand before the Lord. Is it not right, then, that he lives an all but angelic life? And celibacy was referred to as the angelic virtue. The whole notion of that dislocation, so that celibacy becomes not so much an engagement of full human love, and to me the gift of celibacy is a gift to love people but none exclusively. Because the gift of marriage is the gift to love one person exclusively, love all people but one exclusively. What happens to that gift to love when you more or less excise the whole bodily dimension and you try to hold up to the person this notion of becoming a spiritual, quasi-angelic being? No wonder so many of us clerics are deformed in our lives. No wonder so many of us develop neurotic patterns of behavior. We'll talk more about neuroses next time. Another interesting phenomenon that points to the mood out of which we come, and I'm raising these issues not simply to poke fun or to say, aren't we wonderful, we've emerged beyond this. We're in a mess. I'm not pretending that we've got the answers, not at all. But I think if we are to come to some kind of a critical appraisal that is mature, and thereby make a decision that is mature, and thereby enter into a lifestyle that is mature, honestly at where we've come from, because that's in our bones. That's in the fibre of our beings and affects the way we think and respond and so forth. There was a hymn at the beginning of the office for night prayer, which one of my confreres, Kevin Bates, found went to the music of the William Tell Overture. Before the ending of the day, Creator of the world, we pray that with thy wonted favour thou wouldst be our guard and keeper now from all ill dreams. And I can remember he had us singing this. And anyway, that was when I was a young seminarian. But there's a line in that. Before the ending of the day, Creator of the world, we pray that with thy wonted favour thou wouldst be our guard and keeper now. From all ill dreams defend our eyes, from nightly fears and fantasies, tread underfoot our ghostly foe. It's a beautiful hymn to there. The next line, that no pollution we may know. It's a prayer before retiring that I will not have a wet dream. That's basically what it amounts to. And I wondered about those convents of women all around the world praying ne polluant, or the very word to call it pollution, I think, is an oddity. It is fascinating, you know, if we can pause for a moment on this, with regard to the question of masturbation, commonly or frequently referred to in traditional moral theology as onanism. Well, poor old Onan. I mean, masturbation, to my knowledge, is not mentioned in the Old Testament or the New Testament, but it's mentioned everywhere in moral theology in the last 50 years. Why? Onan's sin wasn't masturbation. If you look at chapter 38 of the book of Genesis, I think it's about verse 9 or 10, Onan's brother dies, leaving the wife Tamar. Now, according to the cultural custom, Onan had to marry Tamar, and if he could, beget a child who would then be the dead brother's child and would inherit the dead brother's property and so forth. Onan refused, spilt his seed on the ground. Onan's sin is the rejection of the Levirate law, not masturbation. In 1484, there was a papal bull published about concerning some advice about wet dreams, and it included some rather dubious medical insights that wet dreams happened when the man in his dreams had intercourse with spirits, incubi and succubi. And these were like evil spirits that did this with the man, and what a wet dream amounted to was sodomy and or witchcraft. Therefore you go to confession before you say Mass after a wet dream. Pollution. Preserve us from pollution this night, O Lord. Now, one of the difficulties you can see here arising out of this is medical knowledge. That moral perception is very closely allied to medical insight. Another factor pertaining to the question of masturbation, for example, it was thought for many centuries that the man's seed was the child, which he planted in the woman, and she just nurtured inside herself, and then when it reached a certain stage, it came out. It was only last century, and I'm not sure of the dates, I think von Gagen in his book Marriage Partnership puts it in the 1830s, that they discovered the ovaries in a woman, that she had a part to play in the procreative process. See, well, that begins to change your whole perception of morality. And obviously, if you believe that the semen is the human person, to masturbate is murder. We could go on and on talking about that, but I hope there's a sense of not so much poking fun at an age that did as well as it could, but a sense of the inadequacy of that age. We are in an age now that is asking for new thinking, creative, critical thinking, not irresponsible rejection of the past. Let's look at the past, let's listen to it, what was good, and carry the baton into the future, not simply repeating, not simply churning out the same old rules and regulations, but adopting a stance which is critical, reflective. Christian life formation, especially when it is spoken of as spirituality, always runs the risk of denying our fallenness, of becoming pseudo-transcendence, of becoming a way around our humanness rather than a way into our humanness. Our fallenness is symbolized very immediately and very patently in our bodiliness, and our bodiliness is very patently sexual. It can easily be reduced to efforts to get above the messiness, the ambiguity, and the uncontrollability of life. There's an interesting thing here about celibacy and the denial of sexuality too. The fact that the unresolved conflict a celibate might have with sexuality is compensated for in the pursuit of power. That power is sublimated sexuality, especially the abuse of power. That in the give and take of a marital situation, the rough edges get knocked off people, typically. Whereas in the relative cleanness, if you like, of a celibate situation, it is quite possible for all that energy that otherwise would go into a commitment to become distorted. We'll come back to that question when we talk about sexuality and creativity. In a healthy life formation process, the function of asceticism is to bring freedom through discipline. Discipline is the process of making disciples of our powers. An interesting practical point here. If we are to integrate our sexuality and not have it something that dominates us, something that we simply indulge in, or not having it something that we are frightened of, that we try to repress, there must be a total life approach to it, building a person's sense of identity and personal authority, and important, I would suggest, that I have in my life, or that we have in our lives, sources of delight. The human organism must be delighted. And if you haven't got sources of delight through jobs, through recreation, through good human mutual relationships, through leisure, through good rest, through good food, etc., if you haven't got delights in all those manifold ways, you're going to start seeking it in the most accessible way possible. And one of the most accessible ways is genital sexuality, by yourself or with another person, which, according to the principle of self-defeat, which I've discovered in recent times and which I'm fond of quoting, represents one of those occasions where the very means you choose to escape a thing puts you back in the thing. So that in seeking to escape your loneliness and boredom or apathy or whatever in genital sexuality, you end up being more bored and more lonely and more apathetic. I would say, with regard to the principle of self-defeat, and I'm formulating this as I go, still thinking about it, any attempt to cope with life that involves the avoidance of true transcendence will involve self-defeat. Very interesting. Our sexuality, like any other part of our life, has to be worked through, not around. If we try to work around it, it will become the source of neurotic patterns. And when I say work through, I don't mean that you necessarily have to experiment and move around and become promiscuous. I think it is eminently possible for certain people who are suited to it to be celibates and be healthy, passionate, loving men or women. You don't have to be someone who's gone through a whole lot of genital sexual activity before you can be a celibate, or nor can you say reasonably on the basis of the evidence available that celibacy is necessarily deformative. It's not. I reject that out of hand. It is also possible to be a man or a woman who gives himself or herself over to all the wonders, the joys, the ambiguities, and be a healthy, loving, holy man or woman, in the best Christian sense of that word. The key is not, am I celibate, or am I married, or am I single? The key is God's will. Where do I belong in the mystery? And it's not better to be a celibate than a married person, or to be a married person than a celibate or a single person. It's better to do God's will. And if I have a sense, and that's what it comes down to, sense, horse sense, that I should be a celibate, it would be foolish of me to attempt marriage. And pity help the poor person I marry. And by the same token, if I feel called to be married, and this is where I belong, in a fit of desire to get away from the responsibilities of marriage to want to be a celibate, it would be foolish of me to do that. Go where you are sent. Be where you belong. Looking at human sexuality as relational, we've considered it as bodily. We could go on talking about that. But human sexuality is inherently relational. I'll have to move fairly quickly here, I'm sorry. To repress, ignore, or otherwise fail to acknowledge and assimilate the necessary relatedness of human sexuality is to promote deformation. Our sexuality places us in relationship with ourselves, the mystery, people, events, and things. To deny the relatedness of sexuality is to deform sexuality. One of the phenomena in our society which points to the problems in respect to accepting the relatedness of sexuality is that of pornography and prostitution. If you go up to King's Cross and walk along the streets there and see the prostitutes on the street, look at their faces. They are non-relational, and necessarily so. You couldn't imagine a human being in one night having intimate genital sexual relationships with 3, 4, 5, 6, how many other human beings, and so coming out intact. You would have to cut out the relational side of it. You couldn't possibly enter into a human relational situation there. And therefore, you're not talking about human sexuality there. The same with pornography. Pornography, if you consider it, the people in pornography, and typically pornography is men exploiting women for other men. There is a female pornography, but pornography more often than not is men exploiting women for men. And the women that are exploited are fictitious, in the sense that if you look at a pornographic photograph, that woman she's not a real person. She's a fictitious one. And it depends on illusion for the pornography to work. If that was a real human being with all the fears, the depressions, the bodily functions, the hopes, the ambiguities, the confusions, the darknesses, it wouldn't be sexually exciting. It wouldn't be pornography. You have to make fictitious people. You have to, again, cut out the relational aspect. When human beings cut out the relational aspect, sexuality ceases to be human sexuality. It becomes an abuse of human sexuality. I think we might pause there and throw it open for comment or question. Let us start our second session. And we're going to look now at specific issues of sexuality. Before we look at these issues, however, I'd like to say one thing with regard to the session we've just had and this one. If it hasn't become obvious to you now, let me say I'm not going to give you answers, what you're supposed to do or what you're supposed not to do, for obvious reasons, namely that is not the way we operate in this course. It's to provoke possibilities to enable you as adult human beings to reflect creatively and imaginatively on the issues, make your decisions and live with the consequences. So that really what I hope is happening is that you're recognizing that this question, morality as such, but with respect to sexuality, the issues are not clear-cut. We are not here talking about black and white, clearly defined issues which have clearly defined black and white answers. I hope you're beginning to feel something of the confusion, the ambiguity of these issues, because that's the way they are. Looking at some of the particular issues. First of all, the relativity of sexuality. And by that I mean that sexuality is a relative part of the whole of life. Remember the basic axiom. Wherever you've got deformation of life, you'll find an absolutization of a relative value. You'll find the part taken for the whole. Where a person becomes so absorbed and invests energies in sexuality, that totalized sexuality, that will deform life. There are two ways in which sexuality can lose its relativity, and one is the absolutization, the other is compartmentalization. Perhaps this is even more common, whereby you treat sexuality as a compartment of your life, which you can either get rid of or indulge in from time to time. Like you might go to the beach and have a swim, you go and have a bit of sex, and then get on with the rest of your life. And again, I would say that sexuality loses its essential relativity if you do that. It belongs to life, not simply a little compartment that you put away. And I think, too, that part of the problem with the Church's approach in traditional spirituality was we tended to compartmentalize sex as something that could be parceled out and put aside. As, for example, in novitiates of some women, it was known to happen that the novice mistress would say, you don't need to know anything about sexuality because you're going to be chaste virgins and that's irrelevant to you. That happened, and that implies this compartmentalization. A particular issue, first of all, apart from that problem of losing the relativity of sexuality, is willfulness. Certain aspects of life formation, in fact life formation in its ultimate depths, are beyond willful attainment. You can willfully attain knowledge, but not wisdom. You can willfully gain titillation, but not joy or true happiness. You can willfully gain manipulative power, but not genuine personal authority. You can willfully gain or attain working relationships, not genuine friendships. You can willfully attain physical proximity, not union of spirits. Recall, if you will, the film Annie Hall. You find there an example, played by Woody Allen, of a man who willfully seeks to find his identity and his place in the world through this relationship with Annie Hall, and particularly he finds it extremely difficult to relate with her. And genital sexuality is the easiest way, and he's constantly coming back to that as his manner of relating with her. And in one scene in the movie, by trick photography, they have Annie Hall, they're both Woody Allen and was Diane Keaton, I've forgotten his name in the movie, but they're both in bed together, as happened more than once in the film, and Annie Hall splits in two. One part of her gets out of bed and starts to get dressed, and the other part lies there. It's like Annie Hall gets out and she leaves her body there for him. And he sees that something's happened, and he says, where are you going? Don't you like me anymore, or whatever. And she says, no, you don't want me, all you want is my body, so I've left that there, and I'm going out to have a cup of coffee or something. I've forgotten what it was. A very telling scene in the movie, and perhaps some people wish they could do that kind of thing sometimes, but it points to the principle of self-defeat at work, where you willfully try to get something, it ends up eluding you, just because you willfully pursue it. Willful pursuit of sexual fulfillment is deformative. It leads ultimately to dissatisfaction and despair. Part of the willfulness that is in our current time, we have offered some critiques of our past perception in the church. Let us look at our society today and see if we can offer some critiques, because I think there is, as someone described it, Vance Packard, I think, as a sexual wilderness. We are in a sexual morass. There is tremendous confusion. Part of it is this willful pursuit of sexual satisfaction, and one of the symbols of that is the preoccupation with technique and the immense number of how-to books. Rollo May, in his book, Love and Will, on page 42, writes, "A second paradox is that the new emphasis on technique in sex and love-making backfires. It often occurs to me that there is an inverse relationship between the number of how-to-do-it books perused by a person, or rolling off the presses in a society, and the amount of sexual passion or even pleasure experienced by the persons involved. Certainly nothing is wrong with techniques as such, in playing golf or acting or making love. But the emphasis beyond a certain point on technique in sex makes for a mechanistic attitude toward lovemaking, and goes along with alienation, feelings of loneliness, and depersonalization. It is not surprising, then, in this preoccupation with techniques, that the questions typically asked about an act of lovemaking are not, was there passion or meaning or pleasure in the act, but how well did I perform? Take, for example, what Cyril Connolly calls the tyranny of the orgasm, and the preoccupation with achieving a simultaneous orgasm, which is another aspect of the alienation. I confess that when people talk about the apocalyptic orgasm, I find myself wondering, why do they have to try so hard? What abyss of self-doubt, what inner void of loneliness are they trying to cover up by this great concern with grandiose effects? Leslie Farber goes on in an article called "I Am Sorry, Dear," in his book Envy, Despair, Love, Sex, Drugs, Suicide, and the Good Life. He describes the experiments of Masters and Johnston and other sexologists in gleaning their data, which have had quite a considerable influence, I would say, on the way we think about sexuality. How often does the average American male have sexual intercourse? How often does the average American woman, etc., etc.? Do they enjoy it? How often is climax? And all these kinds of really mind-blowing bits of information. And Farber makes a point which is seldom appreciated. He asks the question, how do they get their information? Typically, under controlled observation in the laboratory. Now, you can imagine it. It's 10 o'clock, come in, Miss Jones, take off your clothes and lie on the table, and they connect up electrodes and what have you, measuring devices, and then Miss Jones goes through a masturbatory experience, and thank you, Miss Jones, here's your $25. Is that human sexuality they're observing? I don't think so. That is deformed human sexuality. They might come up with some physiological facts, which are more or less interesting, more or less helpful. But they don't come up with any information about human sexuality as such, which is necessarily relational. Maybe Miss Jones doesn't feel like having an orgasm this morning at 10 o'clock for $25. It really trivializes sexuality. Another question with respect to sexuality is identity. Appreciation for an integration of our sexuality is crucial to the development of a sense of identity, both as cause and effect. A strong identity will enable us to integrate and assimilate our sexuality more easily. And when we integrate our sexuality, we tend to develop a strong identity. It's a mutuality there. A confused or weak sense of identity will probably manifest itself in some measure of sexual dysfunction. And I would go so far as to say that typically inner conflicts and dis-ease will tend to manifest themselves sexually in some way or another. And failure to acknowledge respect sexuality in its bodily relational reality typically leads to confused and or a weak sense of identity. It's an interesting phenomenon emerging in our society now. It's the androgynous 20-year-old, 21-year-old, or 22-year-old. That is, the young man or young woman who dresses and grooms himself or herself in a manner that is asexual. To me, it points to a confusion of identity. They don't know who they are. They don't know whether they are women or men. If you were to say to them, do you know whether you're a man or a woman? They'd say, yeah, do you want to look? Well, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a deep sense of identity and a love and respect for myself as a woman, a love and respect for myself as a man. Rollo May speaks of the struggle to prove one's identity through sexual performance and expression. On page 53 and 54, he writes, the struggle to prove one's identity is obviously a central motive, an aim present in women as well as men, as Betty Friedan in The Feminine Mystic makes clear. This has helped spawn the idea, he goes on here, another motive is the individual's hope to overcome his own solitariness. Allied with this is the desperate endeavour to escape feelings of emptiness and the threat of apathy, using sexuality, which is apparently fairly accessible in its bodily genitalness anyway, using it as either an escape or an effort to prove myself as a person, that I am somebody. Partners pant and quiver, hoping to find an answering quiver in someone else's body, just to prove that their own is not dead. They seek a responding, a longing in the other to prove their own feelings are alive. Out of an ancient conceit, this is called love. One often gets the impression, amid the male's flexing of sexual prowess, that men are in training to become sexual athletes. But what is the great prize of the game? Not only men, but women struggle to prove their sexual power. They, too, must keep up the timetable, must show passion, and have the vaunted orgasm. Now it is well accepted in psychotherapeutic circles that dynamically the over-concern with potency is generally a compensation for feelings of impotence. And again, Rollo May, writing on page 56 of the same book, Love and Will, page 56 and 57, says something extremely insightful. He talks about our age as developing a new Puritanism. That's an interesting name. That we regard ourselves as liberated. And the point that I was making in the last session, and it's one that he makes very, very well, is that really we haven't liberated ourselves. If anything, we've gotten ourselves stuck in a morass far more enslaving than the Victorian era ever had. On page 56 he writes, and this is in the context of identity, what happens to a person's identity. To see the curious ways the new Puritanism shows itself, you have only to open an issue of Playboy, that redoubtable journal reputedly sold mainly to college students and clergymen. That's in the United States. You discover the naked girls with silicated breasts side by side with the articles by reputable authors, and you conclude on first blush that the magazine is certainly on the side of the new Enlightenment. But as you look more closely, you see a strange expression in these photographed girls. Detached, mechanical, uninviting, vacuous. The typical schizoid personality in the negative sense of that term. And then he goes on to make quite a brilliant insight comment. You discover that they are not sexy at all, but that Playboy has only shifted the fig leaf from the genitals to the face. There's a real denial of identity, that apparent liberation, and we throw off the fig leaf and expose our genitals and have open, free sex, and there's no such thing as free sex or sex without illusion. What in effect we've done is, as it were, shifted the fig leaf and covered our identity. Don't look into my eyes, don't look into my heart, don't recognize the fact that I am a human being with a spirit that longs for transcendence. Because if you do that, you won't go through with the abuse of me. An interesting point, getting back to that distinction between bodiliness and relationality, Rollo May makes the point that Victorians endeavoured to have relationality without bodiliness,
In the contemporary era, we attempt to have bodiliness without relationality. Harvey Cox, commenting on Playboy, says, basically it is anti-sexual. Now that's interesting. If you cut out one part of sexuality, you don't become thereby more sexual, but less. You become anti-sexual. And incidentally, Rollo May makes the point that you note also that Playboy carries no advertising for trusses, bald heads, or anything that would detract from the image. Nothing that would bring you back to the logic, sexuality is of the body, is of death. Harvey Cox says, Playboy is the latest and slickest episode in man's continuing refusal to be human. Continuing refusal to embark in a process of transcendence. The paschal rhythm of life, to die. Any dream will do. I don't want to enter into that dying. He believed the whole phenomenon of which Playboy is only a part vividly illustrates the awful fact of the new kind of tyranny going under the guise of liberation. Leslie Farber, well, first of all, a little piece here from The Wasteland from T.S. Eliot. She turns and looks a moment in the glass, hardly aware of her departed lover. Her brain allows one half-formed thought to pass. Well, now, that's done, and I'm glad it's over. When lovely woman stoops to folly and paces about her room again, alone, she smooths her hair with automatic hand and puts a record on the gramophone. Leslie Farber, in his essay, I'm Sorry, Dear, writes, with respect to the apathy that this loss of identity and this kind of groping for identity and potency and sexuality begets. My conviction is that over the last 50 years, sex has, for the most part, lost its viability as a human experience. I do not mean that there is any danger that it will cease to be practiced, that it will be put aside like other Victorian bric-a-brac. The hunger will remain, perhaps even increase, and human beings will continue to couple with as much fervour as they can provoke, while the human possibilities of sex will grow ever more elusive. Such couplings will be poultices after the fact. They will further extend the degradation of sex that has resulted from its ever-increasing bondage to the modern will, to willfulness. To those first pioneers at the turn of the century, sexologists, psychoanalysts, political champions of women's suffrage, sexual emancipation seemed a stirring and optimistic cause. Who could have imagined then, as the battle was just beginning, how ironic victory would be? Sex was emancipated, true, but emancipated from all life, except the will, and subsequently exalted as the measure of existence. Interesting on this point of apathy and boredom. In 1950, a study was done of young people in the United States. The study was published in a book by David Reisman and others called The Lonely Crowd. And in it he spoke of sexuality as the last frontier, as it were. The last area of life where young people could kick up their heels, thumb their nose at society and rebel, and get the sense of identity from rebelling against their parents. 1950. Rollo May and some of these authors are saying now, the last frontier has been exploited to the full, and young kids today are bored with sex, so they're looking for some other way out. Some other way, as Aldous Huxley would put it, of downward transcendence. Drugs, the obvious way out. And basically what all this amounts to is the refusal to enter into the process of self-transcendence, to die to the self, to move with the mystery, to submit to the mystery, abandon oneself to the mystery. I must all the time find some way to satisfy myself, to aggrandize myself, to gratify myself. And any dream will do. Another issue, that of culture. The fact that our culture offers people confused directives is very important to note. 30 years ago, the culture, it might have offered directives that we today find difficult to accept, maybe incredible, maybe even laughable, but it offered them, and at that time they were credible, they were cohesive, it was part of a whole stable system which offered young people, all of us, a framework within which to assimilate our sexuality. Young people today don't have that benefit. And human beings, if they are to remain sane, typically need culture, need directives of culture. If they haven't got it, they will start to manifest signs of distress, even neurosis. It is not surprising that many of our young people, forced to find their own way in these matters as individuals, rather than in the context of a stable culture, find themselves getting into all sorts of difficulties and even tragic situations. I don't see any easy way around that except to work very hard to build human community, supportive human relationships, where people find encouragement, guidance, inspiration from other human beings. Some reflections on male-female relationships. Males and females typically experience the world differently. One has to be somewhat tentative in saying what is specifically female and what is specifically male today, because it is very difficult to know what is part of nature and what is part of socialization. It does seem to me reasonable to say that given the body structure of the woman and the body structure of the man, their experience of life will be very different, and particularly in the whole procreative process. It is the woman that carries the new human being in her womb for 9 months. It is the woman who feeds that new human being at her breast and typically spends most of the time in those early months. Her experience of life has to be different from that of the male of the species. You cannot tell me that the mother of a child experiences exactly the identical relationship as the father of a child. I don't believe it. A priori, it can't be true. Given the bodily fact. Some observations just to provoke reflection. It seems to me that women naturally typically, I'm hedging my bets here, tend typically to be more at home with their sexuality than men, both in its bodiliness and its relationality. Typically men find it very much harder than a woman to enter into relationships. That it is typically the man who lags behind in the relationship than the man. Interesting to reflect on that. My suspicion is that maybe there's something in the fact that the male of the species comes out of the female of the species rather than vice versa. Comes out from inside the female, and the female is all interior. The male is exterior, sexually. That men fear the woman. That the male of the species fears the female of the species. That's part of our makeup. We feel drawn towards the female but don't want to get involved. There's a whole mystery there, an enigma that is frightening to us. Interesting, throughout the centuries, one of the common experiences in the life of a man is the mistress. You don't hear too much of women having masters. A parallel experience. Leslie Farber makes an interesting point in this too. He says typically a man experiences what he calls an undifferentiated lust. Now, he used the word lust in a technical sense, not in an emotive, derogatory sense, but lust in the sense that there is a sexual drive there that focuses on no particular woman, but just woman. To put it in an exemplary form, supposing, and obviously in a maturing process, a man develops other factors in the relationship which develop the relationship as such. Supposing you have a young man and a young woman go down onto Bondi Beach. Farber's thesis is that it would be fairly typical of the man to be able to look around that beach at all the women there, most of the women there, and say, I could quite reasonably, happily have genital sexual intimacy with any one of those women. Whereas it would not be quite so easy for the woman to look around and say, I could quite easily have genital sexual intimacy with any of those men. Another biological fact seems to be that a man reaches the peak of his sexual drive at about the age of 18 or 19. A woman reaches the peak of her sexual drive at about 40, 41, 42. Now, that raises more questions than it answers, and that's my style. But I think there's one of the things I would suggest that comes out of this and out of the next 2 points on illusion and idealization. The fact that men actually are frightened of the woman might account for the violence that you often find men exercising towards women. That we find it very, very difficult to be at ease and just relate with a woman, adult to adult. Next issue, illusions. It's no more possible to have sex without illusions than it is to have life without illusions. One of the illusions, the greatest illusion, Faber says, of our contemporary society is free sex. Sex without illusions. Open, authentic, clear. Can't happen. He makes a very good point here in his article entitled My Wife, the Naked Movie Star. He's got nothing if not a good imagination. He's commenting on a comment by Leo Tolstoy, and Tolstoy in general is talking about the fact that women have a natural seductiveness about them. And I was saying earlier that I think men have too, and that's part of the God-given reality of sexuality, the maleness and the femaleness. And Tolstoy is saying that in a pessimistic sort of a way, why do they have to do this to us men, sort of a thing. And he also quotes Oscar Wilde, the great cynical humorist, talking about essential females. He says that a woman is a sphinx without a secret. I'll let you cogitate on that. That was Oscar Wilde, not Whelan. Anyway, Faber goes on to say, why are we unwilling to reconcile ourselves to the human fact that, unlike other living creatures, we cannot do without the erotic deceptions that outrage Tolstoy? After all, as far as we know, sexual illusion has been necessary throughout history. So if we are envious, what are we envious of? Certainly not the perfunctory rooting of animals. And May makes a very good point that human beings cannot tolerate the experience of themselves as simply fornicating brutes. The transcendent dimension cries out for recognition. I am more than this. Sexuality is more than just genitality. It is relationship. And not just relationship with another person or with myself, but with the mystery. Much as we may object to the excessive and vulgar prescriptions the mass media offer about how to make the body attractive, still we are forced to acknowledge a portion of truth to their instruction. But Faber makes the point that in sexual seductiveness, apart from the basic instinctive seductiveness, the drawnness of maleness to femaleness, a large part of the attractiveness is in the illusions and what he calls the bodily coverings and uncoverings. Take, for example, the phenomenon of the striptease, so that it is not so much the naked body that causes the attraction and the excitement, but the covering and the uncovering. Fascinating to reflect on that. It's the illusions that we create that cause the attractiveness, or rather accentuate the seductiveness. Any man whose ardour has diminished, if not subsided, before a torn and stained nightgown can testify to his dependence on sexual illusion, while suspecting this ragged costume betrays comparable failure of passion in its wearer. At the same time, in the midst of such discouragement, we wish it could be otherwise. Out of nostalgia, and or hope, we long to shed both the excitement and the constraints provoked by our coverings and recapture or achieve a bliss in which our bodies in themselves will be sufficient. The nudist colony phenomenon, for example. At this point, theology may offer more illumination than biology. Before they ate of the tree of knowledge, even a distant suburb could have been an Eden for Adam and Eve, for they still found each other pleasing without adornment or concealment. However, when the Lord ordered them to cover their parts, their sexuality was already an article of knowledge. And in his wisdom, he knew that modesty imposed from without would never quite protect them from an immodesty from within. Concealment for one could always be disclosure for another. Very often, for example, the clothing creates more of a sexual attractiveness than lack of clothing, or how the clothing is arranged, the cut, the style of the dress, or the posture, so forth. With the first fig leaf, the quality of the coverings became critical. There being fig leaves and fig leaves. Now a choice had to be made. Not only were fig leaves large and small, adequate and inadequate, but some were more pleasingly shaped and coloured than others. And now, and how and where these leaves were to be suspended became as important a consideration as their hue and conformation. Seen in this light, fashion reveals itself as a shifting, yet unresolvable, arbitration between the conflicting demands of concealment and disclosure. The place of clothing in culture is a fascinating phenomenon. But the greedier fashion becomes, appropriating for its arbitration clothing, cosmetics, deodorants, coiffures, and even sexual behavior itself, the more painful is our sense of our fallenness, and the more obtrusive our nostalgia for Eden, or what we imagine to be our lost innocence. Nor merely in these moments does the machinery of sexual illusion seem too cumbersome for us to bear, but it appears now as the adversary of the bodiness of the body, bent on repudiating all its ordinary messiness, its fat, its dirt, its blemishes, its secretions, its smells, and making our own physicality itself repulsive to us. Looking at the question of idealization, and this is closely allied to the whole question of illusions. Remember, the idealization occurs when we have exalted predefinitions of people, events, or things, and we try to impose them. This, I suspect that men and women typically tend to idealize each other, especially at a younger age. I'd like to say something specifically about the way a male tends to idealize the female, and I think this is associated with what I said before, that men tend to be frightened of the woman. And as a compensation for this, idealize woman. Make her unreal. For example, as Becker points out, and I agree with it, the infatuated male, the young man deeply in love with a woman, does not believe that she shares the same necessity of excretory functions as he does. She does not go to the toilet. Now, I've said that to a number of men, and typically it's like, yeah, that's true. And women find it very, very hard to believe. And you say, but of course, yes, and we do know in our heads, yeah, you eat food, you drink fluids, they've got to go somewhere. But we wish you to be above the messiness. We wish you to be ideal, idols. And we hate you for not being idols. And there is a crisis in a male-female relationship when the man discovers that the woman he loves dearly is really a bodily human being. There's a Jungian psychoanalyst I knew of said, people should not get married until they have been disgusted with each other at least 3 times. To discover the bodiliness. Betty Friedan's book, The Feminine Mystique, is interesting to read on that because, let's face it, the woman tends to feed the idealizations. The Hollywood perception of woman is the idealized woman. The woman that you see in the swimsuit and advertising the diet pills or whatever, she doesn't go to the toilet. She's a fictitious creature. She's a fictitious creature. Perhaps one reason why many men find intimacy and committed involvement with a woman difficult is precisely here, that you can't become intimate with an idealization. Intimacy involves truthfulness, raw facts, messiness, ambiguity, dirtiness, fallenness. And one of the points that May makes about American men, and I think it applies to Australian men, perhaps other men as well, there is a fear of involvement, a fear of commitment, probably related to fear of woman. The women don't seem to share. The women seem to find it easier to become involved and committed than men do. Okay, let's look at question of creativity. Sexuality involves potentially an enhancement or a loss of creativity. There's enormous energy involved in sexuality. To the extent that you deny your sexuality, you're probably denying yourself enormous creative possibilities. Whether you are married, single, doesn't make. Gioli, in his book Psychosynthesis, on page 274, talks of transmutation and sublimation of sexual energies, and quotes the example of the German composer Richard Wagner. As is well known, he was at one time passionately in love with a married woman, Mathilda Wiesendonck, to whom he gave music lessons and in whom he found an understanding of and a devotion to his genius which he missed in his first wife, Minna. After a short time they resolved to renounce the consummation of their love, and Wagner left Zurich and went, or rather fled, to Venice. At first his desperate mood induced ideas of suicide, but soon he set himself to write both the libretto and the music of Tristan and Isolde, and in a kind of creative frenzy completed the opera within a few months. During this period he wrote many letters to Mathilda and kept a diary intended for her. These were published after his death, and in them one can clearly trace the gradual cooling off of his passion as he gave expression to it in the poetry and music of his opera. The completion of the work found him so detached that he wrote to Mathilda in a rather tepid and much lighter vein, and even paid her a short visit on purely friendly terms. That Wagner was aware of this process of sublimation and consciously fostered it is evident from a letter to Liszt. Quote, "As in my life I have never enjoyed the true happiness of love, I want to raise a monument to this most beautiful of all dreams, in which this love shall be fully satisfied from beginning to end. I am planning a Tristan and Isolde." One of the great values, potentially, of celibacy is precisely that it makes available enormous quantities of creative energy. And that doesn't necessarily say that celibates are more creative than other people. That energy can become perverted into power, for example, or into self-consuming lifestyle, where the person, the celibate, resents those who have the love that he would love. But it makes it available potentially. And on the other hand, Rollo May quotes here from a number of authors, including Carl Zimmerman, Arnold Toynbee, Charles Winnick, Sorokin, and others, who make the point that an age of sexual promiscuity typically is an age in which not much creativity happens. It is an age which loses its energies. In a review of in Vance Packard's book, The Sexual Wilderness, Rollo May writes in the New York Times of 1968, Packard here cites J.D. Unwin's massive, if almost forgotten, Sex and Culture, 1934, a study of 80 uncivilized societies and also a number of historically advanced cultures. Unwin sought to correlate various societies' sexual permissiveness with their energy for civilized advancement. He concluded that the amount of cultural ascent of the primitive societies closely paralleled the amount of limitation they placed upon the non-marital sexual opportunity. Virtually all the civilized societies Unwin examined, the Babylonians, the Athenians, the Romans, the Anglo-Saxons, the English, began their historical careers in a state of absolute monogamy. The one exception was the Moors, where a specific religious sanction supported polygamy. Any human society, Unwin writes, is free to choose either to display great energy or to enjoy sexual freedom. The evidence is that it cannot do both for more than one generation. That's a fascinating thesis. Somehow or other I think it's right, which makes us wonder about our age of so-called liberation, an age of promiscuity, where a lot of human energy and potential, I would suggest, is wasted in fruitless and desperate searching for identity, people proving themselves, looking for the easy way out of life, avoiding transcendence by becoming excessively involved in bodily, genital, sexual behavior. And basically, the call is to enter into the transcendent movement of life, and that is what they are avoiding. It is only within that context of transcendence, moving beyond, of dying to self, that our creativity is released in its fullness. Let us pause there and throw it open for questions or comments.
Let us start with a meditation from the Acts of the Apostles, chapter 9, verse 1 and following. Saul, still breathing threats of murder against the disciples of the Lord, went to the high priest and asked him for letters to the synagogues at Damascus, so that if he found any belonging to the way, men or women, he might bring them bound to Jerusalem. Now, as he journeyed, he approached Damascus, and suddenly a light from heaven flashed about him. And he fell to the ground and heard a voice saying to him, Saul, Saul, why do you persecute me? And he said, Who are you, Lord? And he said, I am Jesus whom you are persecuting. But rise and enter the city, and you will be told what you are to do. The men who were traveling with him stood speechless, hearing the voice, but seeing no one. Saul arose from the ground, and when his eyes were opened, he could see nothing. So they led him by the hand and brought him into Damascus. Loving God, we bless you this evening. We ask you to open our minds and our hearts to the wonders of your love and your wisdom. As we meditate tonight upon something of our brokenness, a potential for disturbed relationships, open our minds to the possibilities that are there even in the disturbances. May your Holy Spirit quicken our hearts and our spirits so that we might be available to you. We pray to you, Father, in the words that Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Our topic tonight is neurotic patterns. Last week, sexuality. This week, neurosis. We go from one quagmire to another. It's very, very important for us to have some basic recognition of and understanding of neurotic patterns, since they can very easily become a disruptive and a deformative part of our lives. They can very often be canonized as Christian virtue. They can, by the same token, become a most growthful opportunity for us. I think it is also important for us to examine the issues, because today you hear a lot of talk about wholeness and holiness, almost in the sense that you cannot be holy unless you are whole, that they are the same thing. I categorically, absolutely, without apology, reject that notion, out of hand. We live in a world of psychologism, where the psychologists are the big gurus. Psychological wholeness, integrity, whatever that is, normalcy, is proposed as the goal or the aim. And very often in our attempts to live the Christian life, we get caught up in the aims of psychology, which are very limited, very much contained within the parameters of that science. We can lose sight of the fact that holiness is something very different from, very distinct from, though not unrelated to, psychological wholeness. By way of a definition of neurosis, I would propose the following. First of all, it is a personality disorder, not a physiological disorder. Neurosis is primarily a behavioral disorder that grows out of the failure of the individual to successfully work through a significant conflict or conflicts, and tending to manifest itself in disturbed relationships with self, other people, events, and things. There are three aspects: personality disorder, significant conflicts, and I put the word tending to manifest because depending on how significant the neurotic disturbance is, so the relationships will be more or less disturbed. The disturbed relationships and the significant conflicts are hand in hand. The significant conflicts are not successfully worked through, and they are, as it were, stored up. They stick in our craw. They remain there, and we carry them, and we spend a lot of energy trying to live around them, on top of them, below them, whatever, but never working through and purging ourselves of them. And thus, we end up with disturbed relationships with ourselves and other people. Accompanying these disturbed relationships and manifestative of them are a lack of autonomy. The individual who suffers from neurotic patterns will experience more or less a sense of a loss of self, a weakness of identity, a weakness in the ability to take initiatives. As we'll see in a moment, sometimes they won't believe that applies in their case, but if you examine it closely, that is always present. And also what is always present is a loss of proportionality. They tend to exaggerate part and forget part. They absolutize the relatives. They lose the sense of proportionality between events and things and people. And that too is ubiquitous in the neurotic condition. Sometimes neurosis, typically I would suggest, involves physiological disturbances, such as abdominal problems, bad backs, migraines, rashes, whatever. So, let us reflect a little bit on the kinds of life conflicts that pertain to every human life formation process, which may or may not be successfully negotiated. From the moment we are born, we're caught up in an ongoing process of challenges, of having to face challenges which potentially can be quite serious for us. Consider challenges and conflicts, and I use the word conflict in the sense of coming up against something hard which requires flexibility, compromise, some kind of mitigation on our part in terms of our life process. We all, for example, come up against disappointments. One of the major lessons every human being has to learn in life is disappointments. One of the major functions of parents is to disappoint their children. We all must learn to face confusions. Life is not clear-cut, black and white, unambiguous. Life is anything but that, and some situations are particularly confusing. That is potentially a conflict situation. We must learn to face the fact that our longings are greater than our capacities to fill those longings, or greater than anyone's capacities to fill our longings. We must face the fact that of the needs and the expectations of other people. We must face the fact of misfortune, loss, and tragedy. We must face the fallenness of others, especially our parents, and the evil in the world. We must face the fallenness of ourselves. We must face the self-sacrifice inevitably involved in the pursuit of our ambitions. We must face the burden of our talents or lack of talents. It is not uncommon, for example, for a very talented person to also to be somewhat neurotically disturbed. And some people are born with a greater capacity and or opportunity to negotiate these conflicts more successfully than others. You'll find some people who thrive on conflicts and challenges. They are just born to go on and fight. Other people are just not that way. They wilt more easily. Some are more sensitive and vulnerable than others. Some people have such a finely attuned radar to what's going on that nothing passes them by, and they can be very burdened by what happens. So if there is a critical situation, a conflict situation, they will feel every part of it. Whereas some other person who is not so sensitive, doesn't have such strong affectivity, can blunder on through situations, and only after it's happened you tell them what has happened. Whereas the other person picks it all up. Now obviously there's going to be a difference there in the way these people experience conflict, their ability to experience it. Some have to face more serious conflicts, and perhaps at an early or more vulnerable age. For example, supposing at my birth, my mother dies. What a massive, immense conflict for any human person to live through. Supposing I grow up in a family of continued violence and inconsistency. Supposing I grow up in a family where I'm constantly being pampered and spoiled. So I never get a chance to face conflicts. My parents are constantly channeling me away from conflicts and challenges. All I have to do is throw a tantrum and they will accede to my wishes. If that goes on, it's likely to breed neurotic patterns of behavior. Sometimes conflicts arise which are too overwhelming for any human being to thoroughly work through. It may be the sudden death of a loved one. It may be a car accident. In recent times we've had the concentration camp traumas. I would suggest it's probably not possible for a human being to go through something like that and not come out somewhat scarred. That the conflicts involved there daily of seeing families separated, of smelling death in the air, of not knowing whether this day would be your last, being constantly hungry, constantly tired, constantly cold, that would necessarily face you with many conflicts in any given day, which would be extremely difficult for you to just work through. You can only take so much in a given day. Considering all these facts, it is possible that some people grow up without neurotic patterns. That there are people who do successfully negotiate all the significant conflicts that come before them in their lives. They do not encounter any significant conflicts that they, together with their supportive environment, cannot successfully negotiate. Maybe they live in the country where there's a simple, predictable life, loving parents, everything flows pretty well, there's a stable society, and all the usual challenges of growing up are faced fairly easily and in that predictable, stable, loving environment. And I would suggest that it is possible that some people are simply not neurotic. Now the reason I stress that is because we throw the word around rather loosely. I think it is a specific term that applies to specific circumstances. It is a personality disorder arising out of significant conflicts and giving rise to disturbed relationships. However, many of us are unable to successfully negotiate the conflicts, whether it is because of an inner lack or maybe just a hypersensitivity that we have, or a failure of the environment, or the sheer power of the conflict, or a combination of these. they will typically be influenced, we will typically be influenced by this unresolved conflict, and our relationships with ourselves, with other people, events and things will be more or less disturbed. These people, instead of going through the conflict and purging themselves of it, carry it with them and develop defensive strategies in order to survive, in order to keep the conflict at bay, in order to hold the conflict off so it won't envelop them and overwhelm them. Now, in talking about neurotic conflicts, we have to get one thing very, very clear. We are not talking about moral entities. Neurosis and neurotic patterns are pre-moral, essentially. People do not freely develop neurotic patterns. They emerge typically as the result of the failure to resolve a conflict. And in a weird sort of a way, the fact that a person develops a neurotic pattern is a compliment to them, because the other alternative was, under the circumstances, not to survive. It's a question of survival here. But given the fact that they can't resolve the conflict, they have only one alternative, is to build a defensive strategy that enables them to go on. And that's precisely where the neurosis develops. But people don't freely do that, any more than you freely sweat on the palms of your hands when you get frightened or extremely anxious, or any more than you freely black out when you go through the front windscreen of a car in an accident. This is just the organism's survival strategies and ways of preventing itself from slipping into chaos and disintegration. There may be questions of morality, for example, attached to parents who irresponsibly establish an environment in the home which generates neurosis. For example, an environment of violence, an environment of abuse. I would also suggest that there would be some moral questions attached to the adult person who discovers disturbed relationships and refuses to work with them and face them. Take me as I am. If you really loved me, you would accept me as I am, kind of an approach. The adult human being faces up to life situations, faces up to disturbed relationships, realizing that relationships are absolutely central and crucial to the whole business of life formation, and works at them constantly so that the mystery can be promoted. Also, there is certainly a question of morality in terms of what am I going to do with neuroses when I discover them in myself. And it may be that precisely because I am neurotic, I become a very holy, virtuous person. Precisely because I am neurotic, not in spite of it. We'll come back to that point. I think we have a serious challenge here in our time when you see the rupture of structures in society. You see, when a society and all its structures hangs together and is predictable and is stable and all the structures are credible, it is quite possible it can, like charity, cover a multitude of sins. A whole lot of neurotic patterns can be preserved there amongst the members of that society, and nobody knows that there's neurosis there. You will recall Brideshead Revisited, where Evelyn Waugh has the main character in New York City, and he's pondering in his mystical reflections on New York City, and he said, there's neurosis in the air in the city, and the locals mistake it for energy. But when you're caught up in a situation, you don't realize, if it is neurotic, that it is neurotic. And this can happen in families, religious communities, in towns and villages. But then when those social structures are torn apart, as is happening on a large scale in our society, then the bats come out of the cupboards. Then you become aware of the neurotic patterns. So there's that. There's also the question of neurotic patterns actually beginning to develop in the face of the turmoil and the disturbance that we are experiencing. Culture and social structures are desperately important to human life formation. We cannot do without them. And here I would expect with our young people growing up to see an increased amount of neurotic patterns emerging. We mentioned last week when we spoke about sexuality how our culture gives confused signals. 30, 40, 50 years ago, there were very clear-cut signals as to how one behaved as a man or a woman, how one integrated and assimilated one's sexuality. You may not agree with them, but they were clear-cut, generally speaking. Now, it's open slather. 30 years ago, culture took away from us a lot of our decisions and made them for us. We're asking young people to make them on their own now. What do you think? What do you decide? And this places a tremendous burden, and it's quite likely that many of them will not be able to handle those conflicts and work through them, negotiate them successfully. And if that is the case, we can expect them down the line to finish up with disturbed relationships with themselves, other people, events, and things. In passing, let us say something about situational neurosis. There are some people who manifest for a time, maybe a long time, symptoms of neurosis, but they are not neurotic personalities. And here you can have, for example, a person who gets married. Now, some people should never get married. Just as some people should never try to be celibates. You put a person in an incompatible situation, and they are likely to find themselves facing a conflict that they can't resolve. And the only way to resolve it is to get out of it, because they don't belong there. I think, and we'll come back to this point, a lot of this went on in religious communities and seminaries and priesthood in our traditional Roman Catholic culture. I'll come back to that point in the second session. But basically, if there's a situational neurosis, in other words, it's a question of incompatibility with the environment, change the environment and the person is healed. It's generally a fairly simple process. Question of energies. Having an unresolved conflict is like living with one hand behind your back, sort of fending off something that threatens to take over all the time. It threatens to intrude into your relationships with other people, threatens to intrude into your work. It involves a certain amount of anxiety, and a lot of the energy goes into simply containment, simply surviving. Energies that otherwise would go into creative initiatives and expanding the boundaries of one's life are channeled into containing the conflict. Not working through it, just keeping it there and preventing it overwhelming me. The struggle is more to survive than to thrive, to stay afloat rather than swim off towards the wider horizons. Frequently, because of the immense amount of energies going into survival, these people suffer from chronic fatigue. They may also suffer from an inability to sleep well. Let's look at some of the neurotic styles. Now here, what we're talking about is certain people have a certain propensity when they are under stress to behave in a certain kind of a way. Neurosis puts you under stress. And if you are a certain temperament, you have a certain bent, you will typically live out your neurosis in a certain style. I'm going to follow here the divisions, the distinctions made by David Shapiro in his book, simply called Neurotic Styles. I believe it's on the bibliography there. He has written another excellent book called Autonomy and Rigid Character. Both of them I would thoroughly recommend to you. Now, as we go through these, you'll probably find yourself saying, I fit all of them. But if you examine it a little bit closer, you'll find that really there is a predominant style, with bits and pieces of the others coming in. I suspect maybe there's a primary style and a secondary style, and maybe even a tertiary style, but probably there is one typical way in which we tend to react. And here again, let us hedge our comments by saying this is not meant to be a clear-cut definition. We are raising the issues to promote formative thinking about them. The whole question of neurosis is a very, very complex, difficult one. There are an enormous number of theories. There are an enormous number of names for different kinds of neuroses.
where they fit and so forth. I'm just using the constructs of Shapiro here to talk about them. I think what he says makes a lot of sense. It's not meant to be a definition, but a description that gives a point of departure to think. He distinguishes 4 different styles: obsessive-compulsive, paranoid, hysteric, and impulsive styles. The obsessive-compulsive style, the one word that comes to mind there is machine-like. Obsessive-compulsive people are, if you examine them fairly closely, and sometimes you have to examine them very closely, unless they are extreme cases, but they are more like robots than people. They live their life, as it were, on a conveyor belt. And like all neurotic patterns, there is a weak sense of personal autonomy and a bad sense of proportionality, what Shapiro actually refers to as a loss of reality. They tend to be tense, rigid, and repetitive people. Very often they have good memories, and particularly they can remember tiny, trivial things. Never play Trivial Pursuit with an obsessive-compulsive. They'll beat your hands down. They are often very good with detail, often very, very efficient, even to the point of being perfectionistic. Examine the obsessive-compulsive style a little bit more closely, and you'll find another pervasive characteristic is effort. Life, everything, is an effort for the obsessive-compulsive person. Ask them to do a job, and they'll try. They'll do their best. And it's not so much the work that they get involved in, but what they get involved in is the trying. And this is where the lack of proportionality comes in, where they get so distorted, and they might spend hours doing something that really should only take half an hour for it to be done quite satisfactorily. They tend to be obsessed with fine details. And remember what we're talking about here. Involved at the basis of the neurotic patterns is a conflict that must be kept at bay because it threatens to overwhelm and produce chaos. Karen Horney uses the term comprehensive solution, that your way is blocked in life by this conflict which challenges you to work through it or go around it. The neurotic solution is to go around it, and you find some way of coping by going around it. And of course, once you start that pattern, it tends to become an enduring pattern. So instead of working through conflicts, you tend to go around them. And that's precisely what the obsessive-compulsive is doing. They're not in life. They're in effort, but they're not in life. The extreme cases of the obsessive-compulsive personality involves such things as repetitive, ritualistic behavior like hand washing, and where a person may even wash the skin off their hands. Now that is a very extreme case, but you can find hints of this ritualism in people, for example, who won't walk in the cracks on the footpath, or will only sit in a certain part of the bus, or get very upset if they don't catch that particular bus in the morning, or little rituals that must be repeated and become very important to people. Other common examples of the obsessive-compulsive style, just sheer repetitiousness and willful striving. In a conversation with obsessive-compulsive people, you know 10 minutes before they say it what they're going to say, before they even say it, and they're surprised that you know. They have a sense of being driven and compelled, but at the same time they probably convey a sense of being very much in control, because they're very measured, very deliberate, very intentional. But really, what is happening there, they have a weak sense of autonomy and a weak sense of themselves, and they are driven. They're on a conveyor belt. They are robotic. So their prayer, their liturgy, their charity, their sex, their relationships with themselves, everything gets caught up in this obsessive-compulsiveness. Even play becomes an effort. They organize their play. They must try to relax. They can't just relax. There's effort, there's trying in it. It is interesting to reflect on this particular neurotic style. Where does it come from? Why does it develop? I can recall talking with Michael Peterson about this when he was here. Michael Peterson, the psychiatrist from the States, who joined us for a few weeks in June and July. he suggested that there's a large genetic component. That is, you are born obsessive-compulsive or you're not born obsessive-compulsive. I raised the question with him of the high incidence of obsessive-compulsiveness in Roman Catholic culture. And he said, yes, that is a problem because there is a high incidence of it. Now, is it because the Roman Catholic traditional spirituality that we have fostered has tended to attract obsessive-compulsive, especially religious life? Conrad Bars makes that point. Or do people become obsessive-compulsive when they get caught up in it? There's something there. I can remember talking to a psychiatric nurse on one occasion in another state of Australia, and he was saying, as a matter of course, in the diagnostic chart of a patient, it was regarded as significant if they were Roman Catholic or not. If you examine the manner of training in novitiates and seminaries, I think you will find at least some clues as to why so many of us did become obsessive-compulsive, why there were so many obsessive-compulsive. And again, it's difficult to know. It's a chicken and the egg situation. Did religious life attract people because they were obsessive-compulsive, or did it make them, or a bit of both? Probably a bit of both. But that whole head and teeth spirituality, you figure it out with your head, or somebody figures it out with their head, and then you grit your teeth and do it. And there was a whole network of rules and regulations. Keep the rule and the rule will keep you. We were encouraged almost to become obsessive in the way we approached rooting out sin and pursuing virtue. That is, you concentrate, for example, this month on impatience or unkindness, and you work at it. You've got to get rid of your unkindness, and you test techniques and whatever, and you figure out that person A, this is the one most likely to foster the unkindness, therefore, and you become obsessed, and the human psyche is a perverted mechanism. The more you become obsessed with something, the more likely you are to do it. And this happened particularly in the area of sexuality. People became obsessed, for example, about getting rid of bad thoughts. I don't know what a bad thought is. Getting rid of sexual fantasies. I mean, they're just part of the God-given mechanism that we are. You become obsessed with getting rid of them, and you end up wallowing in them. You end up compulsively in it. This applies to, for example, with masturbation. People become obsessed with not masturbating and end up compulsively masturbating. When we approach the spiritual life in the willful, idealizing fashion that was our wont in recent times, I think it tends to foster obsessive-compulsiveness. And the people who really thrive in that are the obsessive-compulsive. They're the ones who become superiors and get to the top and so forth. Novice masters and novice mistresses, but not anymore. That doesn't happen anymore. So it's interesting to reflect on that. Yeah. Looking at the paranoid style. Now, some people would suggest that the obsessive-compulsive is the most difficult, worrying one to deal with. Shapiro says, really, the paranoid is the most difficult style to work with. And the word that comes to mind to deal with the paranoid, and we toss this word around, it is a technical term. The word that comes to mind to describe the paranoid style is trickery. The paranoid person expects trickery and won't rest until he's proved to you and himself that there is trickery. And you can't convince them otherwise. Never argue with a neurotic. And if you are neurotic, don't try to argue with yourself. You'll never win. You will never win. The paranoid style typically is more extreme than the others. There's a more severe loss of autonomy and proportionality. Shapiro says there are two kinds, the furtively suspicious and the arrogantly suspicious. They tend to expect trickery in everything. Shapiro writes on page 56, this person looks at the world with fixed and preoccupying expectation, and he searches repetitively and only for confirmation of it. Paranoid people may have, in fact, ironically, keen insight into human situations. For example, it's interesting if you're counseling a person like this, they will come out with the most insightful statement, see right through you. cut right to the heart of the matter. Shapiro puts it well. He says, paranoid people may be absolutely right in what they perceive, but absolutely wrong in what they judge. Once they get the information, they find it difficult, because of their loss of proportionality, they find it difficult to do anything with it that's reasonable. Because they are so blinkered and so concentrated in the focus of their attention, they can see things that we, whose attention is more dispersed, cannot see. The third style, hysterical. And the word that comes to mind here is impressionistic. There is a more or less severe repression of awareness in the hysterical person. They tend to operate from general impressions rather than from factual information. The obsessive-compulsive is interested in facts, information. Hysterical people are interested in impressions. They may tend to be very, very forgetful. They may even blot out whole chunks of their lives, whole events. Amnesia is not uncommon, a not uncommon symptom of this style. They may convert their conflicts into physiological symptoms such as blindness, deafness, pregnancy, paralysis. The hysteria is an interesting one for us to reflect on in terms of Christian life formation, because the deepest religious movements of the human person and the deepest hysterical possibilities of the human person come from the same place, deep within a person. And sometimes you cannot tell the difference. Is this person, in what they are saying and how they are acting, and what they are proposing, hysterical or deeply religious? Sometimes you have to withhold judgment and let subsequent generations pass judgment. It is not easy. Hysteria has a way of deceiving. In minor forms, it can come out in terms of sleepwalking or flights of fantasy. One of the more common modern or contemporary expressions of hysteria is anorexia nervosa, where a person converts an unresolved conflict, a serious and most powerful one, into a profoundly all-consuming physiological illness. That's not to say there aren't any physiological symptoms or that the physiological illness is unreal. It's not. It's very, very real. If you've ever seen anybody with anorexia nervosa, you'll know what I'm talking about. But here you have the whole question of an inner conflict being not resolved, but instead of being resolved, it's converted into a bodily illness. And then it's other people, it's for other people, it's for the doctors and for the nurses and my parents and others to resolve then. Interestingly, it was thought for a long time that hysteria was the preserve of women, and the very word hysteria comes from the Greek word for womb. The hysteric supposedly was someone with a misplaced womb, but of course that is not true. And even in recent times they have found anorexia nervosa amongst young men. There are a few cases of it amongst young men. If you're interested in reading more about that, I would suggest two books, one by Pat Boone's daughter, Cherry O'Neill, her name is, Cherry Boone O'Neill, entitled Starving for Attention, and the other one is by Stephen Levenkron, called The Best Little Girl in the World. Marvellous little book. Good not only for study, both of them for the Levenkron book is much better than the Boone O'Neill book, but both of them are good not only for their study and reflection on anorexia nervosa, but for what they invite us to think about in terms of life formation as such. The impulsive style, the word that comes to mind there is helplessness. There is a definite inhibition of feelings of deliberateness and intention, whereas in the obsessive-compulsive there is an exaggeration of intentionality and deliberateness and control. With the impulsive person there seems like a complete loss of it. They tend to act and then perhaps think. They are more erratic than the obsessive-compulsive. If I was going to fly on a 747 jet and you said you've got the choice of 4 pilots, one is an obsessive-compulsive, one is an hysteric, one is paranoid, and one is impulsive, I would take the obsessive-compulsive every time. I certainly wouldn't take the impulsive one. They find themselves there. It's just they can't resist temptation, as they would say. There's a severe sense of a lack of autonomy and initiative. Frequently, these people are involved in addictions, especially alcoholism. because they just can't help themselves. They just, I'm just too weak. Oh, I wished I could, but I can't. Now, there are people who are like this who are not neurotic, but if they were neurotic, that would become extreme, that style of behaviour. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment or reflection. Let us begin our second session, continuing with the subject of neurotic patterns. The question of neurosis and holiness. We've already indicated very definitely right at the beginning that, according to my opinion, there is no essential relationship, at least in Genesis, between neurosis and holiness, between wholeness and holiness. There may accidentally become an essential relationship because, paradoxically, a neurosis may in fact be a source of holiness for a specific person. In itself, neurosis has nothing to do with holiness, however. It's quite possible to be free of neurotic patterns, but be quite an unholy person. And vice versa, it's quite possible to have great distress from neurotic patterns, but be a very holy person. The key to holiness is found in our free response to either the presence or the lack of neurosis. It's what we freely make of our lives. Neurotic patterns may paradoxically dispose us to a depth of genuine holiness that others will never reach. Neurotic patterns, especially deeply entrenched ones, when faced, humbly and compassionately worked with, tend to strip away our illusions and lead us to throw ourselves on the mercy and the compassion of God. It is quite possible that a person can discover a neurotic pattern in their life, and despite their most courageous and humble and honest efforts, aided perhaps by expert help, they may never divest themselves of those neurotic patterns. That can be extremely humiliating, embarrassing, at least humiliating and embarrassing. It can cause tremendous frustration and darkness in a person's life. But it raises an interesting question. Is it possible to ever grow up as a human being without experiencing within yourself something that is uncontrollable? I would suggest that the individual who has never experienced, that is, faced, acknowledged, and humbly accepted the uncontrollable within himself or herself, can never really grow up. For them, growing up will be mostly abstract. They may give the impression of being very with it and together and grown up, but in deep human terms, they will lack the sensitivity and the compassion and the humility that can only come when I face up to the fact that deep within myself, as a human being, not just me as a unique person, but me as a human being, deep within myself, I am in chaos and despair. That is the fact of my fallen life. It is a fact I share with every human being who has ever existed, does exist, will exist. And it is only by experiencing that, and that is the experience of the uncontrollable, I cannot get my life together. It's only by experiencing that that I am disposed to experience the reality of Christ as Saviour. Non-neurotics, or neurotics who have not faced their situation, are more prone to be caught up in the illusions of their daily existence. I'd like to quote here from Otto Rank's book Will Therapy, page 93. While the average person perceives himself really and adapts reality to his ego, that is, makes it acceptable through all the previously mentioned illusions, the neurotic perceives himself as unreal and reality as unbearable, because with him the mechanisms of illusion are known and destroyed by self-consciousness. He can no longer deceive himself about himself, and disillusions even his own ideal of personality. He perceives himself as bad, guilt-laden, inferior, as a small, weak, helpless creature, which is the truth about mankind, as Oedipus also discovered in the crash of his heroic fate. All other is illusion, is deception, but necessary deception, in order to be able to bear oneself and thereby life. Again, that thesis that the neurotics are those for whom the illusions don't work anymore. And why I say with some people the chaos is closer to the surface. It's not that they have more chaos in their life, it's just closer to the surface. They are more aware of it. Some people manage by different artifices and opportunities and talents and so forth to establish the illusion that they are in fact in control of their lives, that there isn't much chaos in their life. The fact of the matter is, ultimately, at the base of every human existence is chaos. Otherwise, Christ doesn't make any sense. One thing we need to be careful of in talking in this way is that we don't idealize brokenness, that we don't idealize neurosis, as if the only way you, ironically, can be normal is to be neurotic. I'm not suggesting that at all. I think by way of reaction against a time in which we did tend to idealize keeping the surface clean, keeping brokenness under wraps, a hangover from the Victorian period, you have coming through in cinema, plays and art a tendency, I think, to emphasize, if not idealize, the broken, the fallen in human beings. The writings of people like Sartre and Camus, films like Easy Rider, The Graduate, Midnight Cowboy. These are writings and films that focus on anti-heroes, broken people. They are not the heroes like John Garfield and John Wayne and June Allison and Clark Gable and etc., etc., etc. The heroes of those movies were together. You know, they had their traumas and their sufferings, but there was a happy ever after kind of a mood about those sort of films, even amidst tragedy and sadness. Today, it's not a happy ever after mood. It's a sad always now sort of a social realism that pounds you with the fact that we are broken people, that none of us is that altogether individual. There's something to be said for both of them, for the old-fashioned movies that had the altogether man and the altogether woman, the modern movies that have the disintegrated man and the disintegrated woman. Together, they both tell a truth. But let us not idealize brokenness, idealize neurosis. Dealing with neurotic patterns, supposing I find myself in a situation where I do have neurotic patterns, I think the key is self-knowledge. The key to work, if there is going to be any working through it, any healing, it will come first of all through knowing what is happening here. And primarily through listening to myself in the daily stuff of existence, coming to an awareness of what is the conflict that I'm trying to avoid. What is the conflict that I'm living around, that I'm spending so much energy fighting off? A person may never actually discover that. However, you slowly become aware of some facets, some symptoms. You become aware of things that happen in your family, in your past, etc. And little bits of liberation are tasted. And you can, I would suggest, get to a point, typically, not always though, but typically you can at least get to a point where you can begin to live compassionately and mercifully and humbly with the neurotic patterns. We don't foster this self-knowledge with a view to sorting life out and ending up with a trouble-free existence. That is an illusion. We foster self-knowledge so that we can develop a humility and a greater ability to participate in the mystery. It may bring release from neurotic patterns. It may mitigate their effects. It may simply lay the foundations for us to live humbly and compassionately with ourselves, as patently, always reminded that we are broken, that we are not in charge of, cannot control our lives. Ultimately, it is all with a view to our participating in the mystery in the way we are able to, as unique and communal persons. It's fascinating to reflect on this, again, the paradox of the neurotic situation. I've said it may be precisely because I discover my neurosis that I in fact become a very virtuous, good, holy person in the best scriptural sense of that word. It is amazing the way, when you have worked through the darkness, the confusion, the disintegration, the chaos of a neurotic situation, how sensitive and compassionate and understanding and empathetic you can become to other people. They may not be experiencing exactly the same situation as you, but any other human being in trouble becomes for you a reason for compassion and mercy, not judgment, not blame. You will have a sense of kindredness because you have, to use Thérèse of Lisieux's phrase, lived in the tunnel of darkness. You know what it's like. You have tasted it. You have been purged. Your compassion, your sensitivity comes out of solid, dark, anguishing experience. And something that I like to remind counselees of, it's not for nothing things happen. See, sometimes we can become very regretful and even resentful of our background. Why this family, this experience? Why didn't I have more fortune, better fortune? Why wasn't I like other people? But rather we think in terms of participating in the mystery, and it is precisely because we have had the life we've had that we can make a contribution that no one else can make. And it's amazing the way you begin to find opportunities, if you are a person who humbly and courageously and compassionately attempts to work with, respectfully acknowledge your situation, that you begin to just bump up against other people in similar situations, and you can say the word, give the look, just provide the presence, the quality of presence that they need, and minister to them in a way that a person who's never experienced what you've experienced could do. On the other side of that, I think there is a case of sort of a magnetism there. You just find people, or they find you. Also, on the other side of it too, neurotics tend to find each other. I can remember living in a particular community where there was a fellow who was particularly neurotic, and there came into that community someone who didn't know that person. He found him within hours, and he too was very neurotic, and they latched onto each other in a very frictional, confrontative sort of a way. With respect to marriage, we were talking earlier on about the possibility of a person entering into a marriage situation when they didn't belong there. Sometimes neurotics tend to feed each other's neuroses. Neurotics will often latch on to one another. So the thing that draws some people together might be their neurotic patterns and leads them to think that they are in love, for example, and actually get married on the basis of sort of kind of complementary neuroses. That can raise some very serious problems if one of those people begins to recognize the neurosis, work with it, and outgrow it. And then the reason for the bonding goes away. That presents a very serious difficulty, obviously. Practical question with regard to the importance of defensive strategies and defense mechanisms. We can say that the whole neurotic pattern is a defensive strategy. It is a way of surviving. It is a way of preventing an unresolved conflict from overwhelming us. The defensive strategies of neuroses are there for a reason and must be handled with the utmost care. And one thing you never do when you're dealing with someone, whether they're neurotic or otherwise, but particularly neurotic, you never attack their defense mechanisms. If someone wants to hurt another person, that's what they'll do. They'll find your defense mechanism instinctively, implicitly, often unconsciously, and peck away at it. I would suggest that is despicable. That is most violent, that is moral violence of the worst kind. Again, there is a reason why that defense mechanism is there. And you attack that defense mechanism, and what you are doing is dismantling the personality. You might say, well, it's a pseudo-personality, it's contrived, it's neurotic, and better it be dismantled. Yes, in time, but don't you do it clumsily, like a bull in a china shop. One of the words, interestingly enough, that has become very common and bandied around over the last 20 years is the word threatened. You feel threatened by me, or I think I threaten her. Well, the trouble is with you, you're threatened by what we're saying. Very often, as I've heard that word spoken, it betrays a certain disrespect and lack of compassion. It betrays in the person using it a lack of security. Why would a person wish to emphasize the fact that you feel threatened by that person? Never directly rip away your own or other people's defense mechanisms. For the moment, at least, we cannot survive without them. I can remember a psychiatrist, when I was studying in Pittsburgh, drew my attention to this. She was talking to a group of us, and she said it was particularly with respect to religious congregations of women and changes of habit, and this is like 10 years ago, and she said, you know, you applying pressure to some of those older sisters to change from ankle-length habit to habits up to or even above the knee would be like me telling you, she pointed to one of the younger sisters, to put on a bikini and go down to the market square and dance at lunchtime. The point was well taken. Sometimes we can get so caught up in the superficialities and forget the person beyond this and what is happening here, and think that we can make renewal happen by ripping away the structures of people's lives. What are basically protections against falling apart. Our task is to work at developing a whole new way of being that gradually mitigates, maybe even removes, the felt need for those strategies, and they will tend to wane of their own accord. They will disappear under their own weight when they are no longer needed. But so long as they are needed, we shouldn't be trying to rip them away from people. Sometimes it takes a fairly big-minded person to be able to approach another, deal with them compassionately and mercifully, and leave their defense strategies totally intact, but also give to that person or create with that person an environment of trust within which they feel they don't need their defense mechanisms with this person. So they voluntarily and quite naturally tend to just relax and let them go. To rip away defensive strategies, your own or others, can be extremely destructive. It tends to drive us further into our neuroses as our anxiety is increased. Our task is to work slowly, to become aware of the unresolved conflicts and repeatedly face those conflicts with all their attendant anxiety. We can do this through talking with some other friend, a confidant, a counselor. We can do it through working in our journal. We can do it through the focusing technique as described by Gendlin in that book, the ANS technique, which we talked about earlier on when we discussed formative thinking. Generally, accompanying oneself in a compassionate, friendly way in life. Always obedient, always in the biblical sense, willing to listen intelligently and cooperate with the mystery as it manifests itself in a given situation. Looking at the Christian life with respect to neurotic patterns, Christian life formation. It is possible, I would suggest, to promote neurotic patterns through deformative attempts to inculcate the faith and Christian morality. For example, an educational situation or a family situation or a novitiate situation or a seminary situation or any institutionalized situation that is overprotective and overdirective, that has a whole lot of inbuilt negative reinforcements, often associated with a lot of guilt and fear, I would suggest that that kind of a formational or training environment is necessarily oppressive, and therefore necessarily tends to foster neurotic patterns. So rather than engendering the freedom of the gospel, it tends, because of its oppressiveness, to foster rather the limitedness and the slavery of neurotic patterns. The hard sayings of the gospel and the moral life proposed there can only be understood and healthily assimilated within the context of the love and the freedom of the gospel. I think one of the mistakes we did tend to make in our preaching and teaching of recent decades was that we concentrated on the hard sayings, but there wasn't an environment of affirmation and love and compassion and freedom. And when you do that, you get a distorted, lopsided view of Christian spirituality. Jesus said, I have come that you may have life. John 10:10 and John 3:16. God so loved the world that he gave his only Son. In Matthew, I think it is chapter 11, learn of me, for I am meek and humble of heart. Come to me, all you who labor and are burdened, and I'll give you rest. And Jesus wept over Jerusalem. The whole thrust of the incarnation of the Christ life is to share a gift, the eternal love and mercy and compassion and life of God, so that we can become part of God's family. Not to thrust us there against the wall and make us perform. And that is what preaching and teaching the hard sayings alone in an isolated way tends to beget. An isolated Christianity that has more affinity with neurotic patterns than with the freedom of the gospel. Apart from this gospel, apart from the love and the environment of freedom that the gospel generates, the moral teaching that purports to be gospel tends to become oppressive moralism, evoking rebellion, apathy, and at best willful striving. There's a very interesting book published by a French psychiatrist by the name of Pierre Solignac. I think I put it on the bibliography there, called The Christian Neurosis. His thesis is that in recent decades it is precisely the oppressiveness of the church's approach to training that has tended to foster neurotic patterns in people. And he speaks as someone who has dealt therapeutically with many of them. I rather suspect he overstates his case just a tidgy bit, not a whole lot, just a tidgy bit. But I also would suggest very strongly that he has a case, that it is there is enough evidence to suggest that style of education and training and formation does beget neurosis. And it is interesting to note, in a time of turmoil and uncertainty and confusion and ambiguity which we are experiencing today, certain people endeavouring to re-establish that style of education and training, both in primary schools and secondary schools and in seminaries and in novitiates. And it has a certain attraction. It's like the people coming out of Egypt, out of the slavery of Egypt, with all the horrific memories of that. They get out into the desert and they find themselves in a situation where they have to abandon themselves to the mystery. They don't like that. They want to rush back to good old Egypt, where things were ordered for them, where they didn't have to make any decisions, where the slave drivers made all the decisions for them. They don't remember how sick that life was. I think there's something of that's a good paradigm for us today. That there is a desert experience that the church is undergoing now, and I think it is very short-sighted to engage in a process of what Jean-Baptiste Metz calls stabilization through fear. You try to contain things, stop history. Let's get back to the good old days when we knew what we're supposed to be, when we knew what a bishop was, and a priest was, and a nun was, and the laity were, and it all fitted together. And you hear people, I can think of two families, for example, who've taken the children away from regular convent schools and sent them to schools that promote this more reactionary, controlled, oppressive kind of learning, and they're thrilled to death with the reactionary, oppressive, controlled kind of learning, because the kids come home and you ask them what a sacrament is and they can rattle off an answer, which presumes that, and they say, look, the kid knows what a sacrament is. I say, no, the kid doesn't know what a sacrament is necessarily. The kid can recite a formula. It doesn't necessarily mean they know what a sacrament is. There's a world of difference between language about religion, knowing about religion, actually knowing it. And I think, again, it is very short-sighted to take that course. It's like going back to Egypt. It's like trying to grasp at a utopian sort of a dream where everything was nice and neat and clear-cut and aseptic and black and white and predictable, without surprise and thoroughly inhuman. Christian life tends to become a despairing effort to survive, and its religious structures defensive strategies that prevent the mystery ever breaking through. This is an interesting thing, that the rituals then, the structures of religion, become, for if a person does take that neurotic process, the structures of religion tend to become part of a whole defensive strategy to keep life at bay rather than to launch us into life. So that instead of religion being what it is meant to be, namely bringing us home to the mystery and launching us into the freedom of that mystery, it becomes a cage, so that we become victims of religion rather than people set free by religion. I'd like to make some specific comments about priests and religious in particular, and what happens to, according to the traditional structures of the church anyway, what happened to priests and religious sooner or later filtered down in one form or another to the rest of the church. Many men and women who gave themselves generously in the service of the gospel and the church in this particular context of overprotection, overdirection, a lot of negative reinforcement, in this context have experienced the growth of neurotic patterns in their lives. For some, it was a question of situational neurosis. I was talking to a religious sister recently who had, for example, was by herself teaching a class of kindergarten students. There's nothing terribly momentous about that, except there are 190 of them in the one room. I was talking to a religious recently who didn't know a note of music, couldn't sing a note of music, couldn't play a note of music. Guess what she was asked to teach? Teach music theory. So what does that do to a person? You put a person in an incompatible situation, and many religious this happened to, put in situations where they weren't competent to do what they were asked to do. Many of them did it valiantly, courageously, even expertly, oddly enough. But we tended, I think, to presume too much on the grace of God, the grace of state, we called it. You mightn't like, what was the saying? You might not get the job you like, but you'll like the job you get. Keep the rule and the rule will keep you. As a religious, you have no rights. No wonder many of us became disturbed people. However, some came to religious life, to seminaries and novitiates, with budding neurotic patterns already underway, coming out of a strictly, say, religious, maybe rigidly religious environment. The good Catholic home, that is, Conrad Barrs talks about it, which many times avoided facing certain conflicts, so that these people are fashioning a whole idealized lifestyle, which religious life, the role of the nun, the role of the brother, the role of the priest, fitted very nicely, so that that becomes part of a defensive strategy, so that you plug into that and it becomes part of an ongoing self-feeding kind of a neurotic pattern of life. Luigi Rulla, the Jesuit psychiatrist in Rome, who's done considerable research on men and women entering and leaving religious life, suggests that somewhere around about 3/4 of those entering religious life do so for motivation other than that of which they are conscious, for motivation that's more out of unconscious, unresolved conflicts than out of conscious, free choice. For example, I become a priest. Why? Because I want to serve people and I want to serve God. Yes, that's what you're aware of. It was quite a crisis in my own life to face up to the facts some years after ordination, a good number of years after ordination, that I had some pretty mixed motivation, not only for going to the seminary but for being ordained. And as I began to look at that and face it, I had to throw up into the air, as it were, my vocation. Do you as an adult want to choose this? And when the dust settled, it seemed like a pretty good idea that I stay where I was. But I can have sympathy for people who decide when the dust settles that, hey, no, I don't belong here. Because many of us, as I did, came in straight from high school, 17 years of age, no sense of having purged themselves of unreal expectations and illusions, and you get locked into a seminary program which was tended, typically in those days, to be isolated and hothouse, and very often there was no dealing with conflicts. There was no sense of facing up to and working through issues. As one
priest who went through Rome I spoke to said, well, a number of times, and this man had a serious breakdown later on, a number of times I went to the rector and said, look, I've got problems, I want to talk to somebody. He says, be a man or get out. So he tried to be a man. Some developed neurotic patterns there in the novitiates and seminaries, either because they did not belong at all, but forced themselves to persevere. And here you had the most powerful taboo that a tribe can place, the ostracization if you fail. Stigmatization of the priest or brother or sister who leaves. So you had the case of some people gritting their teeth and persevering even when they have a sense they don't belong. I've asked a number of religious who are older, say been with the game for 30, 40 years more, and seem to be more or less sane and contented people. And my question to them is this: how come you're sane and contented and a lot aren't? And there's always three things come up. The first is faith. Strangely enough, they never mention faith, but when you start to talk about it, you'd say, well, yeah, if I didn't really believe, I wouldn't have hung around. I wouldn't have got through. Faith is a big factor. Another factor is humor. If you start to ask them questions, they'll tell you funny story after funny story after funny story, even bizarre stories that weren't funny at the time but are hilarious now. And thirdly, they had a quality of flexibility. And by flexibility, I mean they had an ability to shrug their shoulders at the system, to never take the system quite seriously enough to completely identify with it. They withheld themselves. They tended to rebel. They had a rebellious part to them. And men and women who might have had strong faith but didn't have a sense of humor and or were rigid typically were crushed by that system because they couldn't bend, they couldn't flow with, they couldn't laugh at themselves in the system. Now, in making this kind of a critique, don't for 1 minute think I'm suggesting that we have arrived in a great time of enlightenment where we've tidied all this up and now we go on and live happily ever after. We've just shifted the problems. We've got a whole new set of difficulties now. But I think the starting point in working out formation processes and catechetical processes and overall Christian life formation processes, the starting point is to recognize where you are. What is happening at the moment? What are the dynamics that make us up? What is the culture that has tended to frame our mindsets and the people of our age? Finally, let me finish with a question. Is it possible, given all this, that many lay people, because they weren't so intensely caught up in the institutional church, didn't develop the neurotic patterns that many of us priests and religious developed? That lay people, as it were, were left to the ordinary or common neuroses of the marketplace, whereas we caught up in the environment, the rather hothouse environment of a traditional religious community, were more vulnerable to neurotic patterns conveyed through a bad life formation process. Also, the situation of celibacy versus marriage, or a single person mixing, rubbing shoulders with all kinds of different people and working in the world, it was possible for the celibate to live a somewhat aseptic life, to live in such a way that they never came up against a variety of situations that forced them to confront the messiness of their life in the same way that the single person or the married person in the marketplace had to. And that kind of isolation possibly made room for neurosis in a way that wouldn't have happened if they weren't so isolated. I welcome the dissolution of that old form of religious life, that old approach to training priests. I welcome the ferment that is in the church now, because it is making us look at what was happening. It has stripped us of a lot of the illusions that what appeared to be religion, what appeared to be spirituality, what appeared to be prayer, very often was not. Neurosis can easily counterfeit virtue. Often we canonized the burdens that we created for ourselves by our neurotic patterns by giving them holy names, most notably carrying the cross. That we take on a head and teeth approach to life, which is very burdensome. We create a neurotic pattern of existence, which has us expending a lot of energy just in surviving, and we put biblical, spiritual, holy, mystical names on it and call it the spiritual life. It's possible to do that. I'm not saying that that's how all things were, but I think there was something of that. And as we mentioned with the idealizer, I think it applies here also, that maybe a good biblical text for us to reflect on if we are caught up in that more traditional, shall we say, kind of neurotic, oppressive environment. What did Jesus mean when he said, learn of me, for I am meek and humble of heart. My yoke is easy. My burden is light. The yoke of neurosis is not easy. The burden is not light. And I'm sure that many of us experienced the living of the gospel as a very burdensome, heavy project. We didn't taste the freedom, the joy, the lightness of the yoke of Christ because we had smothered it in neurotic patterns. I'll just pause there and throw it open for questions or anything else that might lighten the atmosphere.
Let's begin with a meditation taken from Matthew's Gospel, chapter 13, verse 44, one of the parables of the kingdom. At that time, Jesus told them a parable. The kingdom of heaven is like a treasure hidden in a field, which a man found and covered up. Then in his joy, he goes and sells all that he has and buys the field. Lord God, we thank you for today. We praise your name. We bless you as Creator and Father. We pray that your Holy Spirit will anoint us as we engage in our work tonight, an important work. Open our minds and our hearts that we too might find the treasure, that we might be put in motion, be willing to sell all, to seek the kingdom from the very depths of our being. We pray for the coming of that kingdom, God, in the words that your Son Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic tonight is detachment. That particular passage from sacred scripture that we just read is one of several parables of the kingdom which Matthew records in chapter 13. And the French philosopher Paul Ricoeur suggests that in that particular parable there is a basic structure that is a paradigm or a model for the whole of Christian life formation. If you reflect on the parable that is found by this person, having found the treasure, he goes off with great joy and sells everything and buys the field. Ricoeur says there are three moments there: finding, selling, buying. Those three moments are in a specific order. The order is important. The selling comes after the finding, and the buying comes after the selling and the finding. A spirituality that does not allow for the primacy of experiencing the treasure, of tasting God, of encountering Christ in whatever form, no matter how simple and unspectacular. Spirituality that does not allow for that, but focuses on selling and buying, that is on repentance, metanoia, and mortification, and commitment and decision, very quickly and very easily becomes a kind of a head and teeth spirituality about which we've spoken a number of times. You figure it out with your head, you grit your teeth, and you do it. In the structure which Jesus gives in this parable, Paul Ricoeur points out, the finding puts you in motion. The movement comes from the experience of the mystery, not from your willpower and nervous energy. And therein lies the difference between a head and teeth spirituality and a genuine Christian life formation process. The event, the experience of tasting the mystery, makes us want to sell something so that we can have more of that mystery. The mystery, as it were, moves us and moves us to move ourselves. Initially it moves us. We've all used the expression, heard it used. That was a moving experience. We have all had moving experiences, times when we have been moved, psychologically, spiritually, intellectually. The movement has happened. We didn't do it, it just happened. We were moved, passive voice. Then having been moved, we then see the direction in which we are moving and say yes to that and cooperate with it, so that we can say the mystery moves us then to move ourselves, and we start to facilitate the process. Tonight, as we reflect on the whole experience of the disposition of detachment, let us bear this in mind as a basic structure. That if you start to talk about detachment, which pertains particularly to the selling, the reversal dimension, the leaving behind, you start to talk about that outside of the context of actually experiencing the mystery, finding the treasure, you finish up with a desiccated, deformed attitude. The disposition of detachment is grounded in an experience of the mystery. Only in that context, when we begin to understand St. Paul when he says in chapter 3 of his letter to the Philippians, verse 13, I struggle on for the prize for which Christ Jesus captured me. Recall, if you will, back when we spoke about formative will, we spoke about a morality or a spirituality of delight. This sets that in context. When you taste the mystery, when you taste the goodness of God, you tend to be attracted by it and moved by it. If there is no sense of delight and attraction, you have to summon all your willpower and grit your teeth to get it done. It becomes a dutiful, willful project, which is not what Jesus preaches. If we can make a brief digression here, one of the challenges for catechetics is precisely to take that structure into account. It's not very helpful to be preaching mortification and repentance and Christian morality and committing yourself to Christ to people who have no experience of Christ in whatever form that comes. And one of the really courageous and most difficult aims of modern catechesis is precisely to embody all three of those dimensions, so that somehow or other we allow people of whatever age they are to experience something of what it means to belong to the Christian community, to be baptized into Christ, to taste something of the mystery of Christ today. Now hopefully that happens in the family. Realistically, you can't expect that to happen if you've got a class of 35 children in front of you. That is a brief digression. This expression that Paul Ricoeur uses, put in motion, I think is a good one to keep in mind. You don't put yourself in motion, the mystery puts you in motion. There is afoot today a kind of a Neo-Pelagianism. And Neo-Pelagianism dates from the early history of the church, really goes back to the Pelagianism of St. Augustine's time. The idea is that it is possible for a person to move himself or herself towards God, and then God will pick up the slack once they make the decision. And it was a pastoral kind of a thought, that, because Pelagius, the monk, said if you start telling people that grace has to move them, you're going to find people just sitting around doing nothing. And Augustine was very, very strong in the church teaching consistently as no, it's grace from the word go. There must be the movement of the mystery in there, and not simply as an abstraction, but as an actual human experience. Detachment is, as it were, the result of being captured. We find ourselves wanting to move, and in fact actually moving, away from the things that no longer exercise a hold over us. And an axiom begins to emerge here. Humanly, we must be attached to something. I think that's one of the big mistakes psychologically, pastorally, we make when talking about detachment, that it's presented as a kind of a vacating, an emptying, pure and simple. You can't empty yourself. You can't annihilate yourself as a human being. You must be attached to something. Be careful what it is that you're attached to. And St. Augustine says as much when he talks about love. He says everybody loves. Even a person who does evil is in a sense doing it out of love, but it's twisted love. So it's not a question, do you love? It's a question of being careful what you love. So with respect to detachment, the key is to focus on the mystery, more of the mystery, more attachment to the mystery, and the other things tend to fall away quite naturally. We tend to move quite naturally towards detachment. If you just pose detachment up there as something to be sought after, empty yourself, be absolutely free for God. And a common saying these days, let go and let God. You push that towards people and you end up with a kind of a willful project that is self-defeating. They become attached to being detached. We'll come back to that because it is such an important principle psychologically. Our task in developing detachment is to facilitate our experience of the mystery of formation that permeates the cosmos, of which we are participants, which is, as St. Paul says in his first letter to the Colossians, Christ in you, that mystery hidden from all ages. If you examine the Christian formation tradition, you'll find an interesting common experience to all the great men and women down through the ages. They have all, before they moved in their discipleship with Christ, they have all, in one way or another, powerfully encountered Christ. And their lives are grounded in an ongoing, powerful encounter with Christ.
There's no doer, willful struggle just to leave all behind and to go on and be committed to Christ. They are moved, they are put in motion by their experience of the mystery. The disciples, as recorded in the Gospels, having encountered Christ, hear the call and move. There's something about this man that gets under their skin, that puts them in motion. St. Anthony, the great Abba Anthony of the desert, in the 3rd century going into the 4th century, his life begins as a young man, his life as an ascetic. He goes into a church and he hears the word proclaimed, would be perfect. His encounter with Christ through that word. And it is on that basis that he goes and sells everything, uses some of the money to set his sister up, both his parents have died, and then he takes to the desert, gives everything else to the poor. Francis Xavier is captured by the mystery through the words, what does it profit if you gain the whole world but ruin yourself? And all of us, one way or another, have been touched by the mystery of life, through an event, through a person, through a word, through an action. It's amazing how it breaks in. Not just once, not necessarily spectacularly. Many, 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 many different ways, typically. Mundane, ordinary, unspectacular ways. But it is that gives impetus, orientation to our life. Those moments in your life where it is reduced to the experience of the Christian life without any sense of the mystery, without any sense of the treasure, without any sense of being put in motion, they are very dry periods, very difficult. It is most difficult in those periods to stay afloat in terms of Christian life formation. We need some sense of encounter with and involvement in the mystery. Looking at a working definition of detachment then. And here, as always, our process is to raise issues and promote formative thinking about them. Questions are more important than answers. Questions open up reality, answers tend to create the illusion of being in control and therefore closing down reality. So this working definition is not a clear-cut, unambiguous, black and white, says-it-all definition. It's a working definition, and I would call it the disposition whereby we are willing to let go of everything and give ourselves without reserve to participating in the mystery. The disposition whereby we are willing to let go of everything and participate without reserve in the mystery. Now let me say before we emphasize the two aspects that are implicit in that that is an ideal statement. Be willing to let go of everything. Be willing to let go of everything. And be willing to give ourselves without reserve to participating in the mystery. Now, there is a twofold aspect to detachment. There's detachment from, the willingness to let go of, to relinquish, to let go, so that we can be detached for. What we are most basically detached from is the pride form. We spoke of that when we spoke of fallen formation earlier in the year. What we are detached for, most radically, is the mystery, our involvement in the mystery in whatever form it happens to take in our particular lives. Just on that distinction between from and for, it applies also to freedom. Freedom from and freedom for. Just to promote freedom from is to promote a distortion of freedom. Freedom from without freedom for, the privilege without the responsibility, is no freedom at all. When people cry out for freedom, what they typically are after is freedom from. Very few people seriously ask you for freedom for, if you think about it. And if you look at societies down through the ages, as Jacques Ellul points out, always when societies have won freedom from a tyranny, for example, as quickly as they've won it, they hand it back. They invite a new dictator to take over. And it's almost as if, having discovered the implications of freedom from, which are freedom for, which are challenges of accountability and responsibility, coming into the loneliness of being who I am and accepting responsibility for my life, a horrible thing, we run scared. We say, no, I really didn't mean that. We want to nibble at freedom. Yeah, we'll take the first bit, the freedom from, but please don't ask me to be free for. That's too horrifying. It's the same with detachment, I think. Clearly, the detachment from is a fairly obvious and a primary thing, to let go of certain things. However, the mature form of detachment is detachment for. To get fixated in detachment from is to distort and deform detachment. That is, simply doing without this, letting go of that, relinquishing something else, promoting it as a negative reality. It has a negative face, detachment from, but it also has a positive face, detachment for. And the positive face is the real challenge. The positive face is the mark of a more mature form of detachment. We'll come back to that later on. Let us first examine detachment from, the negative face of detachment, the more obvious side of it, the more primary side of it, in a sense the easier side of it, though it's by no means easy, not in its developed form. Ultimately, it is detachment from that dynamic that operates in every single one of us, the pride form, that energetically seeks to establish an egocentric world, a world in which I am the center of my own existence, a world in which I am fenced off from anything that would threaten my control and mastery, a world that is counterfeit and illusory, because it has me at the center and me in control. A world that tries to defy the reality that I am not the center of my own existence and I am not in control of my own existence. That the center of my reality is in the mystery. The pride form says, no, that is not the case. The center of my reality is me. The false self is created by the pride form. It struggles for primacy against the real self, that unique and communal manifestation of the mystery that I am, that is my vocation. The pride form shadows every fallen formation. It dies about 3 hours after we do. It urges us to make ourselves the center rather than finding our center in the mystery. Thus it seeks to manipulate and control and maintain the illusion of mastery. The pride form is the great enemy of transcendence, the father of fixations and embeddedness. It refuses to acknowledge that we are creatures, that we are pilgrims who must constantly move, that we must die in order to live, that we must enter the Paschal rhythm of life. It wants to cling to a contrived, petty, finite world rather than submit to the mystery and move into the unpredictability, the uncontrollability, and the spaciousness of the beyond, of reality beyond reality. Now, this negative face of detachment obviously requires a certain amount of purgation. And in traditional writings, you have active purgation and passive purgation. Active purgation is that experience of stripping down, of letting go, that I engage in of my own free will and initiative and decision. Passive purgation is what life does to you, whether you like it or not. Passive purgation is necessary and really has to come if our detachment is to mature into a full-blooded detachment for. Really what we are capable of ourselves in terms of active purgation, of stripping ourselves of obstacles, of things that weigh us down, encumber us, things that don't matter, what we are capable of is very minimal indeed. What life is capable of doing for us is quite considerable. Purgation is one of the essentials of growth. No purgation, no growth. We must slowly but surely be stripped of and let go of all that does not ultimately matter, anything that stands in the way of our vocation. And one of the things that we strip ourselves of is pseudo-needs, false needs, attachments that are really obstacles rather than enhancements to becoming who we are. I think this raises a special challenge for us, for the church, as well as for secular society today. We live in a typically a society, one of whose basic premises is that we go on, we survive, we hang together by creating needs so that people, you promote the cycle of consuming. And you can't create the cycle of consuming and keep people making things and getting things unless you keep creating needs. And one of the arts of advertising You'll notice advertising has gone beyond mere advertising. It's a real theatre in its own right, in a certain sense. Advertising no longer just lays before you the facts. It says, if you're interested in A, B, and C, we've got them here at such and such an address, phone us. The kind of advertising you might find in the Yellow Pages or something. That's bare bones advertising. Advertising on TV, advertising on radio, billboards and so forth. One of the unspoken realities there is irreality, is the attempt to create illusions, to manufacture in you needs that you don't really have, that you need what we have got. You must come and get it. And this creates, for example, compulsive buying. It's a fact of a consumer economy. If that is the case, and it seems that it is, that our society generates needs rather than mitigates them, it is anti-Christian to that extent. And to the extent that we are faithful to our Christian message, we must become countercultural, because we are about mitigating needs, not generating them. The whole process of detachment is a progressive relinquishing, amongst other things, of needs, of attachments that aren't really helpful to us as human beings in terms of our vocation. I'd like to refer you to an address given by the former Superior General of the Jesuits, Father Pedro Arrupe. In April 1978 in Canada, he had addressed a gathering of religious superiors. First of all, he quotes from Erich Fromm's book, The Psychological Aspects of Guaranteed Income, and then he makes his own comment. Erich Fromm writes, "Austerity is not just an instrument of political expediency to resolve temporary difficulties. It is the means of getting to the root and of establishing the possibility of a solid reconstruction of a system undergoing a deep structural crisis, affecting the foundation, not just the joints. A system whose trademark is waste, extravagance, more and more unbridled consumerism. Austerity establishes a new scale of values, rigor, efficiency, sobriety, justice. A policy of austerity, or rigor, of war on waste, is an unavoidable necessity for everybody. It is the driving power of the struggle for the general transformation of society, or at least of the ideas on which society is to be built." Erich Fromm explores some of those ideas more fully in his excellent little book, To Have or to Be. I'd thoroughly recommend it to you. Pedro Arrupe goes on, "Just as to create the consumer society, one begins by creating and educating homo consumens, consuming person, as its basic element, so in the same way, in order to create a just and balanced society with the possibility of survival, we have to begin creating homo serviens, serving persons, who has a sense of solidarity and being brother and sister to all. On one side we have homo consumens, egocentric, egotistical, obsessed with having rather than with being, a slave of self-created needs, unsatisfied and envious, whose only moral principle is to pile up wealth. On the other side, in contrast, is homo serviens, who has no desire for more possession, but for more being, who seeks to develop a capacity for service to others in solidarity with a modest sense of what is sufficient. Our first obligation as religious, and I would add as Christians, will be to become homines servientes, serving human beings, who live with what is sufficient." I raise the issue here. I don't think there is any easy response to that kind of a challenge. In fact, I think it is highly complex and very, very difficult. One of my students at Hunters Hill raised an interesting question. Is it within the realm of the gospel for religious congregations to have guaranteed income? That is, say, gilt-edged securities they invest. My own tentative response to that is, in the light of the fact that a number of religious congregations have caused a good deal of distress for themselves and other people because of inept financial management, my own tentative response is, yeah, it makes sense to do that in our day and age given the social structure. I wouldn't die for that opinion, and I think it's a question worth asking and kicking around and debating.
Genuine detachment is a challenge to the consumeristic society. Genuine detachment says, I can live with what is sufficient, and that's all I'm interested in. Being is more important than having. John of the Cross, as stark as he was, because he was a man profoundly grounded in the mystery, a man who suffered immense purgation, mostly passive, at the hands, in some, to a large degree anyway, at the hands of his fellow Carmelite monks, where he spent 8 months being tortured by them because he wanted to change the rule and reform them. And incidentally, they had some fairly cute little torture techniques, those monks too, like standing outside the man's door, talking about the other members of the reform and saying how they'd given in. I wonder how long it'll be before this one does. Or talking about plans, so that he could overhear them, of killing him and dumping him in a well outside the city where no one would ever find him again. That all the time while he's living in a bug-infested cell that's hardly big enough to lie down in and just has a little slit right up in the wall for light, a bucket in one corner for his toilet and a board on the floor for his bed. And each week he would be taken down to the, at least one evening a week, taken down to the monks' dining room. At the end of supper they would all thrash him, file past and flagellate him to the, for the duration of the miserere. Now, John of the Cross, having gone through that experience, he was a most happy, congenial man. And one of the extraordinary things you'll find about people who have endured suffering creatively, blessed are those who suffered and not become cynical or bitter. Some people get stuck in it, that God should not have let this happen, sort of a thing. But people who have endured suffering, have been purged, come through to a great freedom, come through to a powerful transparency, that the mystery shines through them as it does not through other people. Remember that when I read what John of the Cross says here. In order to arrive at having pleasure in everything, desire to have pleasure in nothing. In order to arrive at possessing everything, desire to possess nothing. In order to desire at being everything, desire to be nothing. In order to arrive at knowing everything, desire to know nothing. Now, outside of the context of the Christian experience, that is an insane philosophy of life. Sheer stupidity. Within the context of the mystery, that is a message of hope. That is a tremendous challenge. To the consumeristic society, the materialist, it is a scandal, a threat. At least it's dumb. But to someone who has heard the gospel, at least John of the Cross did, you must admit there's a ring of truth, at least, in what the man says. It's haunting, even if you don't like it. Let's not underestimate the significance of this purgative process of letting go, of coming back to and constantly living with what is sufficient. And this is a process, also let us not forget, that is focused on the mystery. You don't focus on the detachment so much as the mystery, and as things come to light that need to be sold, you sell them, as and when you are put in motion by the mystery. But there's a constant submitting to the mystery. That's the key thing. Now, the purgation that goes on in there can sometimes be intensely painful, and it will be more or less painful depending on the person and just what God wants to do with that person. I'd like to read to you from a tiny book by a French Dominican by the name of Bernard Brault, and it's a reflection on the spirituality of Therese of Lisieux, called The Little Way, published by Darton, Longman and Todd. It's a magnificent little book, not only because it's a fine introduction to one of the greatest people in the Christian formation tradition, but because it is a good, solid reflection on Christian life formation as such. On page 53, Brault writes about Therese's experience of purgation, of being stripped of everything, even of her belief in God, for 18 months. And here he quotes from various pieces from last conversations and from her autobiography and so on. For 18 months, in the tunnel, in the darkness, she underwent the trial of faith. "If you only knew," she said to me, "the frightful thoughts that plague me. Pray hard for me not to listen to the devil as he tries to make me believe his many lies. The arguments of the worst rationalists fill my mind. Dear mother, why must I have such dreadful thoughts when I love God so much?" And she went on to say that she never argued with these dark thoughts. "I endure them of necessity," she said, "but even while having them, never stop renewing my acts of faith." Sister Marie of the Trinity was to state, "Sister Therese of the Child Jesus had to endure terrible temptations against faith. One day, when she was telling me about the darkness which she was enduring, I said to her in amazement, 'But what about those radiant poems that you write? They contradict what you have just been saying.' And she replied, 'I sing of what I want to believe, but I do so without feeling any of it. I won't even tell you how deep the darkness is in my soul in case of being instrumental in making you share my temptations.' And Sister Therese of St. Augustine said, she admitted something to me which surprised me strangely. 'If you only knew the darkness into which I have been flung, I don't believe in eternal life. I think after this life there will be nothing more. Everything has vanished for me.' But she added afterwards, and this is the point, 'All I have left is love.'" Now, earlier in his same book, Bro on page 11 writes under the heading, "The Temptation to Kill Herself," "And so through the long months the choking fits and hemorrhages went on. Yes, indeed, as for millions of other people whose sister, and we might say spokesman, she knew herself to be. Then gangrene attacked her intestines. Still Therese held firm, though it didn't stop her from being tempted to kill herself on several occasions. Oh, if I didn't have the faith, I could never endure all this pain. I am amazed that atheists don't commit suicide more often. And really one of the experiences of Therese was precisely the experience of being an atheist. And that's what we've just read there on page 53. She got to a point where she didn't believe. She lost her faith. She endured the various treatments of the day, blistering, wrapping a poultice round the chest and bringing up huge blisters which would then be spiked, supposedly to ease the lungs, cauterization, sometimes 500 or so at a time throughout the body, syrup of slugs, friction with the horsehair glove, of which she spiritedly remarked, "Oh, to be curry-combed as I have been is worse than anything you can imagine." Nothing could shake her trust. "Oh, how sad life is," someone said to her. She replied, "Life's not sad, not at all, it's very gay. If you said exile's sad, I could understand. It's wrong to apply the word life to what has got to come to an end. The word should only be used for heavenly things, for what will never die. And then life isn't sad, but gay, very gay." Her sister, who was nursing her, asked her to say something nice to the doctor. "Oh, dear mother, that's not my style at all. Let him think what he likes. I only like simplicity. I hate humbug. Believe me, what you ask would be wrong for me to do." And there was also another little joy germ in the community who used to like to come in and laugh at the foot of her bed. You know, here's the woman dying of tuberculosis in excruciating agony, not only physical but spiritual. And this one used to come in, and she wrote in her book how dreadfully painful that was for her to endure this sister. But detached as she was, it wasn't a question of repressing her anger. It was a question of being able to experience that anger, that insensitivity, in a way that was creative and life-enhancing for her. A woman of immense detachment in the best Christian sense of the word. A few reflections on Detachment 4, the positive face of detachment. The whole purpose of Detachment from is to lead us to Detachment 4, that being released into the mystery. Meister Eckhart uses the word Gelassenheit, which is untranslatable, but there is a Middle English word, releasement, that sort of translates it. Martin Heidegger, in his reflections on metaphysics and on how to think metaphysically, uses Eckhart's word, that we must be, as it were, caught up in the mystery and carried by it, and in that way we begin to think correctly. He said, you cannot be a philosopher unless you have experienced homesickness for being. And I would say you cannot be a Christian unless you've experienced homesickness for the mystery. That way you can be caught up in the mystery and flow with it. And therein lies the positive face of detachment. Our lives become increasingly simple as we shed this and shed that, as we leave behind things that are no longer helpful, as we constantly live with the disposition that we are willing to let go of anything that doesn't aid us in our vocation. We don't pick out this and say, I want to get rid of that. That promotes attachment. It's a basic willingness in the context of experience of the mystery to let go of whatever will stand in the way of my experiencing the mystery more fully. Moving gradually towards total surrender in which we are simply present to reality beyond reality. Life typically gets simpler. For the person who really surrenders to the process of Christian life formation, life becomes increasingly simple. For the great souls, only one thing matters. For the rest of us, many things matter. And when I say for the great souls, only one thing matters, that's not quite true. Because no one ever gets to that kind of simplicity. Someone like Therese was pretty close to it, I think. But what I'm pointing out there is that part of our problem is that too many things matter for us. And part of their sanctity was that very few things really mattered. That they started to get down to see that very little matters. Recall the incident at Bethany where Martha and Mary. And Martha is running around being very hospitable, doing the right thing, but the King James Version has an interesting turn of phrase. Martha was cumbered about much. Martha was weighed down, distracted. In her efforts to be hospitable, she was being inhospitable. But Mary is concentrating on the person of Jesus. Jesus is not complimenting her for being lazy, for sitting on the floor, for adulating him. That's really got nothing to do with it. Only one thing matters here, hospitality to the person. Martha, you're off in another world. You're distracted too much. Meister Eckhart offers us some very interesting insights about detachment. It was one of his key themes, poverty, he called it. And one of his fervent prayers was, and before we give his fervent prayer, Meister Eckhart's writings come down to us as sermons. They were given by him but not written by him. They were written by people who listened to him. So one has to be a little bit careful in assigning things to Meister Eckhart. But there are some phrases in Eckhart's sermons which had to come from a creative genius. They couldn't have been fabricated by anyone writing them down. And one of them, this recurring theme of God beyond God. For Eckhart, God is nothing. Literally, God is no thing. God is reality beyond reality. God cannot be contained by language. As Doc Woodbury, the founder of this academy, used to say, the language about God is likey-notty mori. You say of God, he's like this, but he's not this, he's more than this. To say God is love is really to say, come and stand here and look in this direction, and God is that way. But God is not love, God's more than love. And Eckhart would say, the sacraments, devotions, rituals, symbols, dogmas, don't get caught up in them. Ultimately, they're irrelevant. They don't matter. There is only one absolute, that is the absolute. Everything else is negotiable. So Eckhart could pray his stark prayer, God, rid me of God. Isn't that a beautiful prayer? God, rid me of God. Say, oh, the man is an atheist, blasphemy. No, it's precisely what he's not. Precisely what he's not. In one of his sermons, Blessed Are the Poor, he writes, and I'm quoting from Blakeney here, therefore we pray that we may be rid of God, and taking the truth, break into eternity, where the highest angels and souls too are like what I was in my primal existence, when I wanted what I was and was what I wanted. Accordingly, a person ought to be poor in will, willing as little and wanting as little as when he did not exist. This is how a person is poor, who wills nothing. On that note, let us pause for comment and reflection.
Okay, let us continue with our reflections on detachment. We ended with a reflection from one of Meister Eckhart's sermons. I'd like to begin this second session with another reflection from Meister Eckhart, and it's taken from another sermon called On the Love of God. And he's talking about, this is the subtlety of Eckhart's mind, that the really detached person is someone who's detached from why. Okay? Let me read. Do all you do, acting from the core of your soul, without a single why. I tell you, whenever what you do is done for the sake of the kingdom of God, or for God's sake, or for eternal blessing, and thus really for ulterior motives, you are wrong. You may pass for a good person, but this is not the best. For truly, if you imagine that you are going to get more out of God by means of religious offices and devotions, in sweet retreats and solitary prayers, than you might by the fireplace or in the stable, then you might just as well think you could seize God and wrap a mantle around his head and stick him under the table. To seek God by rituals is to get the ritual and lose God in the process, for he hides behind it. On the other hand, to seek God without artifice is to take him as he is, and so doing, a person lives by the Son, capital S-O-N, and is the life itself, with a capital L. And this is an interesting paragraph. For if life were questioned 1,000 years and asked, why live? And if there were an answer, it could be no more than this: I live only to live. And that is because life is its own reason for being, springs from its own source, and goes on and on, without ever asking why, just because it is life. Thus, if you ask a genuine person, that is, one who acts uncalculatingly from his heart, why are you doing that? He will reply in the only way possible: I do it because I do it. Where the creature ends, there God begins to be. God asks only that you get out of his way, insofar as you are creature, and let him be God in you. The least creaturely idea that ever entered your mind is as big as God. Why? Because it will keep God out of you entirely. The moment you get one of your own ideas, God fades out, and the Godhead too. It is when the idea is gone that God gets in. God desires urgently that you, the creature, get out of his way as if his own blessedness depended on it. Ah, beloved people, why don't you let God be God in you? I'd like to develop a thought now from Ignatius of Loyola, and the whole question of the relationship, an elusive one, between what one possesses and the foundational disposition of detachment, and follow up the question of whether or not it is possible to have many things and also be detached. And I agree with St. Ignatius, yes it is, but I also agree with the Bible, and if you look at your own experience, it is not so easy. It is difficult for a person to have a lot of possessions and also be detached, because insofar as you have a lot of possessions, there is always the danger that you will think you've got everything under control. As in the Screw Tape Letters, there's a very interesting comment there from one of the senior devils instructing one of the young ones. This is on page 143. Prosperity knits a man to the world. He feels that he is finding a place in it while really it is finding a place in him. It's the danger of possessions. Though, essentially, I would say there is no relationship between possessions and detachment. Essentially. Accidentally there is, and it's a very important one. Ignatius of Loyola, in the second week of the exercises, talks about 3 pairs of men, each of whom has acquired 10,000 ducats. Ducats. Not solely or as they ought. Now, the first pair of men, he says, would want to rid themselves of the attachment which they do have to the thing acquired, in order to find in peace God our Lord, and be able to save themselves, and they do not place the means up to the hour of their death. Now, David Stanley, in his commentary, calls this pair a lot of talk but no action. They'd like to really get involved with God, and they'd really like to be caught up in the mystery, and they'd really like to get in there, but they never get round to it. They talk a lot about it, but never actually do it. The second pair want to rid themselves of the attachment, but want so to rid themselves of it as to remain with the thing acquired. And David Stanley, in his commentary, says, this pair are the to do everything but the one thing necessary people. They sort of fence around. They sort of, come hither and thither, but never quite get involved with what is really necessary. The third pair, Ignatius gives an interesting description of them. The third pair, and these are what he would say an example, they exemplify genuine Christian detachment. Third, want to rid themselves of the attachment, but want so to rid themselves of it that they have even no liking for it, to keep the thing acquired or not to keep it. But only want to want it or not want it, according as God our Lord will put in their will, and as will appear to them better for the service and praise of his divine majesty. And meanwhile they want to reckon that they quit it all in attachment, forcing themselves not to want that or any other thing unless only the service of God our Lord move them, so that the desire of being better able to serve God our Lord moves them to take the thing or to leave it. David Stanley calls these people, this pair, to do your will is my desire. I think that's worth reflecting on, that we're talking about an interior disposition. An interesting issue comes up here, a practical one, before we get on to talking about some of the lookalikes of Christian detachment. The whole question of life developmental processes. Being able to, we mentioned purgation. There is a subtle purgation that happens in the exploration and experimentation and exertion of life. For example, I think it is very normal and healthy that a young person have strong ambitions, that they explore these, that they extend themselves, that they acquire competencies, and that they go to the boundaries of life, stretch the parameters of their existence. To start imposing detachment from above on a young person can very often stifle them and deform them. There is a certain purgation happens in developing a competency, in becoming attached, for example, to the pursuit of money, pushing it to the limits and finding that it really doesn't hold what I'm after. So that is, if you like, a purgative process. And sometimes, for example, someone who might want to enter a life commitment of one kind or another, be it marriage or vowed life or priesthood, sometimes the advice you have to give them is to go out and live some more. You've got some things to get out of your system because you aren't yet mature enough, you haven't been purged of these things to take on the detachment required in this life commitment. Let's look now at some of the lookalikes. The first lookalike is Stoic apatheia, and I've written that down there in the notes. Apatheia literally means without feeling. And in pagan Greek philosophy, it was that ability to be detached from feeling, that the mature person was someone who was beyond feeling and therefore beyond hurt and perturbation, who could be there as though they weren't there. No one could hurt them. Now, I use the word Stoic broadly. Stoic philosophy really only dates from about 100 BC, and it has a very mundane, ordinary beginning from the Greek word stoa, meaning porch, the place where they stood around and talked about these weighty matters. And they had this notion of a world reason, and then when the human reason is in tune with the world reason, there's a certain harmony there, and you just become detached. You just let things flow. Now, you can go right back through Greek philosophy before Stoicism, and you find the same thing reflected in Aristotle, before Aristotle, Plato, before Plato, Socrates. Now, Socrates is a fascinating person, probably one of the greatest men that ever lived. But it's interesting, for the purposes of our discussion, to reflect on the contrast between Socrates and Jesus, especially in terms of Socrates' death in contrast to Jesus' death. Socrates represents the best of Greek indifference, resignation, detachment. Jesus represents Christian detachment. And here I'm quoting from an article by Michael Buckley, an American Jesuit. It's a sermon, actually, to priests. And his thesis is that perhaps the question we ought to be asking of young men coming into the seminary is not, does this man have the strength to bear the burden of the ministry of the priesthood, but is this man weak enough? Using the word weak in the sense of the ability to be vulnerable and to live with brokenness and identify with Christ, the servant, the suffering servant. But he says, there is a classic comparison, my brothers, running through contemporary philosophy between Socrates and Christ, a judgment between them in human excellence. Socrates went to his death with calmness and poise. He accepted the judgment of the court, discoursed on the two alternatives suggested by death and on the dialectical indications of immortality, found no cause for fear, drank the poison, and died. Jesus, how much the contrary. Jesus was almost hysterical with terror and fear, looked for comfort from friends and an escape from death, found neither. Finally got control over himself and accepted his death in silence and lonely isolation. I once thought this was because they died a different sort of death. But now I think that this hypothesis, though correct, is secondary. Now I believe that Jesus was a more profoundly weak man than Socrates. Socrates never wept over Athens. Socrates never expressed sorrow or pain at the betrayal of friends. He was possessed and integral, never overextended, convinced that the just man could never suffer genuine hurt. And for this reason, Socrates, one of the greatest men who has ever existed, a paradigm of what humanity can achieve within the individual, Socrates was a philosopher. And for these same reasons, Jesus of Nazareth was a priest, ambiguous, suffering, mysterious, and salvific. And there you have encapsulated a good distinction between Stoic detachment and Christian detachment. And I think the key is non-involvement versus involvement. Jesus is so detached he can be hurt. The Stoic philosopher is so detached he can't be hurt. Jesus is so detached he can humbly enter the horror, the confusion, the humiliation of the human situation with all its limitations. Socrates inspires awe because he is so much above that. He is so clean, almost aseptic as he approaches death. There's nothing at all out of control. It's all perfectly controlled. I would suggest that in that kind of Stoic detachment is hidden a profound attachment. It is only the person who is thoroughly detached who can experience the kind of horror, dissolution, isolation, ambiguity, confusion that pertains to every human person that Jesus experienced. Akin to Stoic apatheia, resignation, is Zen indifference. Again, the Buddhist idea of getting beyond suffering by getting beyond attachment. The Christian idea is the opposite. You actually plunge into suffering when you become detached. It is one of the foundational dispositions that will enable you to endure suffering creatively, salvifically, healingly. Another look-alike, a pair, quietism and fatalism. Quietism, strictly speaking, is a 17th century heresy centered mostly in Italy. One of its chief proponents was a Spaniard by the name of Miguel de Molinos, who wrote some excellent stuff on prayer and drew on John of the Cross and the kinds of comments we've made tonight from Eckhart, in fact. But the essence of quietism is that all that is necessary is simply to contemplate God. Nothing else matters. Of course, that leads to, eventually, to irresponsibility and amorality. There are records, for example, of such things as a quietist, someone caught up in this kind of process, praying to be so detached that God's, he's willing to go to hell, if that's God's will. A distortion of detachment. Christian detachment is not the same as quietism. Incidentally, just a little digression here, the Church's overreaction to quietism has had a serious deformative effect down to the present age. I've mentioned it before. Thomas Keating's article in one of the America magazines, or about 1976 or 77, on contemplation, makes the point that at least one superior general subsequent to Ignatius of Loyola forbade Jesuits to contemplate. There's an overreaction. You see, the quietists are saying contemplation is everything, so the Church stands back and says, no, don't contemplate at all. So what you have is the domination of discursive meditation in the Church. So that generation after generation after generation of Christians are taught to pray simply by discursive meditation. And they never consequently get into, many of them, deep prayer. However, back to our topic here, fatalism, whether it is pessimistic or optimistic, is akin to the apatheia about which we just spoke and is essentially impersonal. The fatalist shrugs his or her shoulders and says, c'est la vie. That's the way it is. You've got to take it. Take the good with the bad. Now, there's something mildly attractive about that kind of individual. And where you find it, they're almost enviable. Whether or not it's a desirable trait, it's not Christian detachment in the deeper sense of the word, because detachment is not non-involvement, is not aloofness, is not non-engagement. It's engagement, it's involvement in a detached way, in a non-possessive, non-attached way. The Christian tradition tries to hold the tension between grace and freedom, emphasizing that we are co-creators with God, that our decisions and actions, or lack of decision and action, does affect the unfolding of the mystery. We stand together with God as co-creators. We have a responsibility. We are accountable for our lives. We cannot, as the quietists suggest, simply lie back and contemplate God. We must participate. We must cooperate with. We must respond to. Christian detachment is about getting involved and participating in a certain way, as a creative working with the Creator, as one who submits. And therein lies the key. constantly submitting to the mystery moment by moment by moment by moment in the mundane, ordinary, unspectacular stuff of human existence. Our basic work is to promote the flow of the mystery. Our basic work is not to attain detachment, as if that were available to us like some kind of a functional ambition. Another look-alike is what I would call neurotic detachment. Some people, because of unresolved conflicts, withhold themselves from certain experiences. They may appear detached, and in religious circles this may be canonized as genuine Christian detachment, but really they are anxiously avoiding situations that might cause them to lose control. Their apparent detachment is more of a reaction to a perceived threat than a response to an experienced promise. It is possible, for example, within the context of religious community to have people who have serious conflicts within themselves. Rather than get involved in the life of the community, they take one step back, they withhold themselves. And I think the same can happen in any human relationship, particularly a marriage relationship. And they take on the face of detachment, which is really withdrawing. And within the Christian context, it can be canonized as, well, Jesus says, not to worry about these things. They might be more detached if they were more worried, if they were more involved, if they had the humility to trust the mystery more and allow themselves to be caught up in the facts of life. Neurotic detachment is a strategy for survival. It is, in fact, a disguised form of desperate attachment to a life structure that prevents one, apparently, from being overwhelmed in sinking into chaos. And taking up Peter's point there too, another look-alike, which is in its own right a good factor, is that kind of detachment that a professional person needs in dealing with people. It's probably not likely that one is going to canonize that or distort that or take that for Christian detachment. For example, the counselor, I know from my own experience that you cannot afford to be emotionally involved with those you counsel. You can't counsel your friends, for example. There must be some aloofness there, some detachment. That is good in itself. That is necessary. I would call that a tactic rather than this foundational disposition. Some of the practical implications of what we have said. First of all, focusing on the negative side. Detachment, the call to detachment, implies letting go, slowly but surely, of all attachments. It is important to approach this process by living in the present moment. Be where you are. If you set up the ideal of letting go of all attachments, and you immediately start to think of the house, my spouse, my children, the car, my job, and you say, no way, it's just too depressing to think of. What's happening in the present moment? Let go of distractions, yield to what is now. In each moment we endeavor to listen to the mystery of that situation and flow with it. Do not concentrate on letting go. Concentrate on the mystery of the moment. Let go of letting go. Become detached from being detached. Be detached even from holiness. Be detached even from God. Literally, in the Eckhatian sense of the word. And here can I say something about the perversity of the human psyche when we confuse the transcendent aspiration, which detachment is. It's an aspiration. It is an ideal that gives orientation and impetus to our life, but it's something that we never fully attain and cannot. When we confuse that with functional ambitions, and we make detachment a functional ambition, that is something that can be attained by effort and technique, you end up as you suggested, they're becoming attached to being detached. And we can make of asceticism, we can make of the spiritual life, we can make of our Christian life formation processes a functional ambition, something which becomes obsessive for us, something which absorbs our entire life to the detriment of genuine life formation. Becomes, in and of itself, because of the way we approach it, a deformative process. There is 1,000 tricks the psyche can play on us that can ensure that we never achieve what we set out to achieve, simply because we go about it the wrong way. That principle of self-defeat that we've spoken of before. Do this, first of all, I would suggest, in the mundane, ordinary, and unspectacular things. That is, surrendering to the present moment. Experience the mystery in which your life and every moment is bathed. Now, I've mentioned before, and I think this is very pertinent here, a little exercise you might do. That is, perform deliberately and consciously and reflectively what you would normally perform indeliberately, unconsciously, and non-reflectively. E.g., washing your face, walking, carrying on a conversation, being present to somebody. Some little mundane, unspectacular thing. Try doing it deliberately, reflectively, consciously. That is, be present to yourself so you participate in it rather than do it. E.g., you're having a shower. Simple, mundane, daily experience for most of us. You participate in the shower rather than take a shower. And there is a difference. The moment you become aware of what is happening and begin to feel the water on your skin and become aware of the total experience, you begin to experience it differently. Your body posture changes. You feel different inside. Now, I would suggest that there's a microcosm, a pinpoint example of getting caught up in the mystery of the moment. It is quite unspectacular, quite ordinary, quite mundane, but very real. And in that you find, when you come back to the, in inverted commas, real world, that in that moment you were able to let go of so many other distractions, that you were totally absorbed in that experience. I think that is a taste, a minute, tidgy-widgy taste of what we've been talking about, where you get caught up in the mystery. It moves you away from attachments. You automatically, as it were, instinctively, quite naturally, tend to let go of other attachments. Okay, looking at the more positive face of detachment, and you'll notice even as we talk about the negative face, you must also talk about the positive. The two interpenetrate, and there's a play between the two. You can't have one without the other. But looking at the more positive face, I think you start to talk here about abandonment to divine providence. What Jean-Pierre de Caussade talks about in his book by that same name, and I put it on the bibliography there. And it's inseparable from letting go. It's the other face. It's the same thing looked at from a different direction. You let go, you look at it from another side, and you move into the mystery. Moving more into the mystery. And the more you move into the mystery, the more you let go. And the more you let go, the more you move into the mystery. And de Caussade talks about the sacrament of the present moment. He says holiness is in that moment. All you need to be holy is to surrender to the present moment. Give yourself over to what is happening, to what is. Now, there's an example of the simplicity that we were talking about before. That's not easy to do. That is desperately difficult, especially for we who live in a highly complex world. And I would suggest the starting point, again, at the risk of being too repetitious, the starting point is just to participate in what is happening. Be alert to what is happening in your life. Remember that foundational, underpinning question of all life formation. What is happening here? Not with a view to answering that question, but with a view to entering into it so you can begin to appraise and choose and act.
one of the Zen commentators, I think it's Christmas Humphreys, uses the expression that it's like attaching the drive belt of your life to the drive belt of the universe. That is, you become caught up in the energies of life rather than constantly living off nervous energy and willpower, constantly trying to make things happen and hold things together and control and master. A third point, which relates to both the letting go and the abandonment too, is its application to prayer and contemplation. It is absolutely essential to contemplation, to building a contemplative spirit, that we be able to develop this poverty of spirit, this ability to let go, to be unattached, to cut the moorings, to sit down and, as it were, float in the mystery. Anthony Bloom describes prayer as openness. Openness. Being there. A prayer structure is a relaxed space within which one is. Maybe a good way to describe prayer is it is a condensation of being who you are. Being who you are. You're just there and you relax in the presence of the mystery. Now, in our very last lecture, we'll explore a little bit a method of prayer by using the single word, which some of you may have heard Lawrence Freeman, who was here recently. It's an ancient form of prayer. We'll talk a little bit more about it. Let me say, in terms of prayer and this building a contemplative dimension into your life, I think practically speaking, you need moments, oases, whereby you don't do anything else. You sit down and be still. And in practical terms of being still, I find it helpful to concentrate on keeping my hands still and my feet still, and the rest tends to take care of itself. And maybe the back moves a little bit, I lean forward a little bit or whatever, well, you straighten up. But if you keep your hands still and your feet still, you can generally maintain a certain physical stillness. Pick a word. Lawrence Freeman suggests the New Testament word Maranatha. Maranatha, that four-syllable word, which means come, Lord Jesus. And allow that to sound from within the depths of your being and echo within yourself. And just sit there for 20 minutes to half an hour, concentrating that one word, letting that word carry you. Maranatha. There's no danger of quietism in this. This is a little oasis, a contemplative space within your otherwise very involved functional life. It can be very relaxing, and I think two other good rules of thumb. Approach prayer in terms of establishing a prayerful lifestyle rather than saying prayers, because you bring from your life into a moment of prayer a whole comet's tail of activity. You sit down and all those distractions and all that busyness and all that frenetic activity just swamps you, typically, unless you've developed a whole way of acting and working and living, which is one that is participative rather than mastering and manipulative. So that you enter prayer in a prayerful sort of a way, not in a functionalistic sort of a way. You bring to the prayer an attitude which you can carry through the prayer and out the other side, and it's of a continuum. And another practical attitude which I personally find helpful, it changes the way you view prayer. Typically, I would suggest that we would think of prayer as a duty of the Christian. I say, yes, it is a duty, but think of it primarily as a right. It's your right to have half an hour a day in which you are in solitude and silence and stillness with the mystery. That's not a privilege. That's a right as a baptized Christian. Now, in emphasizing that, I am aware, as for example, when I think of my own mother who raised 12 children, thank God there were days when she didn't claim her right. But, okay, mutatis mutandis, I think it applies. The question of relaxation and detachment.
one of the recurring themes in the people who write about relaxation is the need to let go. And these are people who write from a secular, not a religious point of view. People like Patricia Carrington in her book Freedom in Meditation. People like Barbara Brown in her book on biofeedback. People like Dr. Herbert Benson in his book on the relaxation response. Letting go is key to relaxation. Consider it from the other point of view. How is it that stress turns into distress for us? Stress is part of life. If you had a stressless life, you would have no life at all. You'd be dead. You need stress. But stress can be creative, helpful, life-enhancing, or it can be death-dealing. It can be distressing. And if you consider it, we become distressed when we're attached to something, when we feel we can't afford to lose, when we have to hang on, when we are forced to measure up, when we must prove ourselves. That is when situations become extremely distressful, even distressing. An ability to enter into the mystery of the moment and flow with that mystery in a non-attached sort of a way promotes not distress, but a creative use of stress. Life begins to work for us, not against us. In the distressing moment, life is against me, and I'm battling uphill. I'm pushing Jaffas up the stairs with my nose, and it gets pretty tiring and bothersome. Point with regard to the vow of poverty. I think one way to consider that vow, as we look at the institution we know as religious life, vowed religious life, I think it is important that we start examining its meaning and purpose. Let me say that I think religious life is an essential part of the ecclesial community. The church will never be without its vowed religious in one form or another. But I also think what's going to happen is religious life, like the church itself, is going to take on a very, very different face over the next century or so. The vow of poverty, which is grounded in the desire to give witness, as Jesus, the poor man, gave witness to the kingdom in that way, I think it is a symbol of detachment. It is a reminder to the community of the call of every Christian to be detached. Let me say, the vow of poverty doesn't make a person detached. It's not sacramental. Nor does the vow of poverty mean that that person is more detached than someone who doesn't have the vow. In fact, not infrequently, it's quite the contrary that's true. The church in its institutional structure can very easily, most imperceptibly, become a total care situation. An enormous ecclesiastical womb which hides people from the hard realities of human existence so that they are never purged by the rub of life. Still, the vow of poverty, and I'm talking ideally and in a sense theoretically, that's its intention. It's a statement of intention. It's a statement about the gospel and about the kingdom. Whether or not those who take the vow live up to that is quite another issue. And really, one of the points related to it is one that I raised in the previous session. For example, should people with a vow of poverty have gilt-edge investments with guaranteed income? Interesting question. Should people with a vow of poverty have relatively affluent circumstances of life, like the big buildings that most of us live in, the motor cars that most of us have to drive? Now, we say, there's sense in the argument, well, you get what's needed for your work. Seems to me one of the essential features of living a detached life, a poor life, is hard work. And I can overlook a lot of things in a person's life if they're prepared to work hard and bend their elbows and their back and get in there and do something. But I think our reflections on the vow of poverty and the renewal of religious life in context of this ought to include some hard look at the implications of the gospel call to this foundational disposition of Christian detachment.
Let us leave it there and throw it open to comment or question. Our topic tonight is compassion, and we'll take our meditation from the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 9, verses 35 and following. Jesus went about all the cities and villages, teaching in their synagogues and preaching the gospel of the kingdom, and healing every disease and every infirmity. When he saw the crowds, he had compassion for them, because they were harassed and helpless, like sheep without a shepherd. Then he said to his disciples, "The harvest is plentiful, but the laborers are few. Pray therefore the Lord of the harvest to send out laborers into his harvest." Lord God of the harvest, we praise you this day. We ask you to pour out your Holy Spirit in abundance upon us, as we set about the work to understand your love and your ways. Open our minds and our hearts. Especially we pray tonight for compassion. Teach us about compassion by filling our hearts with compassion. We pray to you, Father, in the words that the Lord Jesus has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic tonight is compassion, and let me begin by saying of all the topics I've had to reflect on this year and prepare material on, this has been the most difficult. To find something coherent and useful to say about compassion. And it's perhaps not surprising, because it is the most important Christian reality to speak about, I would suggest. What I would therefore invite you to do is to treat this, more than any of the other lectures, as a joint exploration. Our normal process is to raise issues and promote formative thinking. That is especially the case tonight. We are in the area of risk and danger in terms of what can be said, and that will become obvious the more we reflect on compassion, precisely because it defies definition and clear-cut statements more than any other Christian reality. Let us recall our last topic, that of detachment. Detachment is very closely linked with our topic tonight of compassion. Recall the distinction: detachment from and detachment for. Detachment from the pride form, that energy within us that wants to gather around us defense mechanisms, strategies of survival, ways and means of shielding us from reality, making ourselves the center of the world. We must leave that behind. Detachment for accompanies detachment from. It is very easy for us to get caught up in detachment from and just think in terms of denial and mortification and rejection and relinquishing and letting go, when really there is a whole other side to detachment, just as there is a whole other side to freedom. There is a from and there is a for. Detachment for the mystery complements detachment from the pride form. Detachment for is a sure sign that a person is really developing a mature expression of detachment. And one of the manifestations of this mature form of detachment is compassion. You cannot have genuine Christian detachment without compassion, and you cannot have genuine Christian compassion without detachment. They go hand in hand. That will become increasingly obvious as we reflect. Consider this. Many traits manifest in every human being potentially reflect God in God's goodness, infinity, beauty, and so forth. Traits such as intelligence, beauty, strength, courage, traits such as the ability to organize, administrative efficiency, and so forth.
many qualities of human life potentially reflect God. But if you take any one of those qualities, they are all capable of being used in an ungodly way. It is possible to be intelligent in an ungodly way. It is possible to be courageous in an ungodly way, to be strong, to be efficient, and so forth. Consider the quality of compassion. At this stage, we're not quite sure how we're going to describe it, but in terms of our intuitions, compassion cannot exist except in a godly way. Not genuine compassion. Genuine intelligence can exist in an ungodly way. Genuine compassion cannot. It is not possible to be compassionate in any but a divine way. Where there is genuine compassion, there is the mystery at work. And the mystery is Christ in you. Colossians 1:26. Let me make a brief distinction between compassion and love, just to help us as we discuss this question. I would say love is the general term, compassion is a specific term. Compassion is, as it were, a subset or subdivision of love. Love typically is directed to anyone in any situation. Compassion is directed specifically to the needy and the neediness in people. So it is, if you like, love ordered towards identifying with and doing something about the fallenness, the brokenness, the neediness of a human being. What I'd like to do is take us for a little bit of a journey through the Old Testament and the New Testament and reflect on their understanding of compassion, and then out of that develop some of our own understanding of compassion. First of all, in understanding compassion, like any other element of the Old Testament, we must first understand the context that gives identity and purpose to the people of the Old Testament. What is the identifying, meaning-giving event of the Old Testament? It is the Exodus event. Nothing in the Old Testament is written before the Exodus, and everything is written after it in the light of it. So the Jewish people find their identity in the Exodus event and the covenant that emerges from that. They understand God in the light of the Exodus. Just a brief digression, and I think we may have mentioned this before. For the Jewish person, action comes before subject, event before person. So in Hebrew syntax, the verb is at the beginning of the sentence rather than the middle or the end. So the first sentence of the book of Genesis has, in the beginning, created God the world. What is more important for the Hebrew mind is the event, the action. And out of the experience of the action flows everything else, any other understanding. The understanding comes from the event as experienced, either immediately or implicitly through memory. They are not interested in abstract thought. No Jew, for example, as far as I'm aware, certainly up until recent times, no Jew has ever written a theology of the Old Testament or of the Bible. The Jewish mind doesn't work that way. That is a typically Western thing to do. The central event, then, is this experience of being loved into freedom. The experience of moving from slavery towards the promised land. We can only begin to understand the Hebrew perception of God when we get some feeling for this experience of liberation and the bond that is forged between God and the people as a result of that. Let us go to the book of Exodus, and before we refer to one of the texts in chapter 33 and chapter 34, which I've indicated in the notes there, let us make a brief digression and go to Exodus chapter 20. There you find what we call the Ten Commandments, or the Decalogue. And for us, I would suggest that in some measure they have become something of a static set of rules. They have tended to become that. Fortunately, we are beginning to see them differently. The Hebrew mind had those within the context of God loving the people into freedom. God is about life, enhancing life. Life in all its fragile forms. And people are to live in harmony with this life-giving God. And that's what the Decalogue is about. These are samples of the way people are to behave. And to, for example, regard them as a rule book or an owner's manual. And I've heard them compared to that. You are, as it were, created, and the Creator has given you an owner's manual called the Ten Commandments. Do that and everything will be right. You know, like you buy a Mixmaster or a washing machine or a car and you get an owner's manual, look after it, and you live happily ever after, which is an absolute emasculation of the Scriptures. What is the first sentence of the Decalogue? The first sentence is, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. That sums it all up. There you're dealing with a God of love, a God of the covenant, a God of freedom, a God of life. And then if you are caught up in that event, if you're caught up in that experience, these are the kind of things that you will be engaged in. And these are culture-bound. For example, the don't covet your neighbour's wife. Well, you don't covet your neighbour's wife the same as you don't covet anything else that he owns. His ass, or his chattels, or his house, or his woman. Well, there's obviously some cultural sedimentation there, which is irrelevant to us. But I would suggest the essence of the Decalogue is more topical, or is as topical and relevant now as it ever was. And to speak about the Decalogue as being irrelevant, I think, is to misunderstand the sacred Scriptures. It is about enhancing life in the light of living in harmony with a God who saves, a God who loves us and has forged a special relationship with us. Turning now to Exodus chapter 33, verses 18 and 19, and 34, verses 6 through 9, you have a description there of Moses dialoguing with God in an indication of the kind of relationship there is between God and the people, and one, I think, that is later on incarnated in Jesus. For example, in chapter 33, verse 18, Moses said, I pray thee, show me thy glory. That's a very daring thing for a Jew to say. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before you, and will proclaim before you my name, the Lord. And I will be gracious to whom I will be gracious, and will show mercy on whom I will show mercy. And then in 34:6 and following, the Lord passed before him and proclaimed, the Lord, a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness, keeping steadfast love for thousands, forgiving iniquity and transgression and sin, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, and the children's children, to the third and the fourth generation. And Moses made haste to bow his head toward the earth and worshipped. And he said, If now I have found favor in your sight, O Lord, let the Lord, I pray thee, go in the midst of us, although it is a stiff-necked people, and pardon our iniquity and our sin, and take us for thy inheritance. You have there a primordial description of the relationship between God and the people. What sort of God are we dealing with here? Let me make a little qualifying comment there. It is dangerous to take any one image of God and say that's the way God is. We must nuance that primordial image with other images. God is also a God of wrath, a God of jealousy, a warlord, a God of retribution. They're all part of the Old Testament, and they're all pertinent to the New Testament as well. There's no single image can describe God. But I would suggest that what is described there is a primordial image, one that is basic, one that is enduring, and one that must be regarded as a specifying image of God. And there are several different words there, 3 of them in fact, which are
particularly descriptive of God and the relationship. They are Racham, Chesed, and Emet. 3 Hebrew words, 2 of them very closely interrelated, and one of them not so interrelated. The last word, Emet, is the word for faithfulness. That this is a God who will not break the covenant. We get our word Amen from that word Emet. The first 2 words, Racham and Chesed, are variously translated compassion, mercy, steadfast love, goodness, tenderness, pity, and so forth. If you look up a theology of the Bible or a biblical theology, you'll find, generally treated under the heading of mercy, a discussion of Racham and Hesed. Mercy, compassion, and pity typically go together. It's like there's a cluster of words to describe a basic relationship that I am using the single word compassion to describe. But it implies mercy, it implies pity, it implies tenderness, it implies a whole constellation of other words, too rich to be really described by any one. I'm not sure of the roots of the word chesed, which is frequently translated by mercy and taken up by the prophet Hosea. And we'll look at a reference to Hosea in a moment. It recurs often in the Psalms too, and is generally translated simply as mercy, merciful, and so forth. But the word racham is an interesting one. And even today, the Muslims use that word, Allah rachamim, the compassionate Allah, the compassionate God. Racham means literally to fondle. That's the root word. By implication, it means to love, to compassionate, to have mercy. And by extension, it was used to refer to the bowels, particularly the bowels or that part of the woman from which new life is fondled into existence. So what is being hinted at here in the use of this word racham, God of compassion, God of mercy, is that there exists between God and the people a relationship, something like the relationship between a mother and a child. That kind of a umbilical relationship. A relationship from the depths of the physiology of this being. A kind of a relationship that I dare say a man can only begin to guess at. I'll never forget an experience I had as an adolescent. We went to the beach one day, and I don't know how we fitted in the car, but there must have been something like Mum and Dad and 10 of us in the car, 10 children apart from Mum and Dad. We had one of those old 1951 Fords. They used to call them single spinners, you know. It seemed like you could see the wheel and car coming from 30 miles away when you were waiting out in front of the school. Anyway, that's another issue. We went to the beach, and we came away, and we were about 5 miles from the beach at Ballina. Somebody from the back seat said, "Where's Paul?" Paul was about 2.5 at the time. No, he would have been less than that. He'd have been probably about 2. "Where's Paulie?" And we checked the front seat. And, no, Paulie's not in the front seat. "Isn't he over there?" "Check again." So they took a count on the back seat, and there was no sign of Paul. And as soon as it became evident that the Paulie was not there, I can still remember my mother's cry. She just, "My baby, my baby." Now, as far as I didn't understand that. He's not my baby, he's my little brother. Dad's reaction was to swing the car around. Thanks be to God, he broke a fan belt, so we had to pull into the side of the road, and my oldest brother and sister hitchhiked back to the beach, and Paulie's having the time of his life with the lifesavers. And then we all hitchhiked home after that. Took a convoy of cars to get us. But I often think of that when I come across this notion of God's love and this word racham, that I don't understand what it means. I can only guess at it when I can hear my mother's voice ringing in my ears, "My baby." And later on, when Jesus, in the New Testament, Jesus says, call God Abba, Daddy. He's not denoting the sex of God, but a relationship, parental relationship, similar to that that comes through in the Old Testament. The word racham is used on a number of occasions in the Old Testament, and generally translated by compassion. For example, in Deuteronomy 13:17 and 33, and 1 Kings 8:50 and 2 Kings 13:23 and Isaiah 49:15, etc., etc., etc. I'd like to make reference to a couple of verses from different psalms where racham is used, this word for the bowels which is used to describe God's love for the people. In Psalm 86, verse 15, we read, But thou, O Lord, art a God merciful and gracious, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love and faithfulness. Turn to me and take pity on me. Give thy strength to thy servant, and save thy handmaid's son. In Psalm 111, verse 4, you get something of the same flavor, and the same word, racham, is used. He has caused his wonderful works to be remembered. The Lord is gracious and merciful. Gracious and merciful. Psalm 145, verse 8. The Lord is gracious and merciful, slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. The Lord is good to all, and his compassion is over all that he has made. I went through a concordance and checked the number of times mercy and merciful and mercifulness turn up in the Psalms, and it's well in excess of 100 different times. It's almost like a repeating theme. Calling on God's mercy, or proclaiming God's mercy, or trusting in God's mercy. This is very much a part of the Hebrew mind, and mercy, compassion, pity, tenderness, all go hand in hand. They are part of a cluster of words pointing to a basic relationship or stance that God has towards the people. So in the Old Testament, the relationship, the covenantal relationship of God to the people is a familial one. It is a relationship that exists within a family-type situation. It's not a contract in any remote sense. It is not the kind of relationship that exists between the pagans and their gods. It is unique in the history of humankind. In Isaiah chapter 16, verse 13, there's in the apocalyptic poem, we read, At her breast will her nurslings be carried, and fondled in her lap. Like a son comforted by his mother, will I comfort you. And in the prophet Hosea, chapter 11, verses 1 through 4 and 7 through 9, there's a beautiful description of this familial relationship, this profoundly merciful and compassionate bond that ties the people to God and God to the people. When Israel was a child, I loved him, and out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and burning incense to idols. Yet it was I who taught Ephraim to walk. I took them up in my arms, but they did not know that I healed them. I led them with cords of compassion, with the bands of love, and I became to them as one who eases the yoke on their jaws, and I bent down to them and fed them. My people are bent on turning away from me, so they are appointed to the yoke, and none shall remove it. How can I give you up, O Ephraim? How can I hand you over, O Israel? How can I make you like Admah? How can I treat you like Zeboim? My heart recoils within me. My compassion grows warm and tender. I will not execute my fierce anger.
I will not again destroy Ephraim, for I am God and not man, the Holy One in your midst, and I will not come to destroy. You find the same familial kind of images in Deuteronomy chapter 1 verse 31 and Deuteronomy chapter 32 32 verses 5 through 6. Let us look now at the New Testament, and we'll find here also an image of God that continues that of the Old Testament. Remember, the Old Testament is written in both Hebrew and Greek. The Septuagint is written in Greek. In the New Testament, we've got basically Greek texts to deal with, and the Greek word that's used, splagnitsethai, means to be moved by compassion, and it comes from the Greek word splagna, which means the noble guts, the intestines, the lungs, the liver, and the heart. They're the splagna. So to be moved by compassion is to be grabbed by the bowels, to be touched in the depths of your being. And it implies that same Old Testament notion that we've just examined. That there's nothing new in the New Testament except that this is embodied in Jesus. That, if you like, Jesus is the incarnation of God's compassion. The word splagnitsethai is only used in the Synoptic Gospels. Typically it is only used of Jesus. On 3 occasions it is not used of him. It's used in parables, and there it is used of people imaging the kind of relationship God has with the people, or the kind of relationship we should have with one another. For example, the father of the prodigal son is moved by compassion for the returning son. That passage with which we began this evening, where Jesus is moved with compassion when he looks at the people, they're like sheep without a shepherd. The word used there is splagnitsethai. Jesus is moved in the depths of his being. Donald Sr., in his fine book, Jesus, A Gospel Portrait, which is available out the back there, I notice, on page 104, he describes the New Testament notion of compassion, of perfection, as really about compassion. He says, to be a disciple, and thus different from the unconverted pagan, means being as the Heavenly Father is, perfect. Luke uses the word merciful. Luke 6, verse 36. Both terms can be reduced to the same reality. For perfect, in Matthew's context, means whole, complete. To be whole or complete as the Father is complete means loving with his limitless compassion. The word perfect is used only one other time in Matthew's Gospel. In Matthew 19:21, the rich young man is told that if he wishes to become perfect, he must give his possessions to the poor and follow Jesus. Following Jesus in his ministry of compassion defines the meaning of being perfect, as your Heavenly Father is perfect. Compassion is the ultimate expression of God in fallen formation. It is God moved in his depths, present among his people as one who saves. He offers them a way beyond their fallenness. God doesn't come down and just say how miserable it is to be human and leave it at that. Part of God's compassion is a saving drive or desire or energy. God, by his compassionate presence, saves us, offers us the possibility of transcendence, offers us an exit from our brokenness, freedom from the death-dealing constrictedness of sin. Jesus is the incarnation of God's compassion. Let's reflect now on a few of the implications of that little tour through the Old Testament and the New Testament. Bearing in mind the basic approach to anything biblical is to try to enter into the mindset of both the Old Testament authors and the New Testament authors, who are dominated by the covenant,
by the Exodus event in the Old Testament and the Exodus event in the New Testament, which is the Passover of Jesus. It is only in the light of that experience, that event, that anything else makes sense. I think one of the first things that comes out of this is that compassion implies profound feeling. Now, I'm not using the word feeling in a superficial sense. Maybe the word deep sensibility would be better. But there is emotion involved. Therefore, if it is possible for an affectless person, more or less affectless, to be compassionate, which raises another question. Rollo May, in his book Love and Will, argues the thesis that our society is a schizoid one, Western society typically. We are intellects dislocated from emotions. And that's interesting that he should put forward that point of view. It seems to me that our center of gravity, the center of our being, is the head. Biologically, that's like the typical Western notion. That's the person. Like Descartes says, the self, the personality, is in the pineal gland. He's actually said that. I'm not suggesting we all believe, therefore, it's in the pineal gland, but I am suggesting that we do tend to conceive of the person in terms of head, even though we talk sometimes about heart. In Japanese, they use the word hara, which means literally belly. And for the Japanese, that is the center of the person's being. And for the Zen masters, it is absolutely essential to teach the disciple to think with his or her belly. Think with your abdomen, abdominal thinking. The Japanese warrior commits harakiri under certain circumstances, the most noble deed of all, where the abdomen is open and the being of the person is laid at the shrine. In Hebrew thought, too, the center of gravity, the seat of a person's being, is deep in the bowels of the person, in the guts. It's difficult, therefore, for us to enter in and gain an understanding of what they call, what the Hebrews understood by compassion. So when we talk about profound feeling, I'm not just talking about superficial emotional titillation or disturbance or whatever. I'm talking about profound movement of the guts. And if Rollo May's thesis is right, that we do tend to be that way, cut off from our feelings, that we are not integrated, I wonder how possible it is, therefore, for us to ever be compassionate, to the extent that we have identified with or succumbed to that particular cultural pulsation. Are we therefore to say that compassion, in the biblical sense, is thoroughly countercultural? It's alien to our culture. I'm just throwing out questions. That puzzles me and frightens me if that is the case, and it may be. And what we are talking about here when we speak of a compassionate God, we're talking about something very different from the pagan Greek notion of the deity. The philosopher's God is not a God of compassion. The philosopher's God is a God beyond emotion. Even though they might define God as a God of emotion, de facto, that God is beyond feeling. And this is why Pascal could say that the philosophers have killed the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they have removed God from the realm of living to the realm of abstraction. They can prove his existence, but in so doing they kill him, deprive him of any existential reality. The God of the Hebrews is not that remote, unfeeling God, but a God very much involved in the human situation. In the 1960s, there emerged throughout the Western world the God is dead debate. And I think it's related to what we're talking about. The people who were the main protagonists of that particular thesis were not atheists. These were people who were saying that God has become, for us, irrelevant. That is, the God about whom we speak in our religious circles, the God we proclaim, the God whom religion has received from the philosophers, no longer has any kind of relationship to what we're living. That God is dead, dead, dead. Where is God? And John Courtney Murray, the famous Jesuit who was the guiding light behind the Vatican document on religious freedom, died of a heart attack in a taxi in New York City soon after the council. He made the point that for the people of the Old Testament, the problem was exactly as it is for the people today. Namely, not does God exist, but is God relevant anyway? Supposing he does exist, so what? And that is the question. For the Hebrew, there is, because of this reality of compassion, a deep, existential, lived involvement of God with the people with God. When you lose that sense of God as a God of feeling, God as a God of compassion, you lose that relationship of God with the people. The second implication from the biblical reflections is that compassion implies vulnerability. Now, this is a word that's tossed around a little bit today. It's a bit trendy to be vulnerable. It comes from the Latin word meaning wound, vulnara, to wound, vulnats, to be wounded, wounded. A compassionate person is someone who has, through detachment, relinquished those illusions, strategies, walls that keep life at bay so that they can become an instrument of God's compassion. And insofar as you're able to let love flow out of you, you're also able to let love flow into you, but you're also able to let hurt flow in. The people who are most able to hurt us are those with whom we have the most sensitive relationships, the deepest relationships. If you're walking along the street out there and a complete stranger walks past and look ugly today, or somebody very, very close to you whom you love dearly says the same thing, it's going to be felt very, very differently. Obviously, there is a much deeper relationship. There is much more openness between people who love each other. The potential for hurt is much greater. The compassionate person, of whom the symbol is Jesus Christ crucified, is able to be abused and hurt and wounded. Now that, like so much else we will talk about as we begin to draw more and more implications out of compassion, you're onto elusive, shaky ground once you start to talk about vulnerability, because then you get into some of the compassion lookalikes, where, for example, the would-be helper has a lot of pity for the helpee and gets manipulated and twisted around the little finger and says, well, you've got to be vulnerable if you're going to help people, which is another way of saying I'm incompetent and canonizing it by calling it vulnerability. I'm not talking about that as vulnerability. Vulnerability is the ability to be wounded because you've let down the defenses. There is a firmness, a groundedness in the mystery. There is a real prudence and a real hard-headedness about this compassionate stance. It's not just the ability to be manipulated because you're silly or you're soft-headed or you're soft-hearted or anything else. Compassion also, and this is related to the vulnerability, lands us squarely in the tragic dimension of life. It is the only dimension that can allow us to face the horror of our fallenness creatively. Every human life is, to some extent, tragic. I'm not saying some human lives in the course of their life encounter tragic moments. What I'm saying is every human life has a tragic dimension to it. There is something pathetic about the human person. There is tragedy in the very heart of our existence. We are broken, fallen creatures. That is the tragedy. We cannot escape that. Any philosophy of life or any worldview that doesn't take into account the tragic dimension is avoiding, trying to escape, something that is profoundly real. And unless we can deal creatively and imaginatively and compassionately with the tragic side of life, we won't be able to deal with life. Now, in some lives, the tragic dimension is much closer to the surface and seems to be more frequently there than in other lives. but it's there in every life. The same as in some lives, chaos seems to be more present than in others. It's just closer to the surface in some lives than others, but it's there in every life. So the tragic is too. The primordial temptation in all Christian life formation is to flee from this horror, the horror of our fallenness, the tragedy of being a human being. Facing it demands compassion, and it begets compassion. Compassion is born of that precise facing, that struggle. And paradoxically, it is only in this vulnerability that we escape the hurt that comes from sin. We must be vulnerable and ultimately die to ourselves in order not to be ultimately vulnerable, that is, vulnerable to sin. And finally, to get back to where we began, compassion implies detachment. Only in letting go and abandoning oneself to the mystery, in the facts of existence, can we become compassionate. A person who is self-sufficient, who can maintain the illusion of control and competence and efficiency, and doesn't seem to have any, or doesn't in fact have any appreciation for the tragic in his or her own life, hasn't faced up to and worked with the fallen in his or her own life, for that person, compassion is only a word, an abstraction. At best, they will do nice things for other people. They might be patient. They might have a certain measure of kindness, but not compassion. Compassion comes out of the guts that have been purged by suffering. Without such detachment, we hold back. We withhold ourselves. And compassion is that godly disposition of being there for the other in need, having experienced the fact that I too am one in need. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment or reflection.
Okay, let us begin our second session on compassion here, and having reflected on some of the biblical foundations, we're in a position now to start looking at a few more of the implications as we began to there at the end of last session. Before we go on, however, I'd like to just refer you to the basic English word for compassion, which comes from the Latin words compatio, compassus, meaning literally to suffer together with. The word suffer there, it has a much wider meaning than we would normally give to suffer. It means to receive. So in the English language, the word compassion has the notion of receiving, or perceiving and accepting, or experiencing reality as the other does and with the other. And this brings in the notion of empathy that Rosemary spoke about there. And by way of a working definition, I would like to suggest the one which I've put there in the notes, that compassion is, and I wouldn't die for this definition, I stress, a working definition, the ability to be an instrument of the saving mystery for another by entering the world of the other and being there so as to open them to the possibility of transcendence. Instrumentality emphasizes that compassion ultimately is an expression of God's life. It's not something that I originate. It's something that flows through me because I am detached enough and free enough to be transparent to the mystery. It is with respect to another. Now, paradoxically, that other might in fact be my deepest self. We'll look at that in a moment. By entering the world of the other, and this is that notion of empathy, which is, again, a word that is used a lot and advisedly, because it is something that we need to foster, the ability to, as it were, stand in reality where the other person stands, to see and feel and experience life as the other does. Now, there's no way you can do that absolutely perfectly. It is always more or less, like compassion is always more or less. but the compassionate person is able to experience life in some measure as the other does. That implies, obviously, great detachment, and the more detached, in other words, the less illusions and strategies and barricades you've erected around yourself, the more you're able to enter into the world of the other. The more you've got barricades around yourself, the less you can approach the other. You're too caught up in your own world. And being there so as to open the other to the possibility of transcendence is an important aspect of compassion. That it is about transcendence. It's not just about being there. As we said before, Jesus didn't become human and express the compassion of God just to say, oh, isn't it bad luck about this fall, and I'll commiserate with you. There's a whole thrust towards new life. There's the whole question of moving beyond, of healing, of transcendence. What is not explicitated there, and perhaps should be, however I think it is thoroughly implicit, is the notion of neediness and fallenness. Because the world of the other, just as the world of you and I, is a fallen world. So to enter the world of the other is to enter a fallen world. And that has some implications. One of the first implications, as we reflect on this working definition, which I suggest arises out of our biblical reflections, is that compassion implies self-transcendence, which is related to the whole question of detachment. Unless I have the ability to leave myself behind, I can never be compassionate. A person who is caught up in himself or herself cannot enter the world of another person. They're too insecure to leave themselves behind. Compassion demands a pretty fair measure of security, sense of confidence and competence. It's impossible to retain yourself and still be compassionate. For anyone who wants to save their life will lose it. If you want to live, you must die. The basic paradox of Christian life formation. Compassion comes out of the death of the self. Any form of embeddedness and fixation is the enemy of compassion. Any attempt to hedge oneself, one's life, one's group, around with the answers, we have the answers, is to build a world that will necessarily be without compassion, to that extent that is my attitude. Because it is an attitude of fixation and embeddedness, which is the opposite of transcendence, the movement beyond the self. That fixation and embeddedness is very self-centered. Closely related to self-transcendence is the confrontation with our fallenness. First of all, the confrontation with my fallenness. Self-transcendence does not mean getting outside of my brokenness and leaving it behind. I go beyond by going through. Transcendence happens when I enter into, as Jesus transcended the human situation, not by avoiding it, but entering into it. Beautifully captured in St. Paul's hymn in Philippians 2:6 and following. St. Bernard of Clairvaux, writing at the beginning of the 12th century, one of his earlier works, The Steps of Humility and Pride, in chapter 4, says basically what we are talking about here, that compassion emerges from a recognition of my own fallenness. He writes, to come back to our subject, if he submitted himself to human misery so that he might not simply know of it but experience it as well, how much more ought you not make any change in your condition but pay attention to what you are, because you are truly full of misery. This is the only way if you are to learn to be merciful. If you have eyes for the shortcomings of your neighbour and not for your own, no feeling of mercy will arise in you, but rather indignation. Very keen psychological insight there. You will be more ready to judge than to help, to crush in the spirit of anger than to instruct in the spirit of gentleness. You who are spiritual, instruct such a one in the spirit of gentleness, says the apostle. His counsel, or better, his precept, is that you should treat an ailing brother with the spirit of gentleness, with which you would like to be treated yourself in your weakness. He shows then how to find out the right way to apply this spirit of gentleness, considering yourself, lest you also be tempted. Considering yourself, meaning know yourself, be mindful of yourself. The way beyond our fallen egos, with all their constricting and enslaving fears, is the way through the chaos and the despair that each of us is. Recall our discussion of transcendence at the beginning of this course. It necessarily entails a process, a number of crises, partings of the way, which involve death, decision, in order for there to be rebirth. Death is unavoidable. It is only in entering into the death that we find Christ. Christ is not out there. Christ is there in human experience, and you find Christ in the stuff of everyday life, in your sadness, in your joy, in your anxiety, in your hopes, in your fears, in your depression, in your failures, in your successes, in the people around you, in your work, in your leisure. You find Christ there, or you don't find Christ at all. Compassion is born of the twofold experience of misery and mercy. And here we run up against a contemporary mindset which is frightened of the notion that all of us, each of us, is miserable. Number one, the whole question of self-esteem. We're about fostering self-esteem, aren't we? Let's not talk about this misery. We're about fostering Christian joy. Let's get away from this misery. The great masters of all the great traditions, especially the Christian tradition, were heavily into misery, in the best sense of the word. That you cannot have healthy self-esteem unless you are aware that you're also a rotter. If you don't appreciate that you, me, we are capable of being SS guards, every single one of us, under different circumstances, if you don't appreciate that, you don't appreciate yourself. An appreciation of that deep, tragic dimension of my life, my fallenness, which goes hand in hand with an appreciation of the mercy of God. And one of the problems with recent tradition of spirituality was people got hold of that truth. Oh yes, we are miserable, we're rotters. That's true. Step one is correct. But then, as a kind of a functional project, you go about teaching people that they're rotten. And they end up feeling, that's all I am. I would say forget about the misery, forget about the mercy, concentrate on self-knowledge, entering into the facts. Be utterly honest, brutally frank, always willing to enter into the stuff of life as it presents itself, not as you would like it to be. Pascal links up the mercy and the misery. If we enter into the experience in this Christian context, we'll find that at the same time we experience our brokenness, we experience God's mercy. They go hand in glove. They are, in fact, two faces of the one experience, if you do it right, if you move with the pace of grace, if you let things happen in the order that God gives them, if you enter into the Paschal rhythm of life and you don't try to force things. Pascal writes, and I'm quoting from Bernard Bro's book here, knowledge of God without that of our misery equals pride. Knowledge of our misery without that of God equals despair. Knowledge of Jesus Christ strikes the balance, since in him we find both God and our misery together. And if you found the misery without the mercy, reflect on how you've gone about it. Listen to that experience, enter into that experience, because the mercy is in the misery, and the misery is in the mercy, and the two go hand in hand. They are two sides of the one reality. Individuals who have no sense of their brokenness and neediness can have no compassion. And I think this was the burden of Father Buckley's article, from which I quoted last week. You will recall when we spoke of detachment, I quoted from Father Buckley's sermon, Beset by Weakness, about priests, where he compared Socrates and Jesus and their death. And he was suggesting that the question we ought to be asking about priests who minister in the community is, are they weak enough to be priests? Not are they strong enough? And I think this is what he's driving at. Do they have the ability, well, to face the reality of their own human situation? Do they have the ability to own it, to humbly ask for God's mercy, to plead before God as a sinner, so that they can go and minister to others as they have been ministered to? Too easily, we priests came out of the seminary with that heavy intellectualist bent, and that was never part of our experience. So we ministered in an intellectualist way. I may have mentioned before my own fear and trepidation, having gone through the moral theology classes, whether I would remember all the applications when it got to the confessional, and how does one apply all these rules to people. And clearly the notion of judge was very much prevalent in the instruction of the confessional. And the priest, as a symbolic act in the confessional, held his hand in the air. That was the action of a judge, applying the rules, having heard the sins, applies the rules and gives an appropriate penance. And it could all be done without compassion. And if ever there is a forum in the Church's celebration that requires compassion, healing compassion, it's the sacrament of reconciliation. And mind you, there have been and still are and will always be priests who are outstanding for their compassion in the sacrament of reconciliation, and that is precisely where it shows up, incidentally. It is in the combination of our misery met by God's mercy that grounds us in God, so that we have the assurance that our vulnerability will beget good, not evil, life rather than death. And that is the only assurance that our vulnerability will not beget evil. That we are grounded in the mystery. That we are not grounded in our own strength and our own talents and our own abilities. But compassion emerges when I am, in some measure, surrendered to the mystery, at one with the mystery. So I find my strength there. And even if I am abused and used in a situation and hurt and maybe even killed, as Jesus was, the ultimate guarantee that evil is not ultimate in this situation is the mystery, the presence of the mystery, that I am an instrument of the mystery. The ultimate guarantee that Golgotha was not the end was the mystery, the loving mystery, the Father's saving action. With respect to this confrontation with fallenness, it is interesting to reflect on the judgmental attitude. The judgmental attitude, I would suggest, is a sign of lack of compassion. When I am judgmental, what I lack most especially is compassion. We cannot enter the fallen world of the other because out of fear we have not entered our own fallen world. And so we project onto the other the fallenness we have not dared to face in ourselves. We hate it, and we fight it, we condemn it, and we put it down. In the Desert Fathers, Thomas Merton's little book, he quotes a passage from one of the Desert Fathers: "Do not judge the fornicator if you are chaste, for if you do, you too are violating the law as much as he is. For he who said, 'Thou shalt not fornicate,' also said, 'Thou shalt not judge.'" This brings to mind a third point, which is very, very difficult to talk about without putting both feet in my mouth. So be patient, be compassionate. I'm going to say that compassion is above the law, is beyond the law. The compassionate are transparent. They are people in whom the mystery flows and works more or less easily, more or less freely. The instruments of the saving mystery, not instruments of a human system. When a person is able to move beyond any system, any schema, move beyond what is right, even what is good, what is appropriate, and act. Now, it's very difficult to say how one acts, because the Western mind says, well, what are the principles? The compassionate person, and it is only reasonable, and I would say safe and fruitful, to move beyond human schemas and systems if one moves with compassion. That if one moves beyond law and schemas and regulations and rules and appropriateness and what is right and what is good without compassion, one moves into anarchy and mere subjectivism. Compassion, as it were, fulfills the law and the prophets. It's the fulfillment of the law. It's the ultimate integration of life. The compassionate are able to cut through laws, what is right or wrong, appropriate or inappropriate. They move in a realm of mystery which cannot be contained by human regulations. What am I saying here? That we defy regulations in order to be compassionate? Not at all. Rather, the compassionate are able to submit totally to laws. They are faithful people, but they also know, as Jesus did, that the Sabbath is made for the human person, not vice versa. Laws, yeah, they're important, but there's reality beyond reality. There are situations for which the law was never made. Compassion is concerned about people in their neediness. It is person-centered, not law-centered, not system-centered. Compassion enables us to see where and how the law is limited or does not apply. Without compassion, respect for the law of whatever kind quickly becomes mere legalism. And I think this was one of the problems that Jesus had with the Pharisees' attitude. They had too much concern for the law. The law dominated their lives, and they lacked that godly attitude of compassion, which would have enabled them to be faithful to the law but go beyond the law as Jesus did. And on the other hand, the other end of the spectrum from legalism, flexible application of the law, healthy disrespect for the law, quickly becomes mere laxity and relativism and lawlessness and anarchy if compassion is lacking. Very difficult to talk about this particular dimension of compassion without sounding as though you're fostering lawlessness. And I reject absolutely any suggestion that that is what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that if a person is compassionate, compassion will not be held bound by laws, schemas, systems. Compassion takes a person beyond. The person doesn't go beyond. Compassion draws them beyond, and they do what is appropriate because God works through them in a free sort of a way, which raises the next issue. Compassion brings freedom. Lack of compassion, and if you reflect on this, the experience of being with a person who's not compassionate, there's not the freedom in being with that person. There may in fact be something quite oppressive about it. When we were talking earlier on about if I'm in a troubled situation, I will try to seek out a compassionate person, a person who also can identify with my situation, can have that empathy, can enter into my world, because that creates freedom. I can be there in freedom. I don't have to perform. I don't have to pretend. I don't have to defend myself against the clumsiness of this person, because they're not going to be clumsy and romp around in my life like a bull in a china shop. They know what it's like, so they'll let you be, and they create freedom, and that is healing. Truly compassionate person engenders an atmosphere of freedom. To the extent that compassion is lacking, so oppressiveness tends to develop. Where individuals live more or less contained within their own fallen egos, their encapsulated lives, the air around them does get oppressive. Just as they are hemmed in, they tend to foster that feeling that life is in fact hemmed in, whereas the compassionate person is able to enter in and provide the possibility of transcendence, which is always an experience of freedom. The oppressiveness may occur where there is either overprotection, overdirection, willfulness, kind of an atmosphere where everything is very controlled. And here I'm led to wonder about the approach to, within our Roman Catholic tradition in recent times, but particularly within seminaries and religious houses, where every moment of every day was thoroughly regulated for adult human beings. Where, for example, provincials operated on the principle that if you keep them busy, you'll keep them out of mischief. Keep the rule and the rule will keep you, kind of an approach. Now, I would suggest that for those who took that too seriously, that locked them into a world that tended to lack compassion. That is not a compassionate world, such a controlled, overprotected, overdirected world. And it is difficult for those people, therefore, to become compassionate. And therefore, it wouldn't be surprising that out of that system would emerge very angry people, very cynical people, very distressed people, people, for example, who take out their distress and anger on children in the classroom. There's a ready-made outlet there with the strap or the cane or whatever, because that was the modus operandi for many in the classroom. I reflect on that in my own brief experience of a Catholic school in a certain grade, where I was thrashed daily. Now, I'm not saying that every single child who went to a Catholic school endured that, not at all. Many did. Why? Why did that happen? And I think back, and I rather suspect that in the communities out of which those men and women came, there was an enormous tension, engendering conflict, that their lack of compassion manifested a lack of a compassionate atmosphere. They didn't come out of a home of compassion, a place, a field, a life environment that was compassionate. They came out of a tense, over-directed, over-controlled situation. At the other end of the spectrum, of course, lack of discipline engenders lack of freedom, which prevents compassion developing. There is an integratedness about compassion. I would suggest that compassion is the ultimate integration of the person, that to the extent that a person is compassionate, that involves an integration and a discipling of all the energies of the person, not just emotion, not just intellect, but the whole person begins to be able to move in a healing, integrated sort of a way to meet the brokenness that confronts the person. A further aspect of compassion is that it is paradoxical, and that has been implicit all the way through our discussion tonight. You can't get hold of it. It's never quite what it seems. It's more than what it seems. Compassion turns darkness to light, failure into success, sin into virtue, so that the most distressing, tragic situation can be, under the influence of compassion, a most growthful, liberating situation. Without compassion, it may remain simply tragic and dark and daunting. that out of the field of compassion, darkness can be turned into light, sin into virtue. St. Paul says in his letter to the Romans, which in fact was the reading at Mass this morning, all things work to the good of those who love God. And St. Augustine added, yes, even our sins. Very encouraging. I agree with St. Augustine. But only if it's within the context of compassion. He's not suggesting, oh well, go ahead and sin, it doesn't really matter. Sin matters a lot. Sin matters a lot. But if one humbly faces the truth of one's sin and deals compassionately with oneself, as God deals compassionately, there, in the experience of misery, humbly confessing it, I meet the merciful hand of God, and I learn compassion. And I learn to be compassionate for others, because I learn to enter that world of sinfulness and know that it is not ultimate, that in fact, paradoxically, there, right within the sin, I can meet the saving Lord. Compassion gives the mystery the last word. Not a human system, and certainly it doesn't allow sin the last word, or evil. It allows the last word to the mystery, and that is precisely why it is healing. Some comments on the vow of celibacy. When we reflected on detachment, we also reflected on the vow of poverty as a symbol within the community of that particular gospel value. I would suggest that the vow of celibacy is a symbol within the community of the gospel value of compassion. It is an attempt to publicly witness to that radical gospel call to be people of compassion. I would describe the vow of celibacy as a gift to love all people, but none exclusively. I would suggest that celibacy is not better than marriage, nor is marriage better than celibacy. The better thing is to do God's will. Just because you take a vow of celibacy doesn't mean thereby that you're more compassionate than someone who doesn't have it. And, more importantly, just because you observe all the legal requirements of the vow of celibacy doesn't mean you're a celibate in the sense of being compassionate. And it may be that someone who doesn't observe all the legal requirements is more of a celibate than someone who does, in the sense that they are more compassionate. Am I thereby fostering, don't worry about observing the rules? Not at all. Not at all. I'm just pointing to part of the inherent paradoxical nature of compassion in which the vow of celibacy participates. The vow is a public affirmation of a special grace, a grace to love. And one of the tragedies of celibacy is that it can be an institutionalization that prevents compassion, that turns people into loveless men and women. Can do that. Just because one takes the vow doesn't mean that one thereby becomes a good person. There's nothing sacramental about the vows. They can, in fact, be, in an insidious way, an obstacle to what they are designed to promote. In this case, compassion. And I think one of the problems that allows the vow of celibacy to become not a school of compassion, but an occasion of a lack of compassion, is precisely the atmosphere about which I spoke earlier on, where it is taken within an environment that lacks compassion. You cannot seriously live the vow of celibacy unless you have a very good appreciation of the tragic dimension of life, of the brokenness, because it is a call to love, it is a call to be compassionate, it is a call to enter that. I think there is a need for the church and for people to look long and hard at the question of celibacy and ask whether it is begetting or engendering what it pretends to beget or what it professes to beget or engender. Look at what in fact happens to people who become celibates. Look at the whole question of what it achieves in terms of compassion. I have a sneaking suspicion that, for example, if you look at the moral theology as it has been enunciated throughout the history of the Church, typically it has been formulated by male celibates. Now, I wonder if, for example, it had been formulated by groups of married men and women, would we have come up with a whole different moral theology in the Church? I'm sure we would have. I am sure we would have. Not less true, but very different. Very, very different. And I wonder, too, whether or not in some of the attitudes of we priests, we male celibates, there's not a lot of fear and regret and anger because of our failure to come to terms with the whole celibacy question. And the problems of celibacy typically, I don't see are problems of sexuality. They're much deeper issues. They are inner conflicts at work there. Basically, I think they come back to questions of compassion, back to questions of facing up to the reality of who I am as a broken human being, facing up to the call to enter into my fallenness and there meet Christ and be available to Christ. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment or reflection. And compassion is very consonant, I would say, with sometimes kicking somebody in the backside, if you do it compassionately. Now, somebody raised the issue this morning of Jesus in the temple whipping the sellers and the money changers and so forth. How does that measure up? Jesus was a compassionate man. And the presumption is compassionate people don't do that. Well, I question that presumption. It's like a compassionate mother.
Being compassionate when he used to rip strips off the Pharisees and call them hypocrites and sepulchres and all sorts of other endearing terms?
I think there's a distinction. That is more primarily an expression of, say, challenge or confrontation, but it is done by a compassionate person. So it has compassion in it, and it's perfectly consonant with compassion. It's not precisely a manifestation of compassion. I think maybe this is your point, that what is in fact a manifestation of compassion is that sense of wholeness where there is a certain amount of warmth and tenderness and at oneness, harmony.
Is compassion more a lifestyle than an individual act?
Yeah, I see. It raises the question of how you approach these issues. And next week when we'll talk about obedience, I think it's important to approach them in terms of people and lifestyles rather than individual acts. If you start to talk in terms of acts, you get into principles of ethics and moral theology, what is right, what is wrong, what is appropriate, and then immediately I think you start to hedge yourself around, build boundaries which constrain compassion, and compassion can't tolerate that. It goes beyond that.
Do you think you can teach yourself compassion? Like trying to understand yourself better? Or is it something you sort of give? You're talking about various lifestyles fostering a lack of compassion.
Yeah.
If you feel, someone feels that they're in a situation of having been fostered into a lifestyle which is against compassion, but they decide they'd like to do something about it, are they in a position to do so?
Yeah. I would say the first thing to do is forget about compassion. Now that sounds odd, but don't try to be compassionate, right. In other words, just try to get to know yourself. I think if you go back to the masters of the spiritual life, you'll find that's the key. That if you really enter into the reality, the facts of who I am, the facts of life, the manure of existence, get in there, that's where you'll grow. And forget about detachment, forget about compassion, forget about setting goals, but just take what comes, the truth of it, and meditate on compassion. Yeah, and allow your psyche to, your imagination, your mind to be coloured by it, but in the actual praxis, simply concentrate on facing the truth and facilitating the emergence of truth and going where the truth goes, and you will become compassionate. How? I don't know. It will take all kinds of forms. But you will find yourself being carried by that compassion and being able to be present and enter into people's world and have that empathy and identity and healing presence of people. Like, for example, someone described to me recently the experience of a person in trouble, and she said, I just felt that I couldn't be compassionate, I couldn't do anything for her. All I could do was just sit there, and I felt really kind of anguished and troubled. I couldn't even, I felt anguished and troubled that I couldn't feel anything for her, I couldn't do anything for her, I couldn't be compassionate. And afterwards the person came back to her and said, boy, I was really happy that you were there. It was very compassionate of you to be there. How was I compassionate? I mean, I was trying to be compassionate, but I was aware that I wasn't compassionate. So that it's a really subtle kind of identity with other human beings. And really what you're beginning to get to here is the mystical body idea that we are one. But our oneness is more real than our separateness. Hey, that's a good insight, isn't it? I just thought of that. That's true, isn't it? That our oneness in Christ is more ultimate, more real than our separateness as we experience ourselves now. So that compassion is an experience of the deeper reality. Yeah. Leaving behind that selfish ego, that proud, grasping, clinging false identity that wants to build a world around myself, make me the center, where I'm in control. The interesting thing about the experience of compassion, Simone Weil brings this out in her writings too, that as you are compassionate, you're an instrument of God's compassion, in other words, you actually receive as much compassion as is given through you. Yes. So you grow in compassion, and you are healed by compassion, by giving compassion, by being an instrument of compassion. Let us begin with a meditation from St. Paul's letter to the Philippians, chapter 2, verses 5 and following. Have this mind among yourselves, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who, though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being born in the likeness of men, and being found in human form, he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has highly exalted him and bestowed on him the name which is above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father. And so, Father, we come before you this evening, and we bless your name, and we ask you to be with us. Pour out the Spirit of the risen Lord on us. Tonight, as we reflect on obedience, may we call to mind the obedience of your Son, Jesus. It is his obedience that we wish to reproduce in our lives, the obedience even unto death. We pray for the coming of the kingdom, Father, in the words that he has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic this evening is listening, and under that topic we will talk about obedience. You might say, well, if you're going to talk about obedience, why do you call it listening? Why don't you be honest and call it obedience? For a couple of reasons, I didn't use the word obedience as the title. One is obedience has a certain connotation, perhaps even a pejorative one for us. And for the main reason, however, that listening best describes the heart and the essence of obedience. And it is that I would like to focus on when talking about obedience, listening. Obedience has been really an essential part of every topic that we've treated in this course. It's been there implicitly most of the time, but sometimes explicitly. The call to listen, especially when we have emphasized participation. You can't participate in the mystery unless you're able to hear the mystery at work, unless you're a sensitive listener. So tonight we'll try to reflect on the meaning of obedience, that disposition, and especially in terms of its biblical roots. Let us see if we can discover the biblical perspective and move from there towards a definition, a working definition, and some of the implications for us today. First of all, the Old Testament. Old Testament translators have a problem in translating the two words hear, listen, and obey, because in Hebrew they're the same word. And sometimes it is very difficult to know whether the word should be translated hear or listen or hearken, or whether it should be translated obey. The Hebrew word most commonly used is the word Shema, which is translated in the Septuagint. Now, the Septuagint is the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, done for those Jewish people living in the dispersion, the diaspora, who couldn't read Hebrew, and therefore the 79 books, the Septuagint, was translated into Greek. The Greek word is akouo, the general word used, and it has the same distribution of connotations, and mostly it's the word hupakouo that is used. And when we come to reflect on the New Testament, that again is the word that is used. But the connotation is one of attentive listening. It combines obedience and listening in that idea of an attentive, intelligent, effective listening with a view to participating in what's happening, creatively, responsibly. In this notion of listening and hearing in the Old Testament can only be understood, as anything else in the Old Testament, in the light of the covenant and the experience of the people as having been chosen and liberated in a special sort of a way. This covenant relationship, like any relationship, is a relationship of dialogue. And here we find an interesting nuance coming to this whole question of listening. The people of God are caught up in a relationship with God whereby they are obedient and God is obedient. That is, God speaks and God acts, and the people must listen attentively with a view to participating together with God. But then, as we'll see in a moment, the people speak and the people act, and God too has committed himself to listen and participate with them in their journey. So there's a mutuality. It's not simply, and this is what we'll come back to again and again tonight, obedience is never simply, in the biblical perspective, doing as you are told. That is a misrepresentation of obedience. If you go to the Jewish tradition, they have a prayer which is said daily by the faithful Jew. I believe it's said in the morning and in the evening, and it's called the Shema, S-H-E-M-A, Shema, taken from the first word, and it consists of the passage from Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 through 9, Deuteronomy chapter 11, verses 13 through 21, and Numbers 15, 37 through 41, and we'll read that in a moment. But first of all, you recall the passage from the Gospel in last Sunday's Liturgy of the Word was the Shema. Remember the young man or somebody asks Jesus, what does it take to be perfect? And all he does is recites the prayer that he as a faithful Jew, and this young man as a faithful Jew, would have recited every day. And he's saying to him, well, remember what you pray every day. Hear, O Israel, I am the Lord your God. Love the Lord your God. And he adds a piece from Leviticus as well. But let us just quietly reflect
on the Shema. We'll read the whole thing here with a view to getting some feel for what it meant for the Jewish person. First of all, starting with Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4 through 9. Hear, Shema, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord. That phrase, or a variation of it, appears again and again and again and again and again and again throughout the Old Testament. I am the Lord your God. It is the Lord who speaks. The Lord. Which Lord? The Lord who brought you out of Egypt. The Lord of the Exodus. The Lord of the covenant. Remember, remember, remember. And what becomes very obvious throughout this entire prayer is it is a prayer of remembrance. It's almost as if hidden in it is the recurring chorus. Don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. Always remember, always remember. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one Lord, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul, and with all your might. And these words which I command you this day shall be upon your heart, and you shall teach them diligently to your children, and shall talk of them when you sit in your house, and when you walk by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall bind them as a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes, the phylacteries. And you shall write them on the doorposts of your house and on your gates. Why? So you never forget who you are, so you never forget your identity, you never forget the God who saved you from Egypt. And Deuteronomy chapter 11, verses 13 through 21. And if you will obey, again Shema, my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, he will give the rain for your land in its season, the early rain and the later rain, that you may gather in your grain and your wine and your oil. And he will give grass in your fields for your cattle, and you shall eat and be full. Take heed lest your heart be deceived, and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens, so that there be no rain, and the land yield no fruit, and you perish quickly off the good land which the Lord gives you. You shall therefore lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul, and you shall bind them as a sign upon your hand, and they shall be as frontlets between your eyes, and you shall teach them to your children, talking of them when you are sitting in your house, and when you are walking by the way, and when you lie down, and when you rise. And you shall write them upon the doorposts of your house, etc., etc., etc. And then over in the book of Numbers, the chapter 15, verses 37 through 41, speak to the people of Israel, the Lord said to Moses, and bid them to make tassels on the corners of their garments throughout their generations, the phylactery, which the Pharisees wore, not the phylactery, the tassel. Corners of their garments throughout their generations, and to put upon the tassel of each corner a cord of blue. And it shall be to you a tassel to look upon and remember all the commandments of the Lord, to do them, and not to follow after your own heart and your own eyes, which you are inclined to go after wantonly. So you shall remember and do all my commandments, and be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord your God. Very clearly, definitely, repetitively, a prayer of remembrance, a prayer of reminder, to live in this constant sensitivity as to your identity, as to where you came from and where you're going, why you were created, and who is the God who chose you, and what relationship does that God have with you. Never forget, never slip into forgetfulness. It is a prayer of memory that disposes the faithful person to listen each day attentively to the voice of the Lord and walk in his ways. It recalls the great event of the Exodus, liberation from slavery. It is a reminder that they must live as a people loved into freedom. Now, it is only in this context that we can begin to get some understanding of obedience from the biblical perspective. That is precisely the perspective I would like us to pursue tonight. The biblical perspective being one of a context in which we live in constant remembrance of our identity as a people chosen, just as the people of the Old Testament were. We stand in the same continuum of history as them. We stand in the same tradition of the Exodus, the Passover, of the liberation. It is only in that context that we can begin to understand obedience. It is a call to listen attentively. If today you hear his voice, harden not your hearts. It is fascinating to see the Psalms, to read them, and see the number of times the word listen comes through in them. If only you would listen. Reference to ears and eyes are of the same order. To be attentive, to be sensitive, to be acutely aware of the mystery with a view to flowing with it. So obedience is not primarily concerned with conformity to a written code, but primarily concerned with a daily attentiveness to the presence of the saving God in their midst. And this is what Jesus challenges the Pharisees on. They had become legalists. For them, the question of obedience had shifted from the mystery, the saving mystery in their midst. I am with you. I don't tell you how I'm going to be with you, and sometimes I'll be with you in darkness and absence. I'm with you. The focus of obedience is that be attentive to that being with. For the Pharisees, and this was their problem, not that they were Pharisees, but that they had shifted the focus of obedience from the mystery to a system. For them, obedience became a question of doing as you are told. It became a situation of conforming to a system, which defeats the whole purpose of obedience. This is why Jesus had so many difficulties with them. You Pharisees, you strain the gnat and swallow the camel. You traverse land and sea to make proselytes, and then you make them far more worse for hell than you, and you have all sorts of laws to get around the laws. You rationalize things. You bind up burdens and put them on people's backs. The Sabbath is made for man, not man for the Sabbath. The whole question here of refocusing, restructuring obedience. Throughout the Old Testament, the prophets frequently warned the people to hear God's word. And really that is the primary function of the prophet. To reawaken, to resensitize the people, to get them listening again to the mystery, focusing on the mystery rather than on distractions, rather than on a system of religious ritual. In one of the Psalms, I think it's one of the Psalms, we read, "It is not more bullocks and more offerings that I want, but an open ear." That kind of an approach is the constant message of the prophets, that the people always tend to slip away from listening, from sensitivity, awareness of the mystery. You'll find this call to hear, for example, in Isaiah chapter 1, verses 2 and 10, and also in Jeremiah chapter 2, verse 4, and chapter 7, verse 2, and chapter 9, verse 20, and Micah chapter 1, verse 20, etc., 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 etc. It permeates the prophets. The people stood in constant danger of becoming deaf to God. You'll find reference to this in Hosea 9:17, for example, and Jeremiah 7:13, and Ezekiel 3:7. And it is a constant danger for us, just as the Pharisees had shifted their focus of obedience from the mystery to a system. I would suggest that that has in fact happened in our own recent tradition and is always an ever-present possibility in the life of an individual or a group, especially when the group is successful, corporately successful, that the system becomes the focus of obedience and allegiance, not the mystery. We'll get back to that in the second session. It's a subtle shift of focus, but it's one I think that is brought home to us in reflecting on the sacred scriptures. The prophets constantly calling people back. Keep listening. Keep being sensitive. Keep being aware of your identity. Calling them back to the spirit of the Shema. God, too, listens to the people. Unlike the pagan gods, they have ears, but they do not hear. The gods of stone and wood, they can't hear. They can't be obedient. Not like our God. One of the special traits of our God is an obedient God. Now, that is blasphemy if it's understood in the mean, emasculated notion of obedience as doing as you're told. Our God is not a God who simply does as he is told, or as she is told. Our God is a God who's committed to listen, committed to hear, to be sensitive, to participate together with us in the redemption of the world. Our God is not like the pagan gods who have ears but do not hear. Psalm 115, Psalm 135, verse 17, etc. And frequently you'll find in the Psalms the people pray that God will lend an ear. Pray that God will incline his ear unto me. Why are they praying that? It is a prayer that they're calling on God's promise of obedience to them. And God hears the cry of the poor and the cry for help. As well, God hears the grumblings of the people. God's also obedient to that. Sensitively picks it up in Exodus 3:7 and Numbers 14:27. And you'll find that same tradition of the belief in the obedience of God comes through in the New Testament, for example, in John chapter 9, verse 31. Now, if you had to go through the Old Testament, in fact, through the whole Bible, and look for, well, let's stick to the Old Testament. Look for an example of obedience that is accessible to us. Some of the obvious ones are people like Abraham, people like Moses, and people like Mary, who is really an Old Testament lady who introduces the New Testament. And they are good examples of obedience. They are very obedient people. But somehow or other, they're too clean, not messy enough. I'd like to choose an example of obedience that's a really messy one, and I think is therefore very much more accessible to us than these others. And the person I choose is Judith. I don't know whether you know much about the book of Judith, but it's a fascinating legend. It's not a factual account of something that happened. Historically, geographically, in terms of the people, it's completely contradictory. And if somehow or other you could corner the author of the book of Judith at a cocktail party and say, well, when did you write this, and so forth, this is all contradictory. You'd say, what do you mean? Well, you've got people out of one century meeting up with people out of another century, and geography is all... He'd say, but that doesn't really matter, does it? I was writing a legend. Probably dates from about the middle of the 2nd century, when the people are under persecution from the pagan Greeks, who are trying to force them to accept the pagan ways, rites, and rituals. And this book is written, like the book of Daniel, to present a figure of fidelity, trust, and obedience. Someone who preserves the ancient memory of the Exodus. And this Jewish lady does that in this particular legend. And you have the classic of the mythology here, evil versus good. Evil represented by a character by the name of Holofernes, and good represented by this obedient Jewish lady, Judith. And they enter into a conflict situation, and goodness triumphs over evil. After humble prayer and with the exhortation of the elders of the community, Judith goes forth to infiltrate the enemy camp. She seduces the enemy captain, Holofernes, the great symbol of evil. And when she's shared a beautiful feast with him and he's suitably under the weather, she goes off to bed with him, cuts off his head when he's in a drunken stupor, puts the head in a breadbasket and brings it back. And of course, when they display it the next day, the enemy is routed and can't believe that their captain has been conquered by this woman. Now you might be wondering, why has Whelan chosen this woman as an example of obedience? I've done it deliberately for a couple of reasons. One being a negative one, if you like, to call to mind an image that starkly rebuts the traditional notion of obedience as sit up, shut up, do as you're told. Judith is anything but a sit up, shut up person. She is an intelligent, creative, energetic individual. And she epitomizes obedience in the sense that she gets in and participates in a sensitive, listening sort of a way. She spends time in humble prayer. She fasts. She's eager to know what God wants, according to this legend, to participate and flow with the mystery, but she's not going to hang around and let God just sort of put everything in place or look for that thing out there called God's will. She knows that God's will is the result of her action and his action together. She is a very, very attentive listener at the same time as she is an energetic participant. She is, I would suggest, a very good example of obedience. She uses all her courage, all her strength, all her feminine guile and seductivity, and all that God has given her by way of personal gifts, and good triumphs over evil. That's basically the legend, because she's a cooperator, a participator in the mystery. Remember the example when we come back to discuss some of the implications in the next session. But let us look now at the New Testament. And just as the basic Greek word akuo, basic root word meaning to hear, is used with the same connotation as Shema in the Old Testament, frequently it is in the form of the word hupakuo, so in the New Testament that is the word that is used. And typically in common Greek, the word hupakuo was used of the doorman, that person who stands at the door and waits for someone to knock. Now, his job is to say, who's there? He listens to the voice, finds out who it is, and then he decides whether he's going to let the person in or not. So obedience might demand that he resists the entry of that person, just as obedience might demand that he opens the door. But his basic job is to be an intelligent listener. Can't afford to have a fool on the door, especially in these kinds of situations, because you might let in someone whom you don't want to let in. In the New Testament perspective, Jesus is the one in whom the new covenant is formed and forged. The focus of obedience becomes even more refined. The object of obedience now in the New Testament is Jesus the Christ, the embodiment of God with us. Jesus' name is God with us. That's who Jesus is. Our obedience is through him, with him, and in him. This is my beloved Son. Listen to him. Obey him. Be an attentive disciple of him. Paralleling the Old Testament event of the Exodus, we have the New Testament event of the Paschal mystery, the Passover of Christ. The new Exodus, giving rise to the new covenant. And this, in the New Testament, is the context for Christian obedience. That we, having some experience of that event, that Christ event, that experience of liberty, that having gotten into our bones, having tasted the mystery of Christ among us, the mystery hidden from all ages, which, as St. Paul says in his letter to the Colossians, is Christ in you. Having tasted that, then in that context, our obedience emerges. Outside of that context, you can't talk of Christian obedience. And one of the dilemmas that we're going to come up with before the night's out is that in order to live out this concept of obedience, you have to be, not only yourself, but dealing with this perspective of life. That this view of obedience as participation through sensitive listening tends to break down when the other party, say in an authority subordination situation, doesn't hold the same point of view. We'll look at that in a moment. It's a very real practical dilemma. For the moment, I would suggest that the starting point is me as a person obedient in the biblical sense. And it is possible, I will argue, that even when the other person doesn't hold that view of obedience, it is possible for me to hold it realistically in any situation. But without this primary experience of the Paschal mystery, some sense of Christ in my life, the mystery of Christ in me, obedience tends to degenerate to doing as you're told, conformity to a system. You lose the sense of the mystery. And I wonder here whether, I've mentioned the thesis a number of times, that I think the church in the last 400 years has lost its contemplative mystical dimension to a large extent. We have tended to become functionalistic and materialistic. I would question whether it's possible to have a biblical notion of obedience outside of a contemplative mystical environment. That when you move away from that, you tend to move into a functionalistic environment where the understanding of obedience, I think, necessarily becomes that of conformity to a system, to a schema of life. Therefore, if we are to regain, to re-engender a thoroughgoing biblical notion of obedience in our lives, in the life of the church, somehow or other we have to recapture the contemplative dimension. A church devoid of that is a crippled church, is a church that will or must come back to a notion of obedience that is very degenerate. A notion of obedience that says, do as you're told. That's what obedience means. And that's not the biblical notion of obedience. The New Testament reminds us that it's possible to hear without hearing. Or, as the parable, as Jesus tells the disciples in Matthew chapter 13, I think it is, these people listen but they don't hear. And he quotes Isaiah, that their hearts are hard, they're deaf, their ears are shut, they're blind. It's possible for the seed to fall on shallow ground and it takes root straight away and then withers. And basically that kind of hearing is no hearing, is a subtle disguised form of disobedience. The word disobedience is an interesting one. It's another form of the akuo. Hup akuo is the obedience one. And you find in St. Paul's letter to the Romans chapter 5 verse 19, he says, sin entered the world through one man's disobedience. The word used is parakoe. Righteousness enters the world through another man's obedience. Rephrased, you could say, sin enters the world through one man's refusal to listen. Sin enters my life and the life of a group through my unwillingness or the group's unwillingness to listen, to be attentive, to be sensitive with a view to heeding, hearkening, following through and participating in the mystery. The pattern for obedience in the life of the Christian is Jesus Christ. He humbled himself and became obedient, the word is hupakuos, and became such an attentive listener, he let the mystery take him even unto death. Death on a cross. Jesus, again, who is utterly obedient, is a person of authority. Precisely because Jesus is a sensitive, attentive listener to the mystery, always eager to participate. My will is to do the will of the Father. Jesus becomes evidently a person of authority. And you find in Matthew 7 verse 29 and Mark 1 verse 22 and Luke 4 verse 36 occasions where Pharisees and scribes and people make the comment, this man is not like our teachers, he speaks with authority. He speaks with authority. A very interesting thing to reflect on here. Where you've got an understanding of obedience that is basically conformity, do as you're told, I would suggest that presupposes that obedience follows authority. The person in authority says, do this, and the person in subordination does this if they're obedient. Jesus' experience throws in an extra perspective which restructures that construct. Instead of authority begetting obedience, you've got obedience begets authority, which in turn begets obedience. In other words, the person of authority is someone who is transparent to the mystery because they are constantly listening to and sensitive to the mystery. If a person operates on the first model of obedience, that is, authority demands obedience, that is, authority demands people do as they are told, you run the danger of slipping into a few rather deformative situations, you might be the sort of person who, in fact, has authority. And you'll find this, some people, for example, this is where I'm more familiar with it, but any work situation, I think you'll find this happens. Someone walks on the scene and people trust them. People, they have, this person's got authority. And that might come just from physical bearing, or it might come from the fact that this person obviously knows their stuff. They have functional adeptness and so forth. But that aside, if a person operates on the situation of do as you're told, they're vulnerable to three deformative situations. One is where, in order to get people to keep doing as they're told, you must rely on the system that backs you up. Thus, the teacher in the classroom relies on the credibility of the total school structure. Or the police officer relies on the credibility of the legal system. Or the nurse relies on the credibility of the structure. And one of the problems in our society is precisely the breakdown of the credibility of traditional structures. So it's quite likely, not necessarily frequently, but it's quite likely that that kind of power in obedience won't work anymore. Another another deformative mode that we can slip into if we have that approach to obedience is that we use terror to control people, to force people into line. In the school, for example, you bash them. They don't do as they're told. That happens in some societies. You terrorize people in order to get them to do as they're told, for the simple reason that you've lost authority. You don't have authority in the strict sense because you're operating out of a model of obedience yourself, which is corrupt. Or a third alternative is that you get people to do as they're told by manipulating them through guilt. It is possible for parents to operate out of one or other of those three. It is possible for school teachers or anyone today in authority to try to call on the institution, say the church. And I'm very aware, for example, that holds no water. If I as a priest say, but the church says you've got to do it, and you hear people say that, you can't get people to act on that anymore. That kind of exercise lacks credibility. And then if you try to terrorize people, say, well, you'll go to hell, that doesn't work anymore either. With some people, it might be possible to manipulate through guilt, but typically that doesn't work much anymore either. So what have you got? You've lost people. Unless there is genuine authority there, which can only grow out of obedience. Which brings up the basic model that God and the people operated on. In other words, obedience is incumbent upon all in the situation. It's not just the person subordinate to the one in authority that must be obedient. The person in authority must also be obedient. There's a basic obedience that is incumbent upon all. I don't care who you are or where you operate in the echelons of power. Everybody must be obedient. And I would suggest that in the church what we need are people exercising authority who are transparent, who are obviously people who are sensitive to the mystery and portray and radiate a sense of the mystery, that they're in contact with the mystery, that they have that contemplative dimension to them. Look at the authority that a person like Mother Teresa has, or Helder Camera. It's not authority given them by the institution or by society. It's an authority that they just have because they are obedient people. They are sensitive listeners, participators in the mystery. Let us leave it there and throw it open to comment or question. Let us begin our second session on listening. And having explored some of the biblical roots to give us a perspective on obedience, we'll take up some of the practical implications of that. But first of all, let's look at a working definition of obedience on the basis of what we've looked at so far. I would describe obedience as the disposition
whereby we listen attentively to the mystery. That's the first focus of obedience. It's not the habit whereby we simply conform to a system. It is not the habit of doing as you're told. Not according to the biblical perspective. It's the disposition whereby we listen attentively to the mystery as it manifests itself in our lives. That is, as the mystery appears through people, events, and things, through those who have authority over us, as well as the weather, as well as sickness and health, as well as a late bus or a bus that we just missed because it's early, as well as a car that breaks down or whatever. They demand of us obedience. They demand that we listen. They are, in some sense, a manifestation of the mystery, the people, events, and things in our lives, with a view to living in harmony with the mystery. Obedience is about living. Obedience is about getting involved. Obedience is about the expansion of life. I would suggest that the notion of obedience as doing as you're told hems life in. It is oppressive. It shuts people up. It's not about living, it's about surviving. The notion of obedience, that is, encouraging people to listen, to be responsible and responsive with a view to participating as and when and how they can, that is liberating. That gives the individual significance in the whole order of things, not just the people in charge. Everybody has significance in that idea. And therefore everybody begins to participate in an energetic sort of a way. That notion of obedience releases an enormous amount of energy. The other notion of obedience, as doing as you're told, I would say locks up an enormous amount of energy. It is a disposition also of submission. There's no getting away from the submission. And this raises the point that we discussed after the first lecture of avoiding simply rationalizing a situation so that you can maneuver yourself into a position where you do what you wanted to do all along anyway, and call it listening attentively to the mystery, which is an abomination and the furthest thing from obedience. Obedience demands submission to the mystery, that in the final analysis the center is beyond myself. Obedience, like all other aspects of Christian life formation, is a process of self-transcendence, of death to self, of going beyond myself. From a practical point of view, I would suggest, as we focus on various implications and practical points, it is better to think in terms of obedient people or obedient lifestyles rather than obedient acts. In other words, a person-centered or lifestyle-centered approach, I would suggest, is more likely to keep us in the field of attentive listening with a view to responsible action than is an act-centered approach, which I would suggest is more likely to foster the notion of conforming, doing as you're told. Let's look at some of the practical implications and some of the dilemmas that this kind of obedience puts us in, because make no mistake about it, it is much easier, much simpler to have that black and white, clear-cut view of life which says obedience is doing as you're told, sit up, shut up, or buck out. It makes life a lot easier, both for those in authority as well as those in subordination, because they make the decisions and I simply do them. I don't have to make the decision and I don't have to take responsibility for it ultimately, of course. They make the decision. There are some particular challenges for us if we move into this biblical perspective, which is far less controllable, far less pin-downable. We've already mentioned it, that the context of obedience in the Old Testament, the people with God, is a context of dialogue. That is, conversation, not monologue, not one person telling another person what to do and the other person simply doing it. It's a dialogical experience within which both endeavor to promote the redeeming work of the mystery.
It is grounded in obedience. Any experience of obedience is grounded in the primary obedience that comes out of the dialogue, or that is expressed in the dialogue between the individual and God. It's reflected in the dialogue, this primary obedience is subsequently reflected in the dialogue between human beings and between individual human beings and the facts of life, the events of life. So the focus of any situation of obedience is not a system, not a set of rules or regulations or institutional structures to be conformed to, but it is the mystery. It is participation in the redeeming mystery, which is Christ in you. That is the focus of obedience. That is the context of Christian obedience. Now, having said that, let us remind ourselves that what I've just outlined is an ideal. It's the ideal that we ought to keep before our minds. But, like all ideals, it is meant to give orientation and impetus. It's not something you can just willfully make happen. It gives a perspective. It gives a basic orientation. Let us consider some of the particular real-life dilemmas that emerge in the context of obedience and then reflect on them. It is impractical, I would say, throughout most of life to dialogue, in fact, about certain decisions. So that out there at Hunters Hill, although I am Vice Superior of the community, Father Tony Corcoran, who is the Superior, doesn't come along and talk to me and the other members of the community about every decision he's going to make, not even when it involves the whole community. And he doesn't necessarily involve me in discussions about decisions that might involve me eventually. Generally, he will. But I appreciate the fact that I can leave a certain amount of decision-making to him, and I'm quite willing to do as I'm told, which is not the same as simply doing as I'm told. The doing as I'm told is part of a basic orientation of life whereby I am keen to participate in the mystery, and I'm keen to see the mystery facilitated as much as possible. I think it is delinquent and very irresponsible of religious communities to get lost in meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting, trying to decide what they're supposed to do, what the Holy Spirit is telling us to do. For goodness sake. I can remember meeting a religious in a certain part of the world. It would never have happened in Australia, but she was telling me that in their community of 6 they had no superior. And it worked very well. And, for example, if she wanted to invite me for dinner, they would have a meeting. Decide whether I was an appropriate guest to have for dinner. Well, I began to think about this, and I thought, I wonder, would the dinner ever get cooked, for example? You know, there's a certain process of life, and I would say the bulk of life, which demands that nitty-gritty practical decisions be made in the course of things to keep life moving, so that you don't spend and bind up a whole lot of energy and time in a process of pseudo-collegiality. But, again, let me stress, the doing as you're told is not the same as simply doing as you're told. It's not the same as identifying obedience with simply doing as you're told. Doing as you're told can be done within the framework of a basic surrender to the mystery, an eagerness to be attentive. A couple of other examples. There are times in a family situation, as any parent will be only too ready to tell me, when it is entirely appropriate where the parent says to the child, jump, and the child should jump. Or the child puts its hand on the stove and it gets a smack. It doesn't sit down and have a deep and meaningful dialogue with this 3-year-old child about thermodynamics, what's going to happen to the skin and so forth. You just give the child a little smack, that's enough. You don't have to have a conversation. And the basic structure is enough. And there's obedience there. The obedience is to mature later on, and you don't expect the same biblical, mature obedience in a 3-year-old that you expect in a 30-year-old. And the kind of obedience we've been talking about tonight is typical of an adult. If the surgeon in the operating theatre holds out his hand and says scalpel, he doesn't expect a conversation before he gets it. He expects a scalpel. And that can be done all within the context of obedience. That the person who hands the scalpel does it as participating efficiently and well as a good nurse and a cooperator or a fellow surgeon in this process. Somebody on a battlefield, when they say do something, you don't expect a conversation either. Expect things to be done. That can all be done, not in the context of merely doing as you're told, but as doing as you're told in a broader context. What about if you have a work situation where your boss, person in charge of you, has absolutely no respect for any of this mystery nonsense? What they expect is an efficient business, which is reasonable enough. So they say do this and they expect you to do it. Is it possible to be obedient in the biblical context there? Because there's no question of mutuality of the other partner in this process, listening to the mystery and being part of the mystery. I'd say yes, most definitely. If I am caught up in the process of constantly being sensitive to the mystery and flowing with it, there's no reason why I can't flow with the mystery in company with someone who has no awareness of the mystery. There's no reason why that person can't be an instrument of the mystery for me. Why I should, on the account of that person not being a Christian, disobey them, fail to carry out orders. So in promoting this biblical context, let us keep it down to concrete, matter-of-fact, practical, nitty-gritty, mundane, daily situations. Keep those in mind. I am not promoting democracy necessarily. I'm not promoting deep and meaningful dialogue every time that a decision has to be made. Basically, I'm promoting a mood, an attitude, a life orientation, within which one gets about, in a hard-headed, practical, down-to-earth way, the stuff of living. One fosters an obedient lifestyle. You see, if you reduce obedience to acts, then you've got a problem of missing out on that mood, missing out on the lifestyle that one brings to the act. One of the problems that has emerged in our times, which makes us very much aware of the need to restructure our understanding of obedience, came to light, I think, first and foremost in the war trials of post-Second World War, when the recurring theme of the defense was we were just carrying out orders. And I was fascinated last night when I heard an interview on the news with a French journalist talking about the two agents who are currently in prison in New Zealand, and saying the French journalist was proposing the point of view they should be taken back to France and tried back there and dealt with by the French government. Why? Because they were only carrying out orders. I would say if an adult carries out an order, they take responsibility for it. Don't blame the government. Don't blame your superiors. Don't blame God. Don't blame the church. You did it. See? If you promote a notion of obedience, of doing as you're told, that cop-out's available to you. I just did as I was told. Because that notion of obedience promotes irresponsibility. I'm not responsible. They are responsible. Don't ask me. Don't blame me. Whereas if there's the sense of participation in the mystery, I did it, yep. I was told to do it, that's right. But I did it. I chose to do it. I could have not chosen. But I would have been punished if I hadn't. That's right. That's part of the obedience structure, that you enter into what the mystery demands. For example, in Germany, prior to the war, there were men and women who refused to conform, who refused to do as they were told. People like Bonhoeffer, for example, who was hanged for being disobedient. And the irony of the matter was, he was most obedient. That's why he was hanged, ultimately, because he refused to be disobedient. There's a paradox at the heart of this. No adult can avoid accountability when he or she follows a command. The adult does it because he or she chooses to do it. Let me say something here, by the by, about religious and the vow of obedience. I have bumped into, and I dare say you have bumped into, religious and priests for that matter, who are in a certain place and doing a certain job, but their heart is not in it. They whinge about being there, but, I'll do it. It doesn't really matter. I wouldn't be here if I hadn't been told to be here. I'm only here because they wanted me to be here, because the bishop sent me here, or the superior made me come here. I wanted to do something else. But because I've got the vow of obedience, I'm here. I say nonsense. Absolute nonsense. If you go there, you go because you choose to go there. Don't blame anybody. And don't rationalize it by calling it the vow of obedience. That's not obedience, that's disobedience. You're refusing to listen. It's a cop-out. You're refusing to be responsible. And one of the tragedies of religious life has been that it has bred so many people in irresponsibility. It creates potentially, as we've mentioned before, a total care situation where a person never has to make a serious life decision once they get into the system. That's possible. Tragically, therefore, the vow of obedience can become institutionalized disobedience. This is an awful irony, very sad and tragic irony. How does one then go about the process if one has the vow of obedience and one is asked to do something that one doesn't like to do? The church has within its institutional structure a process called due process, which takes account of extreme cases, but it sets a principle, a legal principle there, that it is possible for the individual to make a case not to do what they are asked to do. In other words, to enter into a dialogical situation that the superiors, as well as the subordinate, they're all part of an obedience structure. So that if I'm asked to go to Timbuktu to open an adult education centre, I can say, well, there are really not many people live at Timbuktu. I really enjoy living in Sydney. I'm doing valuable work here. I'm just getting settled at the CTU, etc., etc., etc. I make a case, and my superiors say, but we really have the missionary urge at this time, and we think that Timbuktu is the place to go. The Holy Spirit has told us. Now, there's one of two options, having entered into that initial dialogue, that give and take. Either I say, okay, I've put my case, I think it is absolutely stupid, but I choose to go. And I'm not going to blame you for sending me. I'm going because I've chosen to go, and I'll take responsibility and I'll be accountable for it. Or I can say, no, I think it's totally irresponsible for me to go there and enter into what might become due process, in which outside judges are brought in, and it might lead, in fact, to my being expelled from the congregation. In other words, obedience might demand that resistance to that point. That would be a very, very extreme case. But I think the whole institution of due process sets up that possibility. But in a word, don't blame the vow of obedience. Don't use the vow of obedience as a way to escape responsibility. Don't use the vow of obedience as an occasion for disobedience, of refusing to listen, of refusing to take responsibility for your life, of being accountable. And this is the problem, too, with that old attitude that many of us Catholics had toward the church authorities as such. The church said, do this or do that, and we simply did it. And I've heard, for example, Catholics say who've had large families, I would not have had them if the church hadn't forbidden me to use contraception. Well, and it has amazed me that how otherwise intelligent and mature men and women who make decisions in their job situations that concern a lot of people and involve quite a lot of thought and wisdom cannot make the similar decisions in terms of matters of faith and morals. We're hidebound. Once you accept the basic premise that obedience is doing as you're told, you're in a bind. Because you've got one of two options. To either do as you're told, which equals obedience, or don't do as you're told, which equals disobedience. And who wants to be disobedient? That's a sin. That's a vice. That's something for which God punishes us. So I'll struggle to be obedient. Or I'll rationalize it in some way to remain on the right side of the ledger. And there's no need for us to get into that kind of childish process, provided we understand obedience as challenging me to take responsibility for my life, to take responsibility for my part as a unique individual, listening to the mystery and contributing to life and acting on the mystery. The alternative to simply doing as you're told is not rebellion. Paradoxically, it's obedience. Responsibly listening to the situation and choosing to act accordingly and taking the consequences. I'd refer you to our earlier lectures on appraisal in Part 3, Lectures 11 and 12, where we talked about the whole process of weighing up and making practical decisions, which promotes a process in life where an appraisal is made, a decision is taken, and an action is followed, and consequences are accepted. And it's an ongoing circular process. It's not a once and for all sort of a boink, 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 this is what it is. Obedience is required all the way through, attentive listening before and during and after the appraisal, before, during and after the decision, before, during and after the action, so that I might have to say, oh my gosh, this needs to be reappraised. I've made a wrong decision. This raises the issue, which we've already touched on in the first session, of God's will. A real difficulty for us coming out of a functionalistic mindset where God's will was reified, was thingified like grace, sin, God, Spirit, the church, authority. These were things that could be defined. And the notion of God's will, I would say, shared that externalized authority structure that was very much ingrained into us. Look out there for what you are supposed to do. Look out there, look hard enough, and you'll find the thing called God's will and just do it. And in religious congregations, for example, you had little sayings like, keep the rule and the rule will keep you. The bell is Vox Dei, the voice of God, as is Mother Superior. Out there, it's a thing out there. It's the pattern, it's set, it's a predefinition, and your job is to find it and do it. Again, that basic structure of obedience is simply doing as you're told. I would say that is a very, very destructive understanding of the will of God. And the pernicious thing about it, it's almost true. There's nothing so pernicious as Chesterton says there's something that's 90% true. It's got enough untruth in it to be really dangerous. Really very, very dangerous. Go back to the example of Judith. Judith is portrayed as an individual who exemplifies obedience, not because she searches around and finds, that's God's will, that schema there, that program there, that's what I'll simply follow. No, she thinks, she imagines, she creates, she uses all her energies and resources, and together she and God make what we call God's will. How do you know God's will? The answer to that is very simple. You don't until after it's happened. There's no way in the world you can know God's will beforehand, because you and God haven't yet created it. God's will is the product of your action and God's action together. Now that only makes sense provided there's this notion of obedience. Provided there's this commitment to be attentive to the mystery. Now where that what I'm calling a deformative notion of God's will is similar to the real notion is that there is already given a mystery. There is a reality already there which I must listen to, discover, and conform to, in a very real sense, participate in. So in that sense, it's very similar, the deformative notion. But it involves me in what the early fathers called sun egaya, a working together with God. God's will is not simply a schema, a predefinition of the way things should be that I have to find and simply do. I'd like to read to you a little poem. I met a Jesuit in San Francisco who gave me this poem. It's part of a private publication, and I've included it in the appendices to this part, so you can read it there if you wish. But when I say the appendices of this part, you'll get those notes next week. But it's simply called a poem, and it reads like this. Some may introduce their God as a moody, sovereign meddler, a busybody puppeteer, a gamester stacking the cards. Mine plays in a crude combo, each man free to improvise, exchanging cues uncharted, yielding to quite chance solos. Behind this motley hubbub, weaving measured counterpoint, God, relaxed, directs somehow by quiet indirection. Part of the structure that is portrayed in the Old Testament of God being obedient together with us. It's almost like God, in choosing to work with the people the way he has done, has chosen, as it were, to sit down with us and work to redeem this world. And our task is to sit down with God and work to redeem this world, to use all our resources. Why does God give us these talents, our mind, our will, our imagination, our anticipation, our memories, unless he expects us to use them to contribute to the whole process? I'd like to refer to primary and secondary forms of obedience, and here I've invented a little structure that you might find helpful or you might not. I find it helpful. By a primary form of obedience, I mean a place in life or a context of reality within which I exercise, or I'm asked to exercise, a primary disposition of obedience. It's a primary experience of obedience. And there are secondary forms, there are other forums, there are other contexts of life which I'm also called to be obedient, but they're secondary to the primary one. And I'd say the primary form of obedience is you, yourself. That the first call of obedience is to be obedient to yourself, to listen to yourself as a manifestation of the mystery, to be sensitive, to be attentive to the mystery manifesting itself in you with a view to acting accordingly. Secondary forms of obedience include family, listening, for example, to your family roots, where you come from. You are your family. Work as a secondary form of obedience, a context, a place where you listen. Leisure experiences, friendships, marriage, religious community, church, etc., etc. We all have a whole cluster of secondary forms of obedience. I would say these forums also give rise to certain spirals of life, spirals of obedience. The primary forum gives rise to a primary spiral. They're all interrelated. You can't separate them. The primary form of obedience, the self, when we listen to that, we are attentive to what is happening in ourselves and with ourselves as the mystery manifests itself in me. I become aware. That self-awareness promotes freedom. That freedom promotes deeper participation, which enables me to listen more attentively, which begets increased awareness, which begets increased freedom, which begets increased participation, which begets, and so on. The spiral goes on and on and on, and it is never ending. And the same applies, I would suggest, with work, with church, with family, with religious congregation, with marriage, and so forth. The same kind of a spiral happens. You become more aware, which increases your freedom, which allows you to participate more fully. One of the difficulties about obedience, and I would suggest why we do in fact balk at it, real obedience is very, very difficult. And I think the reason is it leads eventually to death. It is a spiral of self-transcendence. It is a spiral that demands the death of the false self, the death of the pride form. fascinating to reflect on St. Paul's letter to the Philippians, chapter 2, verse 5, in this light. His nature was divine. He did not cling to his equality with God, but emptied himself, taking on human form. There's a kind of a spiraling about that hymn, and became obedient, yet obedient even unto death. If the incarnation means anything, I would suggest, it means that Jesus entered fully into the human situation. As St. Paul says, I think it's in one of his letters to the Corinthians, the sinless one became sin. Jesus, his obedience, his willingness to identify with the Father's will, to be sensitive to the mystery of which he has a crucial, in which he plays a crucial role, a redemptive role, led him, his obedience led him unto death. Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane, as Father Buckley in that quotation I gave a couple of weeks ago suggests, he was hysterical with fear. Blood came through the pores of his skin. Jesus on the cross experienced the utter dereliction. I think it is entirely likely that "Have you forsaken me" wasn't just a pious prayer for help, but a very profound human cry of a person in the deepest darkness any human being can face, as we saw with Teresa of Lisieux, where there is a sense of the absence of God. So deeply had his obedience taken him into the human experience that it was even unto a death before he finally died. The deeply purgative experience of going through all that. I would suggest that it is precisely our intuition that that's what obedience demands, that self-transcending process that makes us resist it. I'd like to quote to you from Thomas Merton's little book called Contemplative Prayer on page 68, where he picks up the theme of God's will, confronting the chaos and the meaninglessness of our lives, and the fact that we are called to, together with Christ, to create some sense of meaning and purpose in our lives. And on page 68 he writes, "What am I? I am myself a word spoken by God. Can God speak a word that does not have any meaning? Yet I am sure that the meaning of my life, yet am I sure that the meaning of my life is the meaning that God intends for it? Does God impose a meaning on my life from the outside, through event, custom, routine, law, system, impact with others in society? Or am I called to create from within, with him, with his grace, a meaning which reflects his truth and makes me his word spoken freely in my personal situation? My true identity lies hidden in God's call to my freedom and my response to him. This means I must use my freedom in order to love with full responsibility and authenticity, not merely receiving a form imposed on me by external forces, or forming my own life according to an approved social pattern, but directing my love to the personal reality of my brother and embracing God's will in its naked, often unpenetrable mystery. I cannot discover my meaning if I try to evade the dread which comes from the first experiencing my meaninglessness." Let's reflect for a moment on obstacles to obedience. Ultimately, I would suggest all obstacles to obedience, to this attentive listening, are grounded in the pride form, that energy within us, that inclination that is part of ours as fallen creatures, to want to create ourselves as the controlling center of our own lives. Rather than submitting to the mystery as the center of my life, I want to make myself the center of a life which I dominate and control and master. The pride form wants to resist these spirals of self-transcendence with their inevitable death experience and final submission to the mystery. The pride form promotes distractedness and deafness. It doesn't want to hear what the mystery has to say because the mystery is calling it away, is calling the false self to die. The great manifestation of the pride form is idealization, where we fabricate an idealized image and endeavor to make life, ourselves included, fit. And two of the giveaways for the pride form at work, promoting disobedience, are willfulness. The classical characteristic of willfulness is deafness. The willful person has only one thing in mind. They're caught up, obsessed with this thing. They've got to get this. Got to do this. This end has to be achieved. They're not in the process, they're caught up in the product. And another quality of life, which is perhaps very much with us today and indicates a certain disobedience, is busyness. Becoming so caught up in the activities of life that we cease to hear what's happening. We cease to be aware of the mystery at work in us. Sin implies a radical failure or outright refusal of obedience. Injustice, lack of sensitivity, mercy, compassion, judgmental attitudes, cheating and lying, unchastity, laziness, etc. All manifestations of sin imply in some way, shape or form a radical disobedience, a radical unwillingness or failure of the listening process oriented towards acting in accord with the mystery. Let me say something about that points up the paradox. Whenever you get nearer to the heart of religion, you start to find paradoxes all over the place, and here is one. Supposing a person is in a situation where they suffered depression. In deep depression, about all a person can do sometimes is hang on. There's no question of listening attentively to the mystery. All the energy is just focused on surviving that moment, then the next moment, then the moment after that, and so forth. So there is, if you like, a failure of obedience in that instance. A failure over which the person has no control. A failure which paradoxically can engender great obedience. That is, when the individual faces up to that particular fault, that distress, fault is the wrong word, that manifestation of fallenness, and humbly submits to it and listens to it, so they become obedient to their failure of obedience, they can grow in obedience, as well as mercy and compassion and sensitivity, and a deeper understanding of God's love at work in our brokenness. Supposing another individual is able to grit his or her teeth and conquer the situation, and get over the depression by getting stuck into work or jogging 15 miles or something. If they're really depressed, they're not going to be able to do that, but maybe if it's not so serious, they could. Or if it's anxiety or some other thing. So they're able to conquer it. So they're able to get rid of that refusal of obedience, and by sheer willpower they re-establish obedience. It could be that that person has in fact engendered greater disobedience than the person who's forced to face up to the humiliation and the distress of their own brokenness. One of the paradoxes that that person who conquers may in fact simply promote the illusion that they are able to do it. It feeds the basic illusion of trying to get it all together. Let me say finally something about the vow of obedience. When we spoke of detachment, we spoke of the vow of poverty as the church's one way in which the church witnesses to that radical call of the gospel to be emptied as Christ is emptied. When we spoke of compassion, we spoke of the church's witness of celibacy as the church's way of calling herself, her people, the ecclesial community, to a life of compassion. As we reflect on listening, we might call to mind the church's manifestation of a similar call through the vow of obedience to all people to be obedient, to live in this great sensitivity to the mystery, constantly listening to what is happening with a view to acting in a participative way in accord with the mystery. Just as the vow of poverty and the vow of celibacy do not ensure that one will be a poor person or a loving person, so the vow of obedience doesn't ensure that one will be an obedient person. The vow of obedience is a statement of intent, is a proclamation of witness. And as we have already mentioned, it can achieve the very thing, the very opposite of what it pretends to achieve. It can be a form of institutionalized disobedience. However, it remains, and I would suggest will always remain within the church, as a manifestation of a radical gospel value, the call to listen, the call to be sensitive to the mystery with a view to participating. The vow of obedience is aborted, is emasculated by reducing it to simply doing as one is told. The vow of obedience is, like religious life itself, to use John Baptist Metz's terminology, back to the notion of the Shema. The way the Jewish people attach tremendous significance to remembering. One of the functions of religious life is to be a memory in the midst of the community, to remind the people, to remind the ecclesial community of the gospel and of those deeper, radical gospel values. Let us pause there and throw it open for comment or question, reflection. Okay, let us begin our session this evening with a meditation from the book of Genesis, chapter 1, verses 27 through chapter 2, verse 4. Male and female he created them. God blessed them. And God said to them, "Be fruitful and multiply, and fill the earth and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the birds of the air, and over every living thing that moves upon the earth." And God said, "Behold, I have given you every plant yielding seed which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree with seed in its fruit. You shall have them for food. And to every beast of the earth, and to every bird of the air, and to everything that creeps on the earth, everything that has the breath of life, I have given every green plant for food." And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And there was evening, and there was morning, a sixth day. Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the host of them. And on the seventh day God finished his work which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. So God blessed the seventh day and hallowed it, because on it God rested from all his work which he had done in creation. Loving God of creation, creator of all that is, we bless you and we thank you this evening. We thank you for your Son, the Messiah, whose birth, whose incarnation we will shortly celebrate. We thank you for his Spirit, his creating Spirit, who works in us and continues the work of redemption. As we reflect this evening on work and leisure, open our minds to your truth, quicken our spirits, enlarge our hearts, bring us into tune with your wonderful mystery at work in our world. We pray to you, Father, for the coming of the kingdom in the words that the Messiah has given us. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. Our topic, first of all, this evening is work. And let me begin by stressing the fact that our procedure is to raise issues and promote some kind of formative thinking about them. The more we discussed this matter at Hunters Hill, the meaning of work, the more questions came up and the more loose ends appeared. It is not a simple issue to look at, but it is a very, very important one. I wonder, as we talked about it, whether or not it had something to do with the possibility that perhaps in our time we have gotten such a distorted and deformed perception of work that when we begin to look at the biblical understanding of work and leisure, it seems so remote, so abstract as to be irrelevant. I wonder whether that may not be operative. I'd invite you, as we go through and reflect on some of the issues, to consider your own gut reactions to what is being said and see if you can reflect on your own understanding of work and its place in your life, because clearly it does have a significant place. Statistically, if you look at your life and consider work as more than just your employment, we probably spend a good half of our lives working. So a person, and that from the cradle to the grave, so a person of 60 has spent roughly 30 years of work, and that's a significant amount of time, which will be either formative or deformative, operating on the principle that St. Alphonsus Liguori enunciates. If you're not going forward, you're going backwards. If you're not entering into your work formatively, you'll probably be entering into it deformatively. So that's a long time to spend about something that's deformative, if that is in fact happening. It's worth considering the place of work. Let us go back, as we have done the last few sessions, to the Bible, and particularly the Genesis legend which we began with just now. Of all God's creation, as it is perceived in that particular legend, the human family, the human species, is unique. It stands out. It is the part of God's creation that God fashioned in a special way. It is fashioned in his image and likeness. No other part of creation is made in the image and likeness of God, or said to be. In a very special way, the human creation is divine, is an echo of the divine as no other part of creation is. We, therefore, in terms of our being, are divine, and in terms of our doing, following being, as you are, so you tend to do. Our being divine, our doing will be divine in some measure. In other words, as we participate in divine being, so we will participate in divine doing. The mandate, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it, is a command, an injunction, a challenge, an invitation to participate in God's work, to be co-creators with the Creator, co-workers with the divine worker. Stamped with the divine image and likeness, we share the divinity's doing as well as the divinity's being, of bringing order out of chaos. Right at the beginning of the book of Genesis, one of the key words is the Hebrew word tahom, which means void or nothingness or chaos, the primordial mess that has no order about it. And creation is the work of bringing order out of chaos, and it hasn't finished. God continues to work, as St. Paul says, creation groans in travail. We participate with God in this process of bringing order out of chaos. The Fathers of the Second Vatican Council, in the document on the Church today, Gaudium et Spes, in paragraph 34, set the perspective for work, which is very much a biblical perspective, and they are in the tradition of the Christian churches down through the ages. Paragraph 34, they say, throughout the course of the centuries, people have labored to better the circumstances of their lives through a monumental amount of individual and collective effort. To believers, this point is settled. Considered in itself, such human activity accords with God's will. For us, created to God's image, we received a mandate to subject to ourselves the earth and all that it contains, and to govern the world with justice and holiness. A mandate to relate ourselves in the totality of things to him who was to be acknowledged as the Lord and Creator of all. Thus, by the subjection of all things to ourselves, the name of God would be wonderful in all the earth. This mandate concerns even the most ordinary everyday activities. For while providing the substance of life for themselves and their families, men and women are performing their activities in a way which appropriately benefits society.
they can justly consider that by their labor they are unfolding the Creator's work, consulting the advantages of their brothers and sisters, and contributing by their personal industry to the realization in history of the divine plan. That sets a very particular kind of perspective for work. This doing on our part, however, will always be marked by a certain toil. And again, we can get that perspective if we go back to the legend of the fall, which follows the legend of creation. Every part of human existence is marked by fallenness, even our work. There lies here a very, very important focus and distinction. The church, like the Bible, goes to Genesis chapter 1:28 for its perspective on work, not Genesis chapter 3, verse 16. Chapter 1 is the legend of creation. Work is grounded in the fact of my being somehow or other sharing the being of God. I am made in the image and likeness of God. Work is an expression of that divine reality, both as a right and as a duty. It is part of the essence of being human, of being an expression or an emanation of the divine to work. Work is not a burden that comes with the fall. Work is not something, therefore, that we ought to be trying to get away from. Work in its essence is one of the primary expressions of being human, one of the primary needs of being human, to be able to work. Now, it doesn't seem like a significant focus until you begin to look at perhaps some of the consequences of where you lay the perception. I would say the mythology in our society implicitly is one that focuses on work as a burden. Work as something that must be done if you're to get your bread and butter, but it would be better not to have to do it. That's not the biblical perspective. It jars a little bit, I think, perhaps for some of us, to think of work as a privilege and as duty, to think of work as a way of expressing the divine image and likeness reality that I am. In the Old Testament, the people are called upon to work. The Promised Land is not a place of no work. It is a place where the crops will be in abundance because God and the people work together. Work will be fruitful. And it's interesting to go back again to that primary event of the Old Testament, the Exodus. One of the central features of that, it occurs to me, is the redemption of work. The basic theme of the Exodus is liberation, taking the people out of bondage and slavery into a situation of freedom, in which a covenant is formed with a loving God. The essence of bondage is servile work, slavery, a situation where one's work is alienated, where I cannot enjoy the fruits of my work. I am under the heel of the oppressor, the Egyptian overlord. My work is not mine, it is stolen from me. The Exodus is a redemption of work, as if to say, nobody should live like that, least of all my people. Your work is holy. Your work is an expression of your relationship with me and my relationship with you. I will not let anyone alienate your work from you. Come into freedom. There is a redemption of work. In the New Testament, Jesus continues the liberation process foreshadowed in the Old Testament. We've already noted the Exodus event in the Old Testament is paralleled by the Paschal event, the Passover of Jesus in the New Testament. The Old Testament covenant is paralleled by the New Testament covenant, sealed in the blood of Jesus Christ. Jesus' work exemplifies all work in the biblical sense. Essentially, work comes back in its core, in its essence, to the work of redemption, the work of bringing order out of chaos. That is why Jesus comes. That is what the incarnation is about, that primary value of all work,
that essential note of work, to participate in the creative work of God, bringing order out of chaos. And in Jesus' life, this included many years of manual labor and menial tasks. Presumably, he did not sit around and twiddle his thumbs for 30 years. Presumably, he helped his father, whom the Bible says was a carpenter. Presumably, he too was a carpenter. Seems like a fair assumption. Interesting to reflect on that in the light of the classical Roman Greek understanding of menial manual labor. They abhorred it. They denigrated it. The only people who do that are slaves, and they're less than human. The real people, the real human beings, don't do that. They never do menial work, manual labor. That is beneath their dignity. Jesus redeems even manual, menial labor. He says that too is part of the work of our redemption. An author who is very interesting on this whole question of work is Simone Weil. She's a French Jewish lady, born in the first half of this century. Died, I believe she was about 34 when she died in 1943. Throughout her life, one of the enduring themes of Simone Weil was her eagerness to identify with the poor and the oppressed, especially the working class. You're talking about France in the early part of this century. When she was five, she refused to eat sugar because the soldiers at the front didn't have sugar in their rations. When she was 14, Simone Weil, amongst other things, suffered from crippling migraine headaches, also a disastrous sense of worthlessness. She had one other brother, Andre, who was a child prodigy apparently, an extremely brilliant person, was alive until recent times, in fact. The pair of them were the only two children in this Jewish couple, bourgeois. The father was a doctor. For them, comfort, ease were ends in themselves. And Simone Weil seems to have been one of these sensitive geniuses who just didn't fit where she happened to land, where she was thrown in this world. And she had this constant, eager desire to identify with the poor, the oppressed. She came to the doorstep of becoming a Christian and a Roman Catholic, but refused to take the step. She says Christianity needs its outsiders. Christianity needs Christians who don't belong to constantly challenge and comment, and it's a fair comment. She eventually died in 1943. Partly she was a very fragile person, an inveterate smoker, and she refused to eat anything more than the resistance fighters in France were getting. And basically she starved to death. A fascinating, challenging, frightening person. But one of the things that she was constantly doing, she was a philosophy professor, lecturer, she would go to the farms, to the factories, and work with the workers, do their jobs, live with them, talk with them. Despite the fact that she was a very fragile, sickly person. And she talks, I think it's in Waiting for God, but I can't recall the exact reference, about a saying that the tradespeople have, that when an apprentice starts on a job, he feels tremendous pain and stiffness in his joints. The muscles get all clogged up and knotted up because he has to do things that he's not used to doing. She says, the tradespeople say of that, it's the trade entering his body. It's a beautiful expression when you think about it. It's not a condemnation or denigration of work, manual labor, of trade. It's a recognition that work is a forum of entering into dialogue with the mystery of being formed as well as giving form. The trade forms me. It even shapes my body. I can feel it in my back, my muscles, my neck. I go home and all I can do is go to bed. The trade is getting into me and shaping my life. And anyone who's started any kind of a job that involves physical effort, whether it's standing in a clothing store selling clothes or in a classroom or whatever, will understand that kind of a thing. On this particular point, again, it might be interesting for us to reflect. I would suggest that typically we are trained with a productivity-centered approach to work, a giving, not receiving-centered approach to work. We receive money for what we've done, but that's after the work is done. But in terms of actually entering the work with the experience of that work being a forum within which my life takes shape, formatively or deformatively, I think lies generally outside our experience in a typical Western approach to work. I would say that is typically, much to the detriment of the church, the way priests and religious were trained. The apostolate was focused on, the work of the apostolate was focused on productivity. You have the answers, you have a job to do, you have service to give, and there was little formation of the priests and religious in terms of when you go out there you must learn to receive as well as give. That is just as important. Meister Eckhart says somewhere in one of the legends about him, I'd much rather a person who can graciously receive a crust of bread than a person who can give $100. There's something about the ability to receive. You're on top when you can give. When you're receiving, there's something, you've just got to wait. There's something helpless about that. In the experience of work, there is potentially the giving and the receiving of the whole mystery of formation going on there. What I am suggesting is that typically we tend to cut out the receiving in order to stay on top, in order to be in control. So we use work as a kind of a manipulation. We'll come back to that. Let us look at a definition, a working definition of work, if you like. And I've described it there in the notes very broadly, perhaps too broadly. However, since it's in the notes, that's the way it is for the moment. The idea is to promote your own thinking about it so that you can work out your own description of work. I would say it's any expression of the basic functional structure of the human self. It's any expression, not just your job, not just those things we agree that are work, but any expression of the basic functional structure. And you will recall that fourfold basic structure we spoke about of the human person in Part 4, Lectures 5 and 6. Historical cultural structure, the bodily structure, the functional structure, and the transcendent structure. Every human life, every human self has that. That's a metaphor. That's a way of meditating the mystery of the self. That functional structure in its expression is what I'm calling work. Now, I'm not going to shed blood or my own or anyone else's over that particular definition. I find it a helpful one to work with. And we're talking about of the human self. We're not talking about dogs and cats and trees and so forth. Work, obviously, according to that value-free definition, as we define it, may be formative or deformative. It doesn't have to be either. It will be one or the other. In some circumstances, may be a mixture. In the biblical perspective, however, work, we can say, will be formative to the extent that that functional expression is ordered towards participation in the mystery, either implicitly or explicitly. Again, within the biblical perspective, that functional expression will tend to be deformative to the extent that it excludes participation in the mystery, implicitly or explicitly. On the basis of this, I'd like to reflect on three statements which are somewhat provocative, especially the second one, deliberately so, talk about them with a view to promoting discussion. The first statement is this: work is never an end in itself. And by that I mean it's never an absolute end in itself. It's never an ultimate. There may be some works that are relatively an end in themselves, like the washing, doing the washing the dishes, or washing a floor or something. It's an end in itself. Relatively. Ultimately, considered absolutely within the context of life, however, I would suggest that it's more formative to think of work as a means to an end. And the end, I'm not talking about a means to a functional end, a utilitarian end, I mean a means to participating in life. It's a way of being present in the world, of getting caught up in the mystery of life, flowing with the mystery of life. It's a fascinating thing to reflect on this. If you deny a person that opportunity, that means to participate in the mystery, you deny them the power to participate, and you create all kinds of psychological, personal, social problems. For example, reflect on what happens to people very often after they retire from the job. In simple terms, say in a traditional kind of a typical home where the mother and the wife have stayed at home and kept house and so forth and basically raised the kids, and the husband works all the time and comes back and then at 65 retires, and he's a nuisance in the house. He's got nothing to do, can't express himself functionally. That typical situation is changing in our society, as a matter of fact. Look at what happens when you deny people work month after month after month after month. I can recall a young person who, fresh out of training, had an expertise in an area that one would have thought, related to computers, one would have thought would have been very employable. And after sending out a whole lot of resumes and applying for jobs and getting continuous replies saying, don't contact us, we'll contact you, or no replies at all, or actually going for interviews and getting turned down, she retired to her room. What I would suggest was happening there was she was being denied, in a sense, how she experienced was she was being denied existence. She didn't belong, she didn't have the power to participate. This opportunity to work is so crucial, is such a need, that people will feel it as very burdensome and maybe even as a denial of their very identity. And in fact, in growing up, one of the important features, researchers will point out to you, in becoming an adult is developing a functional competence, an ability to express oneself functionally and to do some useful, worthwhile work. You deny a person functional competence and expertise, and you will deny them adulthood, basically, unless they're an extraordinary person who can get around that. Authentic work, therefore, it bears these marks of being a means to an end. It's not just an end in itself. It's a means to an end. It's a process. It's part of the movement of life. It's part of the self-transcending, of getting outside yourself, of moving beyond yourself. And people who can't move beyond themselves, who can't enter into that self-transcending possibility, finish up with some difficulties with regard to their work, and one of them I'd suggest might be boredom, and we'll look at that in a moment. But the whole ability to transcend oneself and experience one's work as contextualized, as relative to a much larger perspective, will enable the work to be formative, I would suggest. Take, for example, a tradesperson. It's amazing when you see someone who's, say, a good carpenter or a good cook or, good at interior decorating or something. Watch them at work. I get a great kick out of, say, watching a carpenter at work. I would love to be able to do woodwork, but I am an absolute klutz. The nails move when I go to hit them. But watching someone there, they cut the wood and the joints actually fit. I mean, you look at them and isn't it marvelous? And with a good tradesperson, there is a self-forgetfulness there. They're outside of themselves. The tools, the materials, and the tradesperson working become of a piece. There's a oneness there. There is a unity. And where there is genuine work, formative work, there is a self-forgetfulness, a transcendence happening there. And you know yourself, when you're very conscious of yourself at work, whether it's washing the dishes or doing something in your job, work becomes very burdensome. Time hangs heavy on your hands. There's a sense of, I wish it was over, sort of a thing. Where there is a self-forgetfulness, time goes. Work seems rewarding. It's fun. It's happy. To participate in life in this functional way is both our right and our duty. Here again I'd like to go to the Vatican Council document, Gaudium et Spes, the Church Today, paragraph 67, where the fathers say, "From all these considerations there arise every person's duty to labor faithfully and also their right to work. It is the duty of society, moreover, according to the circumstances prevailing in it, and in keeping with its proper role, to help its citizens find opportunities for adequate employment. Finally, payment for labor must be such as to furnish a person with the means to cultivate his or her own material, social, cultural, and spiritual life worthily, and that of his or her dependents. What this payment should be will vary according to each one's assignment and productivity, the conditions of the place of employment, and the common good." And in saying that, the Council Fathers are in the tradition of Pope Leo, Rerum Novarum of 1890, Pope Pius XI in several encyclicals, Pope Pius XII, Pope John the 23rd, and after the Vatican Council, Pope John Paul II in his Laborem Exercens document, which came out a couple of years ago. That presents a very serious challenge, potentially, of the Church to society. I'm not sure that the Church has sufficient credibility to really make that challenge. We need to do, I would suggest, a little bit of homework in our own backyards as an organization in terms of work and justice and the right and the responsibilities associated with work. One could, for example, look at the place of women in the church and the roles that have been allotted them in centuries and at even the present time. It's a little bit difficult for the church to speak credibly about work and justice and so forth to society at large when there are some glaring inconsistencies in its own structures. The second statement I'd like to make is perhaps even more provocative because it's very debatable. But I think the opposite is even more debatable. So I'm going to stick to what I think is the less debatable statement, which is, work is never necessarily alienating or deforming. Now let me qualify that by saying, within the context of which we have been speaking, in terms of participating in the mystery, any functional expression can be formative, does not necessarily have to be deformative. Whether it's washing the dishes or flying a 747, performing liturgical functions or bodily functions, tending a heart patient or a child with the flu, lecturing on work or listening to such a lecture, St. Paul says all things work to the good of those who love God. Now let me immediately raise a couple of obvious questions with regard to that, which make it debatable. What of prostitution? What of the soldiers in charge of the gas ovens at Auschwitz? What of those people who make the machines of destruction, of war and abortion? Where does this fit in? The other alternative is to say some works, some functional expressions are inherently evil, necessarily evil. Now, if you can find one exception to that, that makes that very debatable. For example, is it possible that, given the circumstances of a person's life, making machines of destruction or engaging in prostitution, that in fact for that person, is it possible, for that person it is formative? All things work to the good of those who love God. I just raised the question. Another perhaps more difficult question, because I think more widespread, concerns the repetitious, potentially very depersonalizing work that many people have to engage in our society. For example, my brother, who is an electronics engineer, went and did some work for a certain factory in a part of Sydney. It was late at night, and it's a huge barn, a hangar of a place, which functions day in, day out, night in, night out. People work on 8-hour shifts. The noise inside that room is so intense that you can't move around in there without heavy earmuffs on. And he said, there's no way I could spend more than an hour or so in there. It was absolutely dreadful. But these people work in that factory on 8-hour shifts, standing before machines. I'm not quite sure what they did, but it was repetitive kind of a thing. They just see that things don't get messed up on the assembly line and so forth. Stay there for 8 hours and then go home. And then come back for the next shift the next day and go home. And come back for the next shift and go home. And come back for the next shift and go home. Is it realistic? Perhaps there are two questions here. One is it possible that that can be formative? The second question is it realistic to talk about it being formative? Theoretically, I would suggest, yeah, it is possible that it can be formative if you have high degree of motivation and the ability to develop extraordinary defense mechanisms against the intolerable repetition. But in terms of the actual facts of life, with all the other stresses of life today, one wonders whether it's realistic to expect a human being to work like that. Perhaps, further to that, one of the great advantages of the development of robots and computers in our society is precisely that it takes that kind of work out of human hands and gives human beings a chance to work in other areas, provided that that's what in fact happens. The question of boredom comes up here. Again, if I can go back to the tradesperson, I can recall watching a carpenter work at our place one time, and after watching him for some time, I was fascinated by his skill and the way he just got things done. And eventually he turned around and looked at me and he said, "You know, Father, it gets pretty monotonous after a while." I thought, wow, that's not what I would have expected this person to say. It looks fascinating. This looks really wonderful, doing this work. I'd love to be able to do that. And really what he was voicing is something that I think we all come up against from time to time. And the question ought to be raised, why is it that in some circumstances we get bored with work? Now, in offering the following two responses to that question, I'm not meaning to answer the question, I'm just offering two thoughts that came to my mind in response to that question. And I'd invite you to ask yourself the question and reflect as to why it is that my experience of work sometimes becomes boring. One reason, I think, is that we lose our sense of participating in something bigger, that we lose the context, that the work does become an end in itself and is not seen as attractive. It's only when there is that transcendent perspective, that ability to see this work as part of something bigger, that we can stave off boredom. A second possibility is that we become bored because life is presenting us with a crisis, a parting of the ways. It's agitating us, saying, this is not where you belong anymore. It was okay for the time being, but I'm calling you somewhere else. And it's really an agitation that comes from the mystery. Now, there may be other reasons why a person gets bored with work, but I would suggest those. A little distinction that might help in facing up to the question of boredom is one that we have made before between process and product. You can consider work in terms of product, that is, the finished work, that towards which you work, or you can consider work in terms of the process, getting to the product. I would suggest that typically in our society we focus on work in terms of product, getting the job done, getting it done well, finishing with something that's presentable, efficient, saleable. People who studied burnout suggest that if you focus on product rather than process, you're more likely to burn out. Because you're never where you are. When you're about the business, you're already ahead of yourself, finishing the job. Perfectionists, for example, are constantly caught up in the finished product. And when they get this job finished, complete, together, they're already thinking about the next one that has to be completed together. They think of life in terms of completed products and never get into those 30 years of work. So they're skirting the process all the time. They're all the time ahead of themselves, all the time caught up in the product. So they're living two lives at once. They're living in the future and by necessity living in the present as well. If you get caught up in the process, and by process I mean that whole constellation of factors involved in the present moment, the presence of the mystery, attunement to what's happening, and involvement in what's happening, I would suggest that a person whose approach to work is caught up in process, that doesn't mean they ignore product, and in fact, in many occasions, their product might be a lot more efficient than a person who focuses more or less exclusively on product. But a person who is more dominated by the process mentality of participating in the given moment in which the mystery manifests itself without losing sight of where one is going, is less likely to be bored than someone who is caught up in the product. It's just a little thesis of mine. A final statement. Work may be alienating and deforming. From the foregoing, we can say that any work that is done apart from this participative disposition, this sense of being the job at hand, will tend to be deforming. In a functionalistic environment, work tends to become an occasion in which we use ourselves and or others, or are in fact used by others, for a contrived end, to get something. Now I'd like to mention three styles of work, and I'm not going to suggest these are the only ones, but I am going to suggest that they are modes of work that are deformative. The first one is work as avoidance. It is possible to use work, to use one's need, to express oneself functionally, as an escape from reality. So I get compulsively caught up in work, a lot of work. I'm always working. And I never get around to playing, I never get around to relaxing. In fact, when I sit down to relax, I can't relax. I've got to do something. I've got to be reading the newspaper at the same time as watching the TV set. People can, life becomes work for them. Now, I'm not talking about hard work or people who work a lot. I'm talking about a compulsive involvement in work, which can be an escape. For some people. And there's also a subtlety here too, and I think it's a besetting sin of people like myself and people in the helping professions, where as part of your work you're dealing with human relationships a lot, and you develop strategies for coping so that those human relationships don't engulf you. The danger is then that all your human relationships get caught up in that work attitude, so that you relate with your friends as work, your wife, your husband as work, your kids as work. And that is a form of escape. It's a way of avoiding intimacy, contact, vulnerability, especially if your work is done as approached in a functionalistic, product-oriented sort of a way, because you remain on top, in charge. And especially if you're the kind of person who is functionally very competent. You can do a very good job at establishing and maintaining the illusion of control and mastery. The second deformative mode of work I would call work as consumption, using work to consume. And here I draw on the distinction between being and having. The biblical perspective we have outlined focuses on being, that work is an expression of who I am, made in the image and likeness of God. It is my right, my responsibility. When work becomes deformed and becomes a mode of consumption, it becomes oriented towards having, possessing, acquiring. And I would say that that is not uncommon in our society, that work is deformed and used simply as a tool to acquire things, to possess. And I would call that deformative. Finally, a third mode, deformative mode of work, I would call work as manipulation. And And again, I think this is common in our society, where work is used simply to dominate, to manipulate, where work has become detached from the mystery. Work no longer harmonizes with nature but wants to dominate nature. Work is an alienating power because it becomes a power which is utilitarian, purely and simply. It's a way of establishing control. All three of those deformative modes, I think, if you explore them in actual cases, will point to insecurity. Most likely, I suspect. The people are basically afraid to face up to the reality of who they are in the whole mystery of life. Basically, they are succumbing to the primordial temptation of life formation to avoid my fallen reality. And the other side of that, to face up to my place in life as a creature, as called to participate in the mystery. Let us stop there and throw it open for question or comment. Word. Our topic is leisure, and it's very closely associated with the very complex one of work, which we just began to scrape the surface of in the last session, and raised, as I rather expected we would, a lot more questions than we answered. But precisely because work is so significant, whether it's confined to the job that we do or the total perspective of work, so significant in our lives, it's something that we do need to think about and look at very carefully. We began this whole series of lectures way back in February, suggesting that it was going to involve work on your part. That is, that you weren't going to get the benefit of the material here unless you engaged in the work of reading and reflection and study and talking. In other words, you took the kinds of things that were being said and then went off with them yourself and worked them in your own way. Underpinning the course from that time, and fittingly we conclude with it now, has been the whole notion of leisure, believe it or not. And I'd like to indicate that that is the case by reflecting for some time in this session on the meaning of leisure. And just as last week we reflected on listening, and under that topic talked about obedience, under the heading of leisure we're going to talk about a whole cluster of things like Sabbath, play, contemplation, relaxation. It's that whole different cluster of realities. We're not just talking about one particular thing. And again, we'll talk in broad terms. Now, that creates certain problems, as it did when we talked about work. If you don't define it and make a tight definition, it's inclined to raise a whole lot of issues which tend to become rather complex and confusing if you're not careful. However, it's probably the best way to raise issues anyway, to give a broad definition, and then you can look where you want to go if you want to tighten up the definition. In the classical world, it's very interesting to reflect on the words used. In the classical world, leisure is regarded as the foundation and the highest expression of human life. The Greek word for leisure is skole. The Latin word is schola. The English word, believe it or not, is school. Now, it doesn't mean simply leisure. What they talk about here is the whole environment of learning, bearing in mind that learning is with a view to leisure as the highest expression of being human. Like Plato said, the ultimate in human existence is to contemplate the divine. Contemplation of the divine is the highest expression of human life. So that school is about leisure within that context. Aristotle in his Metaphysics says, we work in order to have leisure. For the Greeks, to indicate work, they didn't use so much the word work as scholia, which literally means not leisure. In other words, you take a break from leisure, that's what work is. And in Latin, the word is negotium, neg, otium. Otium is another word for leisure, more precisely leisure as we would tend to use it in common parlance, as relaxation. And neg otium is work, business. So that Aristotle's phrase that we work in order to have leisure literally is we have not leisure in order to have leisure. We have moments of not being at leisure, ascolia, in order to have scole. The contemporary approach, our typical Western approach to work and leisure, I would suggest tends to be the reverse of the classical. Joseph Pieper, in his fine book, and I would thoroughly recommend it, Leisure, the Basis of Culture, I've put it on the bibliography there, refers to a study by Max Weber on capitalism and Protestant ethics, published, I believe, in 1935, in which Weber sums up an element of that capitalistic Protestant work ethic approach to life when he says, one doesn't work to live, one lives to work. In other words, there is a dominance of work rather than leisure. We might ask the question of our schools, which has the primacy? Training for work, understood as job, which is a means of having, acquiring, or education for leisure, understood in the broadest sense of the word. I would suggest that typically our schools tend to train rather than educate. And that's not a criticism of the schools as such, because schools simply reflect what society asks them to, basically. I'd like to go back to a biblical perspective again, and here I draw on some notes which I took when I did lectures under Father Demetrius Dumm, a Benedictine. He gave lectures in the fall of 1978 in Pittsburgh. He's the author of the commentaries on the books of Judith, Esther, and Tobit in the Jerome Biblical Commentary. We find in the Bible a view that is not dissimilar to that of the classical world. If anything, it takes it even further. It is even more intent upon emphasizing the importance, the centrality of leisure. The legend of creation, which we reflected on tonight, part of which we reflected on at the beginning of our lecture on work, God creates the world, and this creation culminates in the divine rest. There was, after the sixth day, there's the seventh day, and on the seventh day, God had done what he was going to do, and he rested. And the word for rest is Shabbat, which comes down to us as Sabbath. Demetrius Dumm suggests that the end of creation is not the things created, not even the human species, but leisure, but Shabbat, rest, the enjoyment of this divine outpouring. And the human creation is drawn up in that enjoyment of the divine outpouring. Thus, the seventh day, the Shabbat, which is not identified with a chronological experience, but rather a mood and a fundamental orientation of life, the seventh day is sacred for the human being as a mood or a fundamental orientation of life, because we are co-creators with the Creator. We too are invited to join with the divine in the enjoyment that the divine has in his own work. It's interesting to reflect on the Decalogue. Here we stay still with Father Demetrius Dumm's analysis. And I'd like to go back to Exodus chapter 20 and look at the section here where there is one record of the Decalogue. And I'll dwell for a bit on this, not only because it gives us a perspective of leisure from a biblical point of view, but it also gives a perspective on the Ten Commandments, which are really a crucial statement in not only Jewish tradition, but our own Christian tradition. We've already noted that the Ten Commandments, as listed in the book of Exodus chapter 20, are prefaced by that statement, I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. That sets the context. It is the God of the covenant who speaks, the God of liberation. These injunctions are part of that liberating movement. Now, there are 10 injunctions. You shall have no other gods before me, and that is elaborated. That's the first one. You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain, and that's elaborated. That's the second one. Then the third one, remember the Shabbat, the Sabbath day, to keep it holy. 6 days you shall labor and do all your work, but the 7th day is the Sabbath to the Lord your God. And in it you shall not do any work, you or your son or your daughter, your manservant or your maidservant, or your cattle, or the sojourner who is within your gates. For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea and all that is in them, and rested the 7th day. Therefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it. That is the third commandment. And then there are the remaining 7 commandments. Honor your parents. Thou shalt not kill. Shalt not commit adultery. Shalt not steal. Shalt not bear false witness, and so on. Dimitri's Dunn makes an interesting point, and it makes a lot of sense to me. He suggests that the Sabbath commandment is in fact the pivotal commandment in these 10. It picks up the spirit of the first 2 and gives the keynote for the last 7 commandments. The spirit of the first 2 is one of a challenge to submit to the mystery, to be a creature before the Creator. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself a graven image or any likeness of anything that is heaven above, etc. What is the context? The pagans do that. They have stone gods. They fashion gods out of wood. They know where they are. They can throw them away if they don't work. They remain in charge of their gods. When Moses asked God, "Who shall I say sent me?" the response he gets is, "I am who I am." A sort of mind your own business, Moses, but at the same time, I'm amongst you as mystery, that's enough. Just go about your business. I'm there. And perhaps the hardest lesson that the Hebrews had to learn is the hardest lesson that you and I have to learn, is that sometimes the mystery has a face that is unpleasant, the face of depression. Sometimes it has the face of loneliness. Sometimes it has the face of sadness and tragedy even. But it is still the mystery. It is still there. John Courtney Murray, the Jesuit theologian who was one of the guiding lights of the council, suggests that the problem of the Hebrews with respect to God was the same as the problem of our contemporary atheists with respect to God. And the problem is not, does God exist or doesn't he? That's not really the problem. The problem is, quite apart from the existence of God, is God relevant? Is God with me? Does it matter? They're the key questions. And to produce the 5 ways of something and try and convince the person, yeah, God exists, but so what? What have you proved? Existentially, nothing. Is God with me? That's the key question that human beings ask. That's what the Hebrews ask. That's what every person asks, implicitly. Getting back to the Decalogue, you shall not make for yourself a graven image. In other words, it's a call it submit, submit, submit. Participate in the mystery. Don't be a manipulator. Don't be a dominator. Don't try and be a controller. And the same applies to the second commandment, the spirit of which is, don't be using magical formulae to try to control, to manipulate me. I'm not like the pagan gods. You can't manipulate me with magical incantations. Don't try to take my name in vain. Again, it's a call to submit. A call to be caught up in the mystery as a creature relating to the Creator. The first 2 commandments. The second one, the third one, the Sabbath commandment, is a call that picks up the spirit of those 2 and points to the way we can interpret the others. The Sabbath commandment is one of abandonment to that mystery. Rest. Trust the mystery. Don't work excessively with the idea that you can control and dominate life and establish yourself as master of your own destiny. To rest means to submit to the flow of the mystery, to admit, to believe that there is a mystery beyond myself. The Sabbath, to submit to the Sabbath, is a statement of self-transcendence. I get outside myself. I will not relax, rest, contemplate, play, unless there is some sense of a wider mystery, which introduces us to the final 7 commandments, which are about the relationship of people one with another. The first 2 commandments are about the relationship people have with God. The final 7 are about the relationships people have with one another, and it's about basically enhancing life. Work to bring order out of chaos. Bring the Sabbath mood to social interactions. Honor, respect, reverence aged, fragile life in your parents. Don't be stealing other people's property, committing adultery, deceiving people. That defies your identity as people called and redeemed, loved into freedom. As soon as you start to reflect on the Sabbath in this light as the key to the Decalogue, and you start to reflect on the Decalogue in this light, there's an interesting irony begins to emerge. I have heard the Decalogue compared to an owner's manual. It's like you are born, you come into the world, and God gives you a set of rules, clear-cut, unambiguous, black and white. The 10 Commandments. Now, the irony of that is that the 10 Commandments, de facto, become a God. They become an immovable absolute, when really they point beyond themselves. They point to the absolute, and they're the loudest message which they shout, which the Sabbath commandment in particular shouts, is there is only one absolute, that is God, the absolute, reality beyond reality. Don't turn anything, not even the 10 Commandments, into an absolute. They're not absolute. God is the only absolute. The Sabbath tradition is thus about a fundamental orientation of life, an orientation centered in the mystery, eager to participate in and enjoy the work of that mystery. In the Old Testament, the Sabbath's particularly social and ethical implications are taken up beyond the Decalogue in the book of Leviticus, chapter 25, where there is an interesting commandment, a couple of them anyway. Every 47th year or 49th year was declared a Jubilee year, in which there was to be relief from slavery and the land was to be left fallow. Father Demetrius suggests that there's no evidence that points to the literal acceptance of that, as if they didn't cultivate the land every 49th year. They would have starved to death. What the evidence does suggest is that the spirit of this is about giving people a chance to enjoy the fruits of their own labor, to catch up on their debts, so that people aren't oppressed, driven into the ground, so that people aren't forced back into the servile slavery situation in which the Hebrews found themselves when they were in Egypt. It's a safety valve, if you like, the Jubilee year, the Sabbath year. It's the freedom to pay debts and enjoy the fruits of one's own labor, just as the people, when they were freed from Egypt, had that opportunity. That is to be maintained. In the New Testament, Jesus' whole life is pervaded by the Sabbath mood, by this leisure, contemplation, this submission to the mystery, the dominance of the basic relationship with the mystery. Even in his apparent, I stress, apparent condemnation of the Pharisees' strict observance of the Sabbath law. Remember the occasion. The disciples are going through the cornfields. They pick the cobs, and the Pharisees are watching, waiting for anything to catch Jesus on. And they say, look what your disciples are doing. They're breaking the Sabbath. And they said much the same, for example, when people came to be cured. And Jesus said, man is not made for the Sabbath is made for man. I would suggest that what he is pointing at there is legalism, which has turned the Sabbath injunction into a God in its own right. It becomes an absolute. And Jesus is saying it's not an absolute. That points to a mood that your life is supposed to have. That points to a fundamental orientation. And it is precisely in order to preserve that orientation that I reject what you have just said, he's saying to the Pharisees, that I can't accept this strict legalistic interpretation. So in order to preserve the Sabbath, you've got to allow this kind of thing to happen in order to preserve the Sabbath mood. It's an interesting thing. Reflect on our own teaching about the Sabbath. No unnecessary servile work on the Sabbath. But I never quite understood what that meant, the way we tried to interpret it. And I think once you get laws down to clear-cut black and white issues, you can work around them. You can manipulate them. You can control them. There are ways and means of rationalizing issues. What it came down to was, on Sunday, you don't do hard labor, and there are all kinds of ways to try and estimate what was hard labor and what wasn't, or labor for money and not for money, and so forth. And so the whole purpose of the Sabbath commandment was defeated by making it so materialistic and functionalistic. The Sabbath mood was lost. Not necessarily all the time, and not absolutely. If I can say something by the by, it concerns me that we are going a similar direction that they have gone in the United States, of having shops open and workplaces functioning 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. To me, that generates an atmosphere in society which militates against the Sabbath mood. There is something about shutting down 1 day a week. There's something very symbolic, very powerful about it. It makes sense to me now. I don't know what the economics of all that are. It doesn't seem to make sense economically. But from a point of view of leisure and from a point of view of the Sabbath, it does make sense. So having 1 day does seem to have a powerful symbolic value. Jesus says in Matthew 17, "Come to me, all you who labor and are burdened, and I will give you Shabbat, rest." Jesus' whole life is to participate in the mystery, to enjoy the Father's work and promote the Father's work, the work of our redemption. There's a beautiful Protestant hymn which one of my students at Hunters Hill wrote out for me, and it captures this Sabbath mood. I'd like to read it to you. "Dear Lord and Father of mankind, forgive our foolish ways, reclothe us in our rightful mind, in purer lives thy service find, in deeper reverence praise. Drop thy still dews of quietness, till all our strivings cease. Take from our souls the strain and stress, and let our ordered lives confess the beauty of thy peace. O Sabbath rest by Galilee, O calm of hills above, when Jesus knelt to share with thee the silence of eternity, interpreted by love. Speak through the heat of our desire, thy coolness and thy balm. Let sense be dumb, its pulse expire. Speak through the earthquake's wind and fire, O still small voice of calm." By way of a working definition, based on these brief, limited reflections from sacred scripture, I would describe leisure, Sabbath, basically as enjoyment of God through creation, which is a foretaste of the essential, what we would have called the enjoyment of the beatific vision. The nearest we can come to that is enjoyment of God through creation now, which is what we call leisure. And it has elements of remembrance. That is, it is important that we have a Sabbath mood so that we don't forget who we are, so that we keep our links with the mystery, so that we never forget that we are creatures. We are not the Creator with a capital C. That we are participators in the mystery. We maintain that mood, that disposition, that context of life. We remember. We can learn a lot from the Jewish people and their emphasis on remembrance. And that is perhaps one of the primary reasons for having a day set aside as a Sabbath, as symbolic of the Sabbath. It also maintains implications of freedom, that where there is a Sabbath mood in a person's life, one's anchored in the mystery, there is a spirit of freedom. One is not on a conveyor belt, constantly compelled to go, 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 go. There is that sense of stepping aside and getting caught up in something larger than life. There's also an element of play, and there's also an element of contemplation. I'd like to make a couple of statements apropos of this. Perhaps they're not as provocative as the ones about work, but nonetheless I'd like to think they were open-ended and do provoke or evoke some further reflection. I would suggest that leisure is an absolute foundational element of Christian life formation. Leisure understood in the sense in which we speak about it, as a fundamental orientation, as a basic mood of life, where there is an intention towards enjoyment of God through creation. It is a challenge for us. In a functionalistic environment, we tend to see leisure as a break from work rather than work as a break from leisure. Or we may tend to see leisure as convalescence from work rather than enjoyment in its own right. Or we see leisure as preparation for work rather than work as a preparation for leisure. Joseph Pieper refers to our attitude to work and leisure as topsy-turvydom. We've turned everything upside down. We've given a predominance to work over leisure. And let's not point the finger of scorn at secular society. That has happened just as much in the church as it has happened in secular society. Anyone who's been in religious congregations for more than 10 or 15 years will tell you that. Interesting to reflect on a couple of points in this regard, reflecting on our experience. First of all, note how difficult it is for us in our society to enter into genuine celebration. Anyone who's tried to arrange a liturgical celebration will tell you how difficult that is. We find it difficult. Go to a birthday party, a New Year's Eve party, a Christmas party. We find it difficult to celebrate. And it's very worrying if any of you work with children and young adolescents and so forth. I worked in a certain place with them, and the measure of success of a party was the loss of memory. In other words, if you drank so much alcohol that you forgot everything, that was like it was a great party. Can't remember a thing. Last I remember, I was up on the roof shouting. So I think we suffer from an inability to celebrate in our society. And therefore, liturgical renewal is going to go nowhere until we learn to celebrate. I think there's a mutuality there. The renewal of the liturgy will help us to celebrate, but we have to learn to celebrate. And I think that's as much a cultural thing as it is a religious thing. Secondly, an interesting one with regard to play. We find it very difficult to play. In fact, typically, I would say, the typical child of technological Western society cannot play. What we call play is really a disguised form of work. And it's fascinating today to see the amount of money we pay our players in various sports, so-called. Related to play, and I would say our general inability to play, is in our technological Western societies. I'm talking about second world societies, and I have in mind particularly Australia and the United States. Think of musical and expressions of music and dance. If you were to draw a leisure line or a spectrum of play as expressed in leisure and dance in terms of quality, what has been produced by Australian society, for example, would be, at best, just get onto the bottom end of that leisure line in terms of quality. Reflect for a moment. If you've ever been to a carnivale of folk festival where you see these tamburitsans and so forth, Eastern European folk dances and Irish dancing and Polynesians and so forth, and their music, and then sit down and watch Molly Meldrum's Countdown. There's a world of difference. There's a world of difference. And therein lies, I think, something that's a fairly critical point. We find it difficult to express ourselves, we who are the typical children of a functionalistic environment, we find it difficult to relax and play. Now, people who've run high school dances will tell you, oh, I've seen kids, they get down the back of the hall and they're so uninhibited, I wished I was uninhibited like that. Look closely at the kind of dancing, I put dancing in inverted commas there, that emerges. The other evening I was looking for something mindless to do, so I walked into the students' common room and the TV was on and there was a show called Star Search or Search for the Stars or something, I've forgotten the name of it. And they had the finalists of various competitions on, and the two that I actually saw were two dancers. Apparently they'd had competitions all through the last 10 weeks or something. And they showed examples of the way these two danced. And honest to God, they both looked like they were in dreadful pain. They looked, I'm speaking very seriously here, they looked like people imitating machines. There was something very mechanical, robotized about all their movements. And when I say they look like people in pain, I think that's probably exactly what it manifests, what it symbolizes. Now, am I suggesting that school dances ought to be written off, that they're evil, that discos are bad? Not at all. Not at all. I'm just questioning how much genuine play is in it, how much genuine leisure there is. At best, I would say it is a very, very primitive form. I think genuine play has an ability to surrender to the mystery. It is somehow transparent. And if you see good quality folk dancing or folk music, there is something of that. There's an innocence, there's a freedom about it, there's a sense of life at work here. You go to a disco and there's a sense of there's something missing. That's what there's something frenetic, there's something desperate about it. And when I raised that question out at Hunters Hill, I staggered out of the room almost mauled to death by a couple of people who had a particular interest in the kids and so forth. And I'm not knocking the kids in saying that. I'm not blaming them. I, as a typical child of a Western technological society, lack the... That's a fact, I think, of life. Lack the ability to play except in fairly limited sorts of ways. That there is the functional takes over so easily, so quickly, and becomes a kind of a conveyor belt sort of a process that even what otherwise could be play turns into work, becomes so effortful. A couple of points with respect to taking practical steps to restore the leisure component, to restore the Sabbath mood to life. The first one, which I've listed in the notes there, is to deliberately take measures to stop sometimes and be still. I can remember one time when I was living here at the Aquinas Academy, 6 or 7 years ago now, I was coming across the Harbour Bridge. I went for a jog early in the morning, and there were a couple of people, I could see them, looking out, watching the sunrise. And I can remember noting, I thought, that's odd that they should be just standing there watching the sunrise as I jogged past. They were Indians. They were Indians. I'm not saying none of us would watch the sunrise, but it struck me, yeah, that's more typical of an Indian than an Australian. To be still. There are some very good relaxation exercises in books like Ainsley Mears' Relief Without Drugs is probably the most simple and the best that I've come across. Barbara Brown's book on biofeedback and relaxation or something like that has some excellent exercises in it. Dr. Herbert Benson's Relaxation Response, and he has another one beyond the relaxation response, is also very good. Patricia Carrington's book Freedom in Meditation is also very good. Anything that you can do to stop. Just get off the conveyor belt. The tradition in the church of retreats, that's basically what it's about. Getting off the conveyor belt, stepping aside and being still, and allowing things to surface, allowing yourself to face yourself, so that you don't just become caught up in a process of life that ensures that you will never get around to facing who you are, that will ensure that your life is continually non-reflective, is continually an escape process, a process of avoidance. When I was in Pittsburgh, I met a fascinating person by the name of Abraham Tversky, a Jewish rabbi. He runs, he's a psychiatrist, and he runs a program for drug and alcohol dependent people. He's Orthodox Jewish and extremely busy man, much in demand. Gives much of his services free. He's a really wonderful person. And but keeps the Jewish laws very strictly. So come sundown, if you're talking to him as a client, it's understood that at sundown he just says to you, well, we must end it there, I have to go apart. And he goes aside, in order to keep that Sabbath mood in his life, so that from sundown to sunrise belongs to God, so to speak. You go apart and you remember, and you surrender very deliberately to the mystery, and you become still, you wait upon the Lord. A final practical step, and it follows very easily and very simply on from the stopping and being still and using, sort of maybe even making appointment with yourself in your diary. It's a very practical way, and I found it helpful. For example, one of my Achilles heels is being asked to, can you do a job, or can you, I see your father, or whatever. And I'm a compulsive yes sayer. I find it very difficult to say no. Something that is helpful to me, a structure, is to write into my diary and say, well, let me check what my diary says. Will my diary let me? It shifts the focus to an objective, as it were, structure, so that it's not me rejecting the person. It's my diary doing it. I'm sorry, I'd love to, but my diary won't let me. So if any of you have experienced that, that's what's happening. Whelan's got a problem and he solves it by blaming his diary. I'm sorry, that's the only way I can get around it at the moment. But it's a fact. I would just disintegrate eventually if I didn't do that. You have to be able to structure in time. And I think, just reflecting recently, I wonder where one of the things that historians might say about this last, say, the last half of this century, maybe even beyond, in 200, 300, 400, 500 years' time, maybe one of the things they will say is that was the era that burnt out its young, its talented, its leaders, more than any other era in the history of the world, for the church. Very interesting to note Ronald Reagan, with all his faults, apparent or otherwise, he takes a lot of time to himself, takes a lot of holidays. Now, people get very nasty about that, very upset with him. But society has a way of gobbling up its leaders and idealizing and imposing on them. And if you swallow the idealization, you will lose basically the Sabbath perspective. And when you lose the Sabbath, the leisure component in your life, you're gone. You're gone. The step beyond simply being still, stopping, relaxing, in whatever way you do it, And Meister Eckhart says, nothing in all creation is so like God as stillness. The simple step beyond that is contemplation. Thomas Aquinas, in his commentary on the book of Proverbs, says, it is necessary for the perfection of human society that there should be men who devote their lives to contemplation. Let us add women. And I would suggest that an implication there is that any society that doesn't, or any individual who doesn't have a contemplative dimension, is thereby promoting a deformative lifestyle. Father Lawrence Freeman, a Benedictine from Canada, or originally from the United Kingdom, was here a few weeks ago, and he was promoting a method of prayer which had originally been developed by Father John Main, another Benedictine, who had picked it up in the Orient and found that really it was a very old Christian form of prayer, using one word to pray. And this goes right back to the Desert Fathers. They talked about the monologistic prayer. Take a word, take a phrase, and it need not necessarily be actually one word. It might be, in the East, in the Russian Orthodox tradition, for example, you have the Jesus prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me, a sinner, which has variations like Lord Jesus Christ, have mercy on me, or Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, or it's Lord Jesus, or simply Jesus. The idea is to take something that's basically simple and keep repeating it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, so it concentrates, it focuses your energies and allows you, it's a structure of freedom basically, it allows you to relax and be free and simply be present. What Lawrence Freeman suggests is the word Maranatha, Maranatha, which simply means come Lord Jesus. To sit down, be still, and simply say that word, or rather let it sound from inside you. Now, a couple of practical points with regard to that. It doesn't come easily. You'll spend many weeks before you get the discipline, and if you've tried it, you'll understand what I mean. You'll have distractions, it will seem like you're just being willful, you're imposing it, etc. What I would suggest to you is stay with it. And there's a fascinating phenomenon develops with this kind of prayer. It prays itself after a while. In other words, without you actually deliberately saying the word, whether it's the Jesus prayer or some other word or Maranatha, it tends to just keep repeating itself. That's a fact. Now, if you say to me, how does that happen? I don't know, but it does. But there's a discipline, there's a regularity. Now, Lawrence Freeman suggests that 20 minutes is about the minimum. Anything short of about 20 minutes, you're really not giving yourself time enough to settle down and get into it at any depth. He suggests half an hour morning and half an hour evening. Now, obviously, something is better than nothing. So if you can fit in 10 minutes, that's better than doing nothing. 10 minutes on the bus, 20 minutes on the train or whatever, that's a reasonable possibility. What I would suggest it tends to do is keep you in mind of who you are, where you belong in the world, where the center of your life really is. It raises the whole question, this business of the Sabbath mood, this fundamental orientation, really that has underpinned the whole of this course, being a participator in the mystery. That's why we are created, to participate in the mystery as we are able to do according to our unique identity, made in the image and likeness of God. Let us leave it there and throw it open to comment or question.